Alright, so sorry to YouTube, I just started the stream over there, but you didn't miss anything, we literally started. But we did kind of restart the challenge here. So you'll notice I get a couple of tiles for free. But we did start the, I think our settings are per character. Where let's adjust our volume down. Okay. But so we are doing the tile challenge, so you can see I can't walk out of here. So what I have to actually do is buy every tile I'm going to use. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get this tile here. And I could cut across to get to the shipping container faster. But I think I'm going to go down one more. So this is like soil I could grow in. In this mod versus the other one, there's an actual item I have to hold to buy tiles. Okay, so we can reach our sale point. So then the next thing I'm going to go for is I want to go for that. We want to avoid that stump. That way I could grow the parsnip. Okay, our tiles have moved up to costing 100. And that's us spent. Alright. So, one other thing I'm going to do a little bit different with our strategy this time versus the last time is I do not want to sell any of like the stone and all that we get. Because we get extra tiles for completing objectives, missions, or whatever you want to call them, quests, I believe. We want to make sure we have the materials to complete those to get the extra tiles. Because this one, the tiles are kind of more costly than the other challenge we did, or we're working on. And like I said, I'm not going to go right over for the fishing. I think my plan for this one is, as far as our plans for tile unlock, we're going to get to the water down here so that I can refill my stuff here. Oh, and let's change... Oh, and I also have the mod here. I don't want to show the level stuff here. Yeah, it's fine. I just don't want it to be, like, appearing in the corner constantly. Alright, so I want to rearrange our tools so that the pickaxe and that are early on. At least for this stage, clay's my money. But what will happen is, when we get our first parsnip, I'll get a couple of free tiles. It's interesting switching to the tiered system, because I did some testing of this mod off stream once I realized we had a problem with the other mod. And I tested it with Classic, which was additive, where every tile I buy increases the cost by 5. And it got real expensive real fast. It was about halfway down the bus area, and it was well over 100 gold per tile. And I think ultimately the tiered system is going to be the cheaper system. But at this stage, it is more expensive than the other one was. Alright. Oh my god, please. I wish I could just use the hoe to make the tiles go away. Actually, is that a thing? No. There's been a number of these games where you could hit the ground where you hoed the ground and just hit a second time. Alright, and that's it. That's what we got. Alright, so the clay gets sold. We're keeping the stone, the fiber, and the wood. It's going to be really hard for me to get those materials. And the second quest in the game is to get the scarecrow. Which does mean to get that objective and to get the free tiles from it, I want to save the fiber because I need 20 fiber, a piece of coal, and I don't remember how much wood. I think it's like 50. And we'll need that to get what we need. Alright, well, that quest is going to be... Alright, I want to get rid of that prompt as well. Alright, let me check the thing one last time, because I have these all turned off. Let's see where it says. I don't care about that. Don't show me this. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. This is actually something I really wanted, which is part of why I grabbed it. Item hover information. Nope. Because I wanted the luck icon, so I didn't have to go to the TV. What I want to see... Oh, please don't tell me... Ah, it's fine. We'll live with it. There's no off button for that one. It's whatever. I hadn't noticed that because I hadn't focused on the crops. It's fine. I just wanted the information so that you could go up here and you can see, okay, tomorrow it's going to rain. Today is a neutral day. That's all I wanted. Was the stuff that I had to go to the TV. I wouldn't have to sit there and do the dialogue of the TV every single day just to know, like, is it gonna rain tomorrow? What's the luck look like? Because it's fine, but once you've done that for, you know, literal thousands of days, you kind of just don't want to. Okay, with those two, that'll be enough for me to get another tile tomorrow. And luckily it's going to rain tomorrow. So that's going to give me a chance to get one tile closer to the water. The real struggle here is going to be getting to that right where Pierre's at. But we will get an influx of 100 bucks from the parsnip quest, plus the actual sale of the parsnips will probably land us around $400 or $500. And if we can get together the materials for the scarecrow, that'll be like another 100 bucks there. We'll also get a bonus set of tiles from completing those quests. Which will greatly help us get over here. Alright. I'm imagining there's people who, they would know the pattern for, like, you know, manipulating the RNG back in the day. Turn that on and just do it. We don't have where you can manipulate the RNG. Come on, give me one more. That's fine. So you get one block, one tile tomorrow, and then we're like one piece of clay from getting a second tile tomorrow. Okay. I think that also has to do with our luck here, is how often we get stuff. So we're feeling lucky today. So let's go down here. Buy our one tile we can afford. Grab that. So yesterday we got, I think it was 6 tiles. How much time do we have? We have 2 more days on our parsnip, and that'll get a bunch of tiles for us all at once. We should be able to get onto the bus station map after that, and probably a good 4 or 5 tiles into that. But I want to focus on pushing to Pierre's as fast as we can, because getting more materials on this map isn't going to do us a whole lot of good. Because once I run out of seeds, I don't have really a good way of getting more seeds that I'm aware of. I'm just wasting stamina because we have to do this toggle back and forth. But as soon as I get to Pierre, then we at least have a steady rotation we can do where I can plant the crops. I won't sit here and just slam clay the whole time, because at that point I think it'll be better worth my time to just do the crops. Because sadly, I'm not gaining any XP in anything from doing this. So I'm not like leveling my farming, I'm not leveling my mining. But it is kind of my only option for making money right now. Lucky my foot, we haven't got a single piece of clay today. Well, 0 clay today. Oh, you know what's something I should do as well? I could shake that tree each day and maybe get an acorn. And the acorn's probably not worth selling. But I could check on the ground. So it's a neutral... Oh, it's a mildly bad luck day. Okay. So I need 2 more tiles to be able to water. Because we've used the last of our water. The good news is we're going to get 8 or 9 of the parsnip up. That'll be more than enough to complete the quest. But I got some of those that aren't going to get grown. Come on, give me the clay. And the reason I'm doing it this way versus making a whole bunch and then letting, you know, over time it take those tiles back is I want to leave the other areas untilled. Because over time, stuff like the stones, the trees, the grass, and all that will get closer. And I need those supplies. So I need them to get closer so I have the chance of getting a little bit of materials from them. The challenge right now I have is those trees, if I cut them down, they're going to fall away. And I won't be able to retrieve the wood they drop. I'll get some from the stump. But rather use my stamina. Why is the clay suddenly garbage? We had one good, really above average payout clay day. And I had 0 clay yesterday. I just need 1 more clay for 1 more tile. Come on, man. And as far as I've seen, there's no meaningful difference between, like, doing a row and then just hammering away at one spot. Okay, that's what we got. So 2 days with no clay. Alright. The good news, though, is... we can drop you off. And this gives me $100. Now we got 2 free tiles. And I did test that I do have to get all the way up to the water's edge to use the rain pail. But with this, we can now water our crops. Cool. And I still have money for more tiles, so 1 more tile. Alright, come on. And at the end of the night, we'll get the money back from... Not the money back, we'll get the sales from all that parsnip we did. They'll give me a bunch more tiles. Oh, let's also shake the trees. Because if we shake the trees, what I could do is I could plant a tree here, facing that way. So when I cut it down, it lands here and I can grab all the wood. We could start trying to build up trees as both like a supplementary income. I am just failing on these tools so hard. But I could use the trees as supplementary income, get them as a source of like moss, seeds, wood. Which would give me the option to build chests and stuff like that over time. But at this point, we don't want to buy any tiles that are not absolutely necessary until we can reach the front desk at Pierre's. Once we get there, we can start buying seeds, start a nice rotation of crops. I think one thing that this run is going to kind of help me do is I do have a tendency to like escalate the farm way too fast, to the point where I'm spending my whole time trying to water desperately. I think by the necessity with the limited space we're going to be dealing with, I'm going to only be able to grow like 20 so crops at a time, you know, and then use that money to buy like maybe one more row of crops or whatever. That it'll kind of keep me from having it where I just spend the whole day just being stuck watering. Alright, that's it for us today. So this is enough for me to get another tile. And then we get our payout from the parsnip, which will be a couple more tiles. Alright. You don't think you ever asked this, but have you ever played the original RuneScape? No. I haven't actually ever played it. It was just at the time it was out and like kind of the big thing. Like I had been playing other games. That I never did, you know, circle back to it. Alright, this is gonna be a whole thing. Okay. I know I'm gonna lose a bunch of this wood. Alright, that's fine. We're gonna try and use this as a way to kind of start supplementing things. We'll just do it. Alright, so we got some here. Okay. So we'll probably get 2 more tiles from the parsnip, which might be enough to reach the bus stop. Unfortunately, I did not get any coal so far, and I'm not likely to. Gonna pull all this up so that we know rocks and stuff could spread up here where I can reach them. For right now, I'll just go up and down this row. Okay. I really need you to be more generous on that clay, please. The 1, 2, 3, and we're done. I'm a little annoyed at myself that I lined it up just right that I can't get to the mailbox. Alright, so this is going to open up a new quest for us. We also, I believe, get a tile or two for leveling up, if I remember correctly. Because that's kind of the difference. This one, the cost of tiles goes up much faster. No, I don't apparently get a bonus tile for that. But I do get... Cool. So we're able to reach the next area. I can't do anything here because I can't buy more tiles. It's such a bummer I can't reach all that wood. Okay, 2 pieces of clay buys me another tile. I'm unfortunately going to need to spend the money to be able to get that mailbox. So we're going to be like 1 tile less than the efficiency I was hoping for, but that's fine. And that's because you will get like 500 bucks from your mom and cookies and stuff like that. That sure, it's not a lot of money, but you know, that's 2-3 tiles there and 4 or 5 tiles here. And that's all gonna come together. And we'll have that sap sitting just out of reach to torment us. Alright. 1 more piece of clay will buy me another tile. Okay, so you got 5 more we can get, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Stop. Oh, wait. 5. So that gets me the 2 tiles so we can get to the mailbox tomorrow. And then we'll desperately hope for our inheritance from our mom to be sent over from, you know, Grandpa's forgotten envelope or whatever, to buy us a couple more tiles so we can start going farther over there to the east. Alright, so we're buying that tile. Hello there, just got back from a fishing trip. You should come down to the beach sometime. I've got something for you. Willie. To our valued Jojamart customers, our team members have removed the landslide caused by our drilling operation near the mountain lake. I'd like to remind you that our drilling operations is entirely legal pursuant to the initiative L61091. Joja Corp Amendment. Responsible stewardship of our local environment is top priority. We apologize for any inconvenience this accident may have caused. As always, we value your continued support and patronage. Maurice, Joja Customer Support Satisfaction Representative. Okay. So we bought our 1 extra tile. Got us that far. We definitely do not want to make the mistake of using our money to buy a tile to get to a forageable, because a forageable is likely only going to get me like 12, 20 bucks, something like that, versus the 100 cost of the tile to get there if it is just 1 tile. And I would need that forageable to show up a whole lot of times to, you know, make that end meet. Alright, we just need the money. That next uptick on price is going to be a painful one. Yeah, I think Classic would be worse, because if I recall correctly, with the Classic pricing, so it would have been 5 for the first tile. Yeah, it would have been at 120 per tile if I was doing Classic now. So the overall amount I would have spent to get this many tiles would actually have been lower with Classic. But, you know, it's going to overtake very, very rapidly as it continues to go up. And then we won't see a price hike until we hit 100. There's another piece of clay. Alright, there's 2 more. Hey, Mom, I need you to send Grandpa's inheritance. It's important. Alright. Another 40 bucks. There's a couple times they'll send you money randomly. Like, they send you 500 from Mom. Well, it's Grandpa's inheritance, but Mom finds it. And even though I don't expect change, I'm just taking a peek in case I think a forgeable could show up around there. So I'm just taking that peek, just in the off chance that a forgeable happens to appear, like, right there where I can snag it easy. I also really wish some of the vegetation would grow a little bit closer so I could at least get some plant fiber, stone, or wood. They do, like, the big time you get a bunch of them is, like, season change. You get, like, a massive reset where it does put down a bunch more debris on the farm. But there is during the season as well. You'll have the occasional bush and grass and rock will appear. And trees, you know, stump, and then, you know, trees obviously grow. Could be collecting a lot of clay. I was trying to think if there's another way we can make money as well, but I don't think there is right now. Because we can't interact with the water in any meaningful way until we get the fishing pole, which is a long way out. I'm also not anticipating doing the fishing like we did the last time. With the cost of tiles being what they are, I think my priority this time is going to be step 1, get to Pierre. Well, I mean, I guess it was step 2, get to the sail bin. Step 3, get to the water. Step 4, get to Pierre. Once we get to Pierre, we at least have reliable money we can make that we're not, you know, depending on RNG on picking up dirt. Especially since, like, we're weirdly having a bunch of days of just nothing. Just not good. Because I didn't have this in testing. I didn't have a single day I didn't get clay in my testing. Luck will not be on my side today. Cool, man. Alright. Granted, with my testing, I just kind of stood in one spot and just dug and, you know, pickaxe and hoe, then pickaxe and hoe. This seems to be faster so far as me getting through it. But they did change up the RNG in the game, where it used to be there was, like, patterns and all that you could do to manipulate the RNG. They changed the RNG to not be influenced by that kind of thing. Alright, if you can just give me, like, 10 more of those, that'd be great. You also get, like, 100 gold. Actually, I think you get another 100 gold just from being in the newspaper which I don't know if that's based on sales or if it's just like calendar date type thing. It'll also be a nice thing that we could do is to the tiles to the right, once we start opening that up, they reset completely every day. So where I'm doing this back and forth, as we open up that path to the right, I'll be able to just go through, hoe that, and not have to go and do the cleanup afterwards. Okay, so I'm going to be able to get another tile tomorrow. Okay. Alright. Another thing when we're doing the farming is I do know when you max out a skill that they gave you something like 10 or 15 or 20 tiles or something like that as well. So at least with that I'll actually be working on something that levels. Okay, give me money, give me money. Nope. Missing. I lost my favorite axe. If you could find it, please return it ASAP. I'm having a tough time without it. Here's 250, or there's 250 gold for whoever finds that thing. Well, it'll cost me several thousand gold. How's Stardew Valley going? We're farming clay. Can we get a shout out for Simcopter1, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform, who very recently was doing Stardew Valley with like Mayo Lewis and all that. Alright, so we're buying that tile. Congratulations. I now own that tile. But yeah, we're doing a sweaty challenge run called Tileman. So you can see, like, I can't walk onto these tiles. I have to buy each and every tile I want to use, and the prices gradually go up. And we've hit the point where it's 100 gold per tile. And right now the goal is we're just trying to reach Pierre. Because if we can reach Pierre, I can start buying seeds. And with seeds, I can start actually farming. So unfortunately, until that happens, I am dealing with clay RNG, where I'm just going back and forth and picking up clay, and at 20 bucks a pop, selling that to slowly scrape it up. As I mentioned a couple of times, though, every single time a quest comes up and we finish it, I get a couple of tiles for free. If we introduce ourselves to people, I get a tile for free. What are the odds of finding clay? I actually don't know. When I was testing this off stream, I went, like, I didn't have a single day I didn't get at least one piece of clay. I'd say I was probably averaging about 3 pieces of clay per day, you know, give or take. And then this one, we had one day where I pulled up like 6, 7 pieces of clay, followed by like 2 days I didn't get any. The clay RNG is not too bad. It used to be, back when you could manipulate the RNG on Stardew Valley better, there used to be a speedrun strat for the early game to use clay, because you could manipulate it so like for every 6 or 7 hits you do, you get 3 pieces of clay. But I don't know how to do that. And then plus, I don't have the old RNG turned on. Okay, so 1, 2, and we are spent. But Mom's gonna send us money soon. Is this a new run? Yesterday we had a bigger farm array. Yeah, the mod I was using yesterday broke. So we just started a new run. Hello, Rual Storge. You see this dog here? I found him sitting outside the entrance of your farm. I think it's a stray, poor thing. Hey, it seems like this place. Hey, don't you think this farm could use a good dog? Adopt the dog. The dog's name is Pets DLC. Okay. Well, so something about putting I don't know if it's the DLC or Pets or what it is. We did this the last one when I messed with this, and it also didn't show the name, which I think the dog ceases to exist now because for some reason it doesn't like the name Pets DLC. Well, Like, well, just like the static. The farm. You be a good pooch now, okay? Well, it's because we didn't get the Pets DLC. We don't get to have it. We didn't pay real cash for it. Dear old Storge, tomorrow we're holding the Egg Festival in Town Square. You should arrive between 9 a.m. and 2 p.m. if you'd like to attend. You wouldn't want to miss the annual egg hunt. Mayor Lewis. Egg hunt? I'm so there. I just need to... Oh, I haven't paid my taxes to have access to that. Yeah, the egg hunt is for sure gonna happen. Yeah, no, absolutely. I think you could get like a chicken statue thing you can find on your farm that you could just dig up randomly. I think that's worth 100 something a pop. But that's like 1% or 0.1% or something. Like, it's not really rare. You'll end up with a good handful of them just running your farm in the game. There is no DLC. That's the point, Orange. That's the joke. You're supposed to just get the dog, but for some reason when I name the dog Pets DLC, it ceases to exist in this universe. No idea why. And so the meme there is so many games, if you want a pet dog or cat, you have to go and, like, you know, buy it. No, you're all good. Because the name of our farm is MTX Farm. For microtransaction. Because every tile of land is their own personal microtransaction. So this is a day that's more indicative of what my testing looked like, where we're getting about, like, you know, 2, 3, 4-ish clay a day. Alright. And this will be a run that, like, the early game is going to be pretty slow. But the moment we get to Pierre's, we'll start getting some, like, actual, reliable, you know, progress. Okay, and that's it. Alright, so it's not enough for a new tile, but it's just barely shy of a new tile. And I am deliberately holding on to the wood, the stone, the grass. It's going to be really hard for me to farm those materials. And if I can get a piece of clay, which I can get from breaking a random stone, and then enough of the wood and the plant fiber, I can make the scarecrow. And the scarecrow is what I need for another quest, which will give me a couple of tiles for free, and plus like 100 or 200 bucks or whatever it is. Alright. Another day. Another day of digging a straight trench up and down my property. Grandpa would be so proud. Grandpa's like, I want you to get in touch with nature. I did all this farming and fishing and made friends in that Stardew Valley. I think it'll be perfect for you. And meanwhile, your character goes in there, and they get a shovel, and they just dig up a bunch of dirt, they shift it to one side, and then they go to the other side, and they dig that dirt back up, and they put it back in the hole they started with. And that's just the way they spend their day. And Grandpa's just going, I really don't understand you kids these days. I'm proud that you're happy, but I'm gonna be real with you. I'm really concerned. I don't think this is exactly what I had in mind when I gave you the farm. Comcast called, they're hiring trench diggers. Like, at least there'd be an argument there, like, oh, hey, I'm running cable or whatever. But I'm digging up the same spot looking for clay. Look, it's a hard economy. I walked outside my home. I mean, I didn't even walk outside the home. I got out of my bed, and then, you know, pretty much the local authorities stopped. Was like, hold up. That step forward you want to take? I'm gonna need you to give me 10 bucks. And then you take one step and like, all right, cool. That next step you want to take? Yeah, that's gonna be another $10. So I'm just gonna need you to pay that for me. Okay, so 1, 2, and we're spent. That'll give me another tile of land tomorrow. Yeah, so the last 2 days have been pretty much exactly in line with all my testing, how it went. So I'm getting like a tile on average, like every other day right now. Plus then we get those big spikes of tiles when, you know, all that stuff. In before they start charging us. That's been done in media before. Was that Spaceballs? That was the whole thing? Where they were buying air? And that was like the whole premise, is that they were going to put like the big vacuum cleaner to suck the atmosphere off of a nice planet. So that they could can it and sell it. I guess you need to rewatch Spaceballs. Yep. Yeah, no, they have a whole scene where it's the guy who, like, runs the evil empire. So, like, not Lord Helmet, but, like, their equivalent Emperor Palpatine, who's just, like, a slick businessman or whatever. That, you know, he's just got a scene where, you know, he pulls open his drawer, he's just got a bunch of cans of air, and he, like, pops it open. It's just, you know, him, like, just sniffing the can or whatever. Alright. Just need more of that. There you go, that's what I want to see. Don Pierre. For those who haven't seen Spaceball, it's just it's a really good parody movie, but it is just a parody movie that basically it's mostly making fun of Star Wars. It does have a couple references that are more Star Trek-ish and Battlestar Galactica kind of esque thing, but predominantly it's just making fun of Star Wars. Follows a lot of the Star Wars beats, but instead of being, you know, actually serious about it, like Lord Helmet, his helmet is, you know, just the size of, like, you know, like an 80 gallon, like, water heater or whatever, or propane tank or something like that. Alright, so that's a full tile worth of clay in one day. You're so weirded out? About the paying for air thing, or something else? It's what happens when Star Wars had a baby with SNL. Pretty much. Where instead of Chewbacca, they've got a dog companion named Barf. Is this my inheritance? Oh. Hello, dear. I know you're just getting started as a gardener, so I wanted to give you a little tip. Most crops only grow in one season. When summer arrives, your spring crops will die out, so plan ahead. Granny Elverlin. Would you mind visiting me, Granny? It's really lonely up there. Scroll up. Oh, the police knocking on a window looking for someone? Ah, yeah. Yeah, no, that can be uncomfortable. Like, it's not like a regular thing here, I think. But we've had, like, once or twice since we've lived here where, you know, police are looking for someone in the area. They, like, knock on your door. I think the one that got me the most is this is actually when I was in high school. I was visiting a buddy, and we were over at his house. And, like, you know, we were just hanging out there. And the police were like, do not come outside. It is not safe right now. That they basically had someone at large, like, running around. And that was a completely different area than I live now. Like, it is a very safe area, generally speaking. But they had someone who had gotten, like, in some type of, like, violent conflict. Was, like, you know, running through people's backyards or whatever. That was certainly one that kind of stood out in my head. It's like, oh, like, law enforcement told us to stay indoors. Like, and nothing farther ended up happening. They found the guy. It didn't even, like, it wasn't even a violent encounter. They found the guy, and, you know, when there's a bunch of police there, he surrendered or whatever. But he had gotten in some type of, like, fist fight or something and was running around in the neighborhood. They didn't want him to take a hostage or something. Yeah, that's what happened here once. They're looking for a missing child and just knock letting you know they're checking your pool. Like to check in case the kid was hiding in there. Gotcha. Yeah, and I've never had anything like that. Like I've never had like police go, hey, we want to search your property. Like even if it's nothing for you, like, you know, missing child, missing person, or whatever. I've never seen that. I did have at one point, like, just like I think it's walking to the mailbox, and I had a police officer ask me that, like, you know, ask me if they had seen they had a picture of someone because someone's like elderly parent had kind of like wandered off, you know, someone dealing with dementia, and they just kind of had gotten away from the house, and they're like, hey, we're looking for this person. But I hadn't seen him or anything. Like, nah, I don't know who that is or don't recognize it. Dear neighbor, I hope you're feeling settled in your new home. I'm writing to let you know that Pierre's store is selling fertilizers. Why don't you swing by and see if you can afford a few dozen boxes or so? Man, I can't afford to get to your house, Pierre. Let alone a few dozen boxes. Okay. Yeah, those ones I get for free. So far as being able to hit them. And I'm watching the grass slowly grow up towards that tile I've got up there. And I know the bushes in that tend to appear around where the grass is at the change of seasons. I don't know if that actually is this thing. It's just, that could be 100% seeing patterns that aren't real. But I'm just kind of going there, it's like, alright, leave it alone. I don't get anything with the grass itself. But if we can get the bushes a little bit closer, where I can potentially get the plant fiber, I could get the mixed seeds out of them. And I could also get the plant fiber for the scarecrow. By the time summer comes, you'll be watering your plants with Brondo. Well, I actually have access to the water. That's the thing I aim for first, because then I wanted to grow the parsnip they give you at the beginning. Because that landed us a couple of tiles and a couple $100. Because, you know, that's your freebies. That's the reason why it's such important that I get to Pierre. Because once I get to Pierre, I can stop doing this nonsense. Because then I can just straight up buy the seeds. And even if there's like some fast forwarding shenanigans or whatever, like it's no longer just me pacing back and forth and hoping for the RNG to play nice. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And you're spent. That'll be another tile tomorrow. Like that'll be when things start to really take off in just the sense that I can reliably and consistently make money. And then, I mentioned it earlier, I'm not going to do what I did yesterday, which is I went to Pierre's, and then I worked my way to the beach for the fishing pole right away. I think this time we're going to go to Pierre's, and I'm going to be spending a little bit of time just handling things at the farm a little bit. Giving myself some more space to work. And then after that, what I'm going to end up doing is going for Clint. Because Clint is going to be the one that's going to be blocking off access to being able to get ingots and all that. And when we get to Clint, then I can start bringing sprinklers online. And we get the sprinklers online, we can sit there and again continue to just grow the farm. Because that alone is going to be pricey. But out of our options for money, I could get that going relatively early. It scales as much as I throw money at it. So we can kind of keep that going. So how does the mine work? So when we go to the mine, if you're looking at this mine, on this part of it, it's a static map. People think this one's RNG, it is not. Like, they'll swap the rocks around and all that, but the layouts are static. So you just unlock it exactly like this, which means it is going to be absolutely horrendously expensive to do. So my plan is to just not engage with the mine beyond what I'm absolutely required to, and then I'll probably abuse staircases more than anything else. Whereas the Skull Cavern is random. And that one I don't know how they actually tackle it. If they just, like, let you go through it normally, or there's some compromise there, or, like, how any of that works. The first square. Oh yeah, when I enter any new area, it's not that you get the first tile free. Like, if we walk over here for a second and you look at this edge, just so you don't get trapped, this little pocket here was already given to me, just so you can walk back off the side. That's actually one of the other things I ran into with the other mod, is I walked onto this tile, and then I couldn't get back off. Like, I couldn't get back, I had to wait for a character to pass out by just slamming our tool into the ground again and again until I was too tired, because I couldn't afford to buy the tiles to go back to where the farm was. And this one seems to actually have handling for a lot of this. Well, this one seems like a far better fleshed out version of the challenge. Okay. Someday I'll get a decent amount of clay. I'm just waiting for Mom to send me money. Okay, that's getting close enough that I think we go like this. No luck there. Okay, no luck on any of that, unfortunately. But there was always a chance. All right. If we're gonna go through and do that, it'll just give me some free tiles. I also want to make sure I keep it clear for allowing the plants to spread naturally, so I maybe have the chance to get more. We got rain tomorrow, and I do have 6 to play today. You ever played this as a survival game? No, this is very, very not normal for Stardew. I am doing a challenge run. This is a slice of life sim style game, so you don't have like a hunger bar or like thirst or anything like that. Basically what happens, you get plunked down here, Grandpa gives you the farm here, and normally I can walk anywhere on this map and we'd start clearing it out, we'd start planting crops, and then you'd sell your crops to make money, and then you'd use that money to, you know, get yourself better tools and all that. But it's kind of just like a life sim where you kind of just live farm life, get to know your neighbors, you know, maybe get married, have kids, that kind of thing. So it's not The Sims, but it does have kind of those overarching thing of you're simulating life, going out there, living and all that stuff. There is a story to the game that goes on around where there's a community center that's falling into disrepair. And then there's the big box store, Joja Mart, that's moving in, that's kind of putting things in a rough place. Farmer All Storge, I have a request for you. I need a fresh cauliflower for a recipe I want to make. Could you bring me one? No. No, I can't, Jody. No, Jody. That is definitely not going to happen. And a little farther each day. We have bigger problems right now. Yeah, Jody, I'm having to pay a very significant toll just to reach town so that I can start running my business. We're literally just digging dirt right now, Jody. I wake up at 6 in the morning and I start digging, and I do that till midnight. Or realistically, I do that till my stamina bar runs out. But the point is, I literally wake up and do nothing but back-breaking labor for a couple fistfuls of clay, for the opportunity of having a slightly larger area that I can dig up clay. And also, Jody, you're gonna pay me like 100, maybe 200 gold, and me getting into your house is going to cost me several thousand. So I'm checking my capital expenditures required to facilitate this request, and there's just no profit in it for me. I'm looking at my return investment here, Jody, and I'm just going to have to say no. Plus, I haven't grown any cauliflower, and even if I could plant it today, it'd be too late. Kind of really hoping that one bush we destroyed was going to give me a mixed seed, so at least I had something to work on. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, and we're spent. And that's at least another tile of land. What I need, though, is I need Mom to send me Grandpa's inheritance. There's a scene where we get, I think it's 500 gold from Grandpa, like, that got forgotten that I was supposed to get from Grandpa. Because the more I can clear off over here to the right, the better. If for no reason that it resets every single day, so I can save a little bit of stamina. First I have to like pickaxe it all back up and do it again. So one more piece of clay gets me another tile. Okay, so we get another piece of tile tomorrow. We can just casually get like 6 or 7 pieces of clay today, that'd be great. Give me the chicken statue, so I can get a whole piece of clay for free, basically. We also get a bunch of extra tiles if we do stuff like every time we donate to the museum, I believe we get like a tile, or it's like every 10 we get 10 tiles or something like that. Which will be like, that'll be one that'll happen only because I'm going to be pushing over to Clint's anyways, so they have access to ore and all that. And that just where Clint is at, I'm going to be just within a handful of tiles of the museum. So there's not really a reason not to go for it. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's drop you off. This is the run where we die of old age as we advance time because, you know, we're just selling clay. Do tiles get more expensive? Yes. There are two, well actually there's a couple different modes you can do. There's Classic, which is the first tile is 5 gold, and every single tile after that ends up being 5 gold more expensive. That's kind of the default way. There's also one where you can make it multiplicative if you really hate yourself, so that it's not 5 plus 5 each time, but 5 times 5, which sounds horrendously awful. But we're doing the other mode, which is called Tiered. So instead of it going up $5 every single time we buy a tile, what ends up happening is it starts at like, I think it was 10 or whatever. And then after 10 tiles it goes to 100, and after 100 tiles it goes to 1,000, after 1,000 tiles it goes to 10,000. So it will end up being a little bit cheaper than if I did it where it's the plus 5 each time. But it's kind of one of those ones where it still gets expensive very quickly. So it's kind of, you don't want to buy tiles if you don't, you know, if you're not going to be able to fairly immediately put them to use. Other than if it's a tile necessary to reach, you know, something you need. Which is kind of what we're doing right now, is we're just trying to get those tiles over to Pierre so I can stop digging dirt and move to actual farming. Because the moment we reach Pierre, I can just have a stripe of crops here, and then when we sell it, you know, pick up a handful of tiles or whatever, to then have the next round of crops be that much more, yada yada. We slowly build up our farming skill. We also get free tiles for doing different activities, so each time I introduce myself to a new NPC for the very first time, I get 1 tile. When I max out my friendship with an NPC, I don't remember how many tiles it is, but I get a handful of tiles for that. Maxing at a skill level in something, that's a couple of tiles. You get the idea. But like, there's progression things that are locked that give you bonus tiles. When you finish quests, they'll give you, I think it's 2 tiles or something like that. Okay. Unfortunately, until we reach Pierre, I don't have a reliable way of getting money. I'm imagining people who properly prepare for this put the RNG back onto its old system, where you can manipulate it, and they probably just give themselves enough space for the clay pattern, and they just repeat the clay pattern all day. Because there was a pattern where you could reliably get the game to drop clay with like every second or third swings worth of, like, on the average. I think it was something where you get like a couple of swings of no clay, followed by like 3 or 4 swings with clay. But that's the old RNG. You can turn that back on, but that kind of only matters if you're doing that kind of thing. Alright. Like, what I'll do here is once we get over to where the walkway widens on the bus stop, instead of going up and down this row like I've been doing, we'll go over there since I can just leave whatever there at the end of the day and it'll just fill itself back in. But also with that, I can kind of just hit up both sides of that. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 40 more bucks. Okay. Oh, there's also, you get bonus tile for hitting milestones money-wise. So when we make our first 1,000, I'll get some bonus tiles, stuff like that. Dear Rual Storge, we're getting together for the flower dance. If you can find a partner, you might even want to participate in the dance yourself. There's a little clearing beyond the forest west of town where we hold the dance. Arrive between 9 a.m. and 2 p.m. if you're interested. I'm gonna start. Was the mod updated? No more free squares anymore? Basically, the other mod broke. I went to reload the save today before stream, and the tiles we had unlocked were not consistent, and a bunch of stuff was just wrong. So, luckily it was enough before stream that I didn't just have to sit there and like panic pivot or whatever. But rather, what I was able to do is sit down and do a bunch of tests and go, okay, does this mod work? Does the save reload? That kind of nonsense. So we did switch mods, but we did start fresh today because of it. This mod seems way more fleshed out than the other mod. It is a bit harder on the up front than the other mod was. Significantly so. But it does also have a lot of considerations like completing objectives give you free tiles and all that kind of stuff. So the raw price of the tiles goes up much faster in this mod. But there's opportunity to get tiles through other means as well. I also think that's good because the other mod, since you didn't get tiles for progression of any kind, it really kind of just made it so you wanted to make money without any consideration to anything else. Oh yeah, no, that's, I've been very happy with Opera GX. I've been using them for over a year. They are sponsoring the channel for the month, just as a heads up. I meant to pin that link up here. Give me 2 seconds to do that real fast. Because they are sponsoring, and we do actually get a kickback, you know, whenever someone, downloads and everything using my link and all that. So, you know, the people who've done that, I really do appreciate it. Obviously, like, no obligations or anything like that. But, it is a very, like, consumer-friendly, like, browser and all that. Lets you go through your settings, set how much memory it's allowed to use at the absolute max, that kind of thing. To really help, you know, keep it from slowing down your games, like Chrome when it eats up all your memory and that kind of thing. Also comes with built-in VPN, ad blocker, Twitch integration if you want it, Discord integration if you want it. That's the other mod felt a bit too easy at the start, with the big free gardening space. Yeah, no, the other mod, I think it didn't get updated for 1.6 is what I'm guessing happened. And so it just had weird stuff going on. Whereas this one seems to be a lot more of what I would have expected it how to work. Alright, so let's go and give ourselves another tile here. Alright. It stinks how much of the material I miss out on because the tree will fall in whatever direction you're facing. So if we get an acorn or anything, I want to put it right here so that falls and I can grab all the material. But so far, of the trees that have grown, not one of them has grown where I've been able to recover the seeds from it. But I figure at least gives me a little bit of wood and sap and all that kind of stuff. Cutting them down. And then plus, I'm getting a tiny bit of foraging XP every time I cut down a tree. So every little bit's gonna help. I'd imagine we're not particularly terribly far from, passing our first 1,000 and getting our first couple of, like, getting in the next batch of free bonus tiles that we get for hitting that milestone. One of the other catches I'm going to run into is because I'm going to be, like, farming right up against the edges here. I'm gonna have to watch that when I go to plant where, like, that grass is and all that. if the grass reaches your crops, it can destroy them. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and that's all we got. Alright. I can't believe you started over. But you do like the green hair. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. We were only one stream invested in it, and a lot of that was dealing with, like, figuring it out and doing all the modding and all that stuff. That's what happens when you do something last minute versus planning ahead. I'm honestly looking forward to the season change, just in the hope that we'll get some bushes and all that in range. I can maybe get the Scarecrow to get a couple extra free tiles. Okay. And for people who are like, this is way too rough, you can actually go in the settings and adjust it off of default. So, like, for example, if I was doing it where it increases the price per tile bought, you can make it so the price only goes up by 1 each time. That's not the default. But, like, you can do that, so you can have that. My concern with that one is the moment we actually can reliably make money, it's going to be a lot easier to progress. Like, the big problem here is I just can't, you know, I just gotta keep whacking the ground and hope I get, you know, my 20 bucks for hitting the ground. Even if we're just growing parsnip, we can get several $100 with a parsnip every 4 days. Reliably by just doing a round of watering and all that. Okay, one more clay will get me another tile of land. Alright. It'll also be a nice thing, is as we get closer and closer to town, I will just have more and more tiles I can go without having to clean up. That they'll just reset and I'll get to go through them without having to do the back and forth. It's fine. Alright. Well, actually, okay, so we bought those tiles. Some of those, we didn't earn the money, it was just money that kind of got given to us. But either way. Okay. Hey, DG, how's it going? Here, clean these up so we can... make sure that stuff is able to spread here. By the time we get access to a lot of the rest of this farm, it is going to be so incredibly overgrown. I'm also trying to think about when it comes to unlocking the tiles. So, like, when we've reached Pierre, we got our seeds, it's time to expand the farm. How do I want to go about it? Do I want to, like, deliberately skip a row? That way, as we get our sprinklers and scarecrows, I can just open up one tile and put it in between that thing. Do I want to keep it, like, solid block so that I can, you know, fully take advantage of that as best as possible? Like, I don't think there's a wrong answer. They both have their pros and cons and all that. But I could see taking a little time to be careful about how I open up the tiles to not necessarily fully maximize them or anything like that, but to have a certain amount of like, okay, we're at least being somewhat efficient, so I'm not having to pay a bunch of extra money to not see that kind of progress or whatever. Okay, that's it. Tomorrow we get another tile of land. It's gonna be so sweaty. So sweaty and all that. When you're like, we're on the map, but we're not quite to Pierre's. Doing good. I was wondering about yesterday's mod. The one you looked at with 1.6 wasn't matching what yours was doing. Yeah, I didn't get much time to like plan yesterday's. I mentioned it a couple of times. I got time to stream, and we basically finished Timberborn. Like we got the official like congratulations, you did the thing, you won. We got that screen. We got a whole bunch of achievements knocked out, that kind of bit. It's probably long enough. I'll just start cleaning up here instead. Pretty soon, this will be longer than the path I was doing on the other side, and I'm pretty sure there's no meaningful RNG difference between these two maps and like clay or anything like that. I'm pretty sure the drop rate is just what the drop rate is. Oh yeah, no, if I had invested like 2 or 3 streams and then the save got messed up, it would have been like, nope, done, moving on. And that's happened on a couple of games where I've done like a challenge that was based around a mod that, you know, something happened and the mod, you know, either soft-locked a save or whatever. Or like had non-documented changes, you know, all that kind of stuff. The stuff that like very genuinely you go from, okay, this is a fun run to, well, that's, you know, it's ruined. Also, well, no, because Pam won't come out here till the bus is fixed. I was going to say, also, Pam pass here. I was like, no, right, that's only after you fix the bus. So we got 1 tiles left of hoeing left, so we'll just go right here. I'm also thinking if I can get that tree planted there, while a tree is certainly not a fast way of making money, I would be able to plant the tree and reliably tip it over to where it could collect the droppings. And that could give me like a trickle amount of extra money. Hey, we got a fiber. Singular. Tangible progress. Okay. So 1 more clay is another tile for us. Okay, so tomorrow we get another tile. The next tile after that will give me access to a couple more spots I can dig up. I think I can dig up... I want to say there's like this tile, like these 4 I can dig. I don't remember about that one. But I can dig those tiles without actually buying them. I thought there was someone else who walks out here once in a long while. I think during the summer or fall. don't think it's Abigail. Because everyone we can introduce ourselves to, that's an extra tile for free. Which, honestly, when we get to town, that's going to probably make it easier to get to Pierre's. As soon as I can get far enough past that little park, where we're, like, quote-unquote, in the square, I very well could potentially camp out that spot and catch out, you know, like a good 5, 6, 7, 8 people who all pass through that square. Because I know the mayor does. I know Abigail does. I know Penny does. Caroline passes through that area. I think both the kids, Jas and Vincent, pass through there. Harvey passes through there. Oh, I want to make sure to sell this so I can get another block. So yeah, it seems like once I get to town, I'll pretty quickly be able to get that last little stint to Pierre knocked out. It'll be just reaching that point. And I think the introductions I'll get the square immediately, too. I won't have to wait till, like, the night goes by. Alright. I'm pretty sure both down and up are out. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I think the way this is probably going to go is we're going to unlock a couple more tiles just doing what we're doing. I'll hit the $1,000 earned. We'll get our, whatever it is, like 10, 15 tiles from that. That'll kind of shoot us across to the next map. We'll have to earn a few more tiles after that. At which point I'll probably be able to reach the first of the people who pass through the town square. That'll probably jump us to, you know, pretty much getting to, Pierre's. And then I might have to buy a tile or two inside of Pierre's to actually reach the counter. And then once that happens, we start buying our seeds, and we escape this nonsense. The days of digging clay will be over. From there, we focus on the farm for a little while. Gitatori can make a pretty good amount of money relatively quickly. Then we use that to start pushing towards Clint's. Once we get to Clint, we'll be able to start potentially doing the sprinklers and whatnot. That might even be what happens, is I might wait till we're getting like right around the time of unlocking the tier 2 sprinkler. And that's when we make the move towards Clint. So Nar 3 says, one short of getting another tile today. That's fine. Meanwhile, our characters moved in and nobody's seen them for like a whole season. Yeah, the mod messed up from yesterday. From what you can tell, Abigail can visit the bus stop in fall, Haley occasionally in the winter. Yeah. More than likely we'll be well past the bus stop by then. Yeah, there's nothing more for us to do there. But yeah, I know the mod we were using yesterday ended up having a problem. I went to load it up before stream, and a bunch of the tiles weren't unlocked, other ones were locked, and it was just a whole mess. That clearly, however it handles saving the information, it didn't fully break, like, reset back to start, but, like, it was just not right. So before stream, I luckily had time to do a lot more time and actually properly research a mod, and so we're using a different mod. So we were using the Redux mod yesterday, and today we're using the Reworked mod. And the Reworked mod seems to be way more fleshed out with a lot more functionality. The tiles are getting more expensive faster, but on the other hand, we also have ways of getting tiles that aren't strictly buying them by completing tasks and all that stuff. Is it the new update with Concerned Ape? Not yet. The new update with, has not dropped yet. So like 1.7 or whatever the version number is of Stardew Valley isn't out yet. Most likely when that drops, we'll probably put this on pause. And go and do that. Because the odds the odds that this will work with like the new update are minimal, and plus, you know, I'm gonna want to see the new content versus just continuing the challenge. Just gonna take this as far as we can in the meantime. And step one of that is getting to Pierre's. Did a real bad job on the last couple hits. It's still enough for a new tile. I also like this one more. The other one, they made the grid far more pronounced. Like, it was much, much brighter. And it did make the map look pretty rough. The meteor sound, and we have the grid still showing here. There was an earthquake during the night. Oh no, the earthquake. The bathhouse opened up. Well, it made you play Stardew Valley a lot again. It was buggy for 1.6 to 1.7, so that's true. It will be. Oh yeah, no, mods will be buggy. Generally speaking, I've been very impressed that the number of bugs that Stardew Valley has had over the years is pretty low. I'll make sure it's nothing I have to worry about. Yeah, it's nothing I gotta worry about. Okay. Rual Storge, this is embarrassing. I lost track of my lucky purple shorts. I'm telling you because I think I can trust you. Person I've met once and have no way to really have any reason to have any faith in you whatsoever. If you find them, bring them back to me discreetly. I'll pay well. Thanks, Mayor Lewis. Okay. And buy our new tile. Okay, so I cannot pick that one up. Putting his shorts in the Grange box is always thing. Or putting them on the Gold Lewis statue. I didn't know about the Gold Lewis statue one. Like, I know about putting them in the Grange box, as well as I also know about, you know, going to the luau and then putting them in the soup. Oh, the Switch was buggy? Ah, yeah. I've not even like Stardew Valley. I've come to accept, if you're looking to play on like the Switch, that you kind of just want to go and deal with games specifically made for the Switch. I have found games that came out for PC and then had a Switch port, or PlayStation or Xbox, unless it released on all of them at the same time, the vast majority of the time, like, the console versions will be, like, well behind, more bugs, more issues than the PC version. And a big part of that just has to do with what they have to go through to push out an update on the consoles. With PC, you just go on Steam and just go, okay, we got an update, you hit the button, and boom, update. With the consoles, there's like this whole process you have to go through to push an update out. And it's not strictly that it makes the update better, higher quality, more stable, yada yada. A lot of it is kinda... you're kinda just going through the bureaucracy. You can never bring yourself to put them in the soup. That's fair. Contaminating everyone else's food with shorts that were worn and not washed for some undisclosed period of time before shoving it in people's food. That's one of the things that's actually a dialogue from Coral Island, is they have their equivalent to the luau where you have the big pot of soup that you contribute to. And the one person's like, wait, everyone puts something in the soup? But what if Like what if someone put something awful in the soup, like that kind of thing? He's like, oh, never mind. Thing of the follow. Welcome to stream. And it's like, you know, that's honestly, like in real life, that kind of thing. I don't know that I'd want to have the soup if it's like everyone can bring something in and just chuck it in there. I'd be like, I don't know. Not that like someone would do stuff nefarious, but rather I would expect that to be a pretty unpleasant soup. Because without like any plan, like it's different if it's, you know, a whole bunch of people like, well, I'm going to bring X and put in the soup. Like I'm going to bring X for the soup. I'm going to bring Y for the soup. But you can kind of be like, okay, cool. Like, oh yeah, well we probably don't want to put mint in that. You know, we already have all these other things. Have you considered thyme instead? I think that'd be more suited. Oh yeah, that's fine. Like that kind of like a potluck kind of thing where everyone's contributing. That I'm down for. But like without any organization to it whatsoever or like a list. Just anyone contributing anything, like, man, I don't know about that. It almost feels like best case scenario, you get some, like, cursed soup in the sense that it's just a bunch of things that don't really necessarily go together, but, you know, would be edible and, you know, fine. But you can get some pretty, like, food allergies, good luck. You're just not going to be able to have that soup. There's zero chance. There'd be no way you could trust it. Which I don't really deal with food allergies myself so much. But also, like, you know, someone's just gonna chuck a whole freaking fish in there. And your whole soup is gonna taste like that fish, which is fine if you're into that fish. But then someone else is gonna be like, oh, well, I'm gonna put this peppermint syrup in it. And now you've got fish with peppermint syrup. And nobody's happy. That was a good clay day. We got a whole tile worth of clay in one go. We've got to be getting close to those bonus tiles, because that much clay is $100. And the first milestone is 1,000. We're definitely not doing the ship everything. Yeah, even potlucks, you're a little worried about what's in them. Yeah, at least with like the potluck, you could sit there and be like, hey, does this have nuts in it? And they'll be like, yeah, oh no, that doesn't have nuts. They're like, okay, cool. And you know, you assuming you have any faith in the people you're around, that's reasonably safe. Now, obviously, if you're like, the person's like, I don't know. Or the person's like, I don't believe so, you're like, alright, well, I'm not gonna take my chances. Again, if you have the allergies or the preferences or whatever. I promise you, someone out there would put peppermint syrup fish. The real question is, if they'd also like the other 20 ingredients. Right. You're just lurking per usual. But dang, mint syrup fish comment made you very unwell. Well, that's exactly my thought is like, and obviously this isn't, you know, that's kind of an exaggeration. But you'd have someone who'd have like that whole big thing and then, you know, you're putting together the things, people throwing like a bunch of carrots in there and a bunch of potatoes in there, and you're like, this is alright, this is moving in the right direction. You got some kind of like lentils or something. You're like, okay, a little barley, alright, yeah, we're going for a kind of a porridge thing here. And then someone would come with like a bottle of barbecue sauce, and you're going, I mean, I like barbecue sauce and all that, but in soup? And so you'd have these like kind of goopy congealed globs of barbecue sauce floating around in what would otherwise be a fairly lovely porridge. Alright. That's, in the, like, downtown Orlando area, it used to be a pretty big clubbing scene. Nowadays, it's got a couple of clubs left, but it's mostly shut down for a whole mess of reasons we don't need to get into. But, one of the things that was, like, a popular staple at most of those clubs is that it have different names for it. But it'd be your cursed drink, where they would just grab a whole lot of stuff from, like, under the bar and just pour it in there. and just like, is a big fishbowl and just pour all that junk in there. And, you know, it'd be like, at first, you'd be like, all right, there's a cup of vodka in there, that's probably fine. Ah, there's some rum in there, that's, you know, those two can work together, that's fine. You know, they put some grenadine in there, maybe not the greatest, but sure, some, like, pineapple juice and everything. This is honestly not sounding like a terrible beverage so far. And then they put some, like, Jägermeister, and you're going, wait a second, hang on. And then a little bit of whiskey, and you're like, no, stop. Stop. And you'd see, like, these, like globs of, like, the thicker beers floating in it because the rest is all this thin liquid, and you're like, this is upsetting. Everything about this is off. But that's the whole gimmick of it, is they would give it to people for free, like as like a party drink, but it was absolutely cursed. Like, it was just this appalling thing. But, you know, they were targeting a whole bunch of usually like college-age kids and all that kind of stuff. So being able to get drunk on the cheap was seen as a highly desirable thing if you're going out to the club to party kind of thing. It's free if you can stomach it. Or maybe not so free from the medical bills. Well, I mean, usually, because it was like one of those things, they would put a whole bunch of straws in it, and you just had to be comfortable with a bunch of people swarming and going for it. So, if you weren't going to just go for it, you weren't going to get much of it. Yeah, to be clear, what Commodore was saying, like, club giving drinks for free, I wish you had that. It was something they probably did, like, once a night, and considering there were hundreds of people in those clubs, and, you know, you might swarm around, there might be, like, a dozen people who get at that drink. The gross version of that is the bar mat shop, where they mix the drinks. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's the same idea of just, it's a bunch of things together. Obviously, the bar mat's grosser just from the fact... Well, I mean, the bar mat would be sanitary, because they are going to be cleaning that thing up constantly. Or they're going to fail health inspection. But still disgusting, considering it's a whole bunch of stuff that has no business being together, just all shoved in this thing and being like, yep, have a good one. You hope. Well, right, like, you can go to the good old boys bar just outside of town, where you look at the glass and you go, don't look too close if you wanna be there. Like, there was a place near where my parents live, that was, I don't know what its actual name was, but its nickname was the Hog's Pen. Because it literally had a pig pen inside the bar. That there was just this hog with his little barn, you know, in this fenced-in area inside the bar. And eventually it got closed down because of rather egregious health inspection violations, which surprisingly none of which had to actually do with the pig. Shockingly, the pig was not the problem. There was a lot of other things that made it unfit to serve food to human beings, but the pig was actually not one of the issues. And then eventually, like, it burned down afterward. Like, they eventually got it reopened for a little while, and then it burned down, which... It was one of those things that you're like, you know what? I'm not one to be like, that was insurance fraud. But it really was convenient timing. And really was suspicious. I do know they had an investigation, I have no idea whatever happened with it. But it was just one of those things that there was a lot there that you're like, this is a person who just needs to shut this thing down and get out. Like, there's like, this is just a money pit for him now. And then the building burned down, they got insurance from it. It's like, I don't know, man. That is some convenient timing. Now, granted, it could have entirely been on the up and up, but it was definitely enough timing that even like you know, the locals were like, yeah, we're looking into this. This is highly suspicious. You remember a bar up the street from you used to do a $5 pitcher of liquor drinks? You had so many pitchers of Long Island's. Yeah, no, when I was, like, early drinking age kind of thing, I would always have 7 and 7, which was Seagram 7, and 7 Up, which is whiskey and 7 Up. Me nowadays, I'm like, why the hell did I ever drink that? Give me, like, I'm either gonna have, like, a beer, a cider, or a fruity frou-frou drink. I'm gonna go full on, give me my umbrella, I want my piece of pineapple. If it's frozen, it's even better, because it's 90 degrees outside. Give me my tropical paradise drink. If I have to live in this hot tropics area, I want my fruity drink. Or a beer. You don't have a US, but recently learned that they warn establishments before sanitary inspections. Now you don't trust it? Yeah, they have to do that. That's a requirement here in the US as well. Like, and there's a bunch of stuff around it. And so it's one of those kind of things, if you're looking realistically, if a place is not handling their sanitation well, they get that notice that it's coming up. You're not going to take and clean up some egregious problem in a couple of days that they've got warning. Now, if they got a bunch of minor violations, yeah, they'll get those cleaned up. Like, and they'll usually do a pass just doing a quick like once over. But stuff like if a place just isn't cleaning their deep fryer at all, that ends up becoming a major project because you end up having to move all the appliances out of the way, get all that out of the way, and because grease has built up, it's not going to be a quick one and done, one pass, you're good to go. It becomes a major project that'll usually shut down your restaurant for a day or two just cleaning it up because you fell so far behind. When I worked out at the Space Center, part of the tourism thing, because my official title was General Labor, and to bounce you around between roles as they needed, and I ended up getting stuck with food's a good couple of times. And there's a gourmet kitchen, I loved working there, that place is great. It's a lot of hard work, but like, one of the rules was I won't serve what I won't eat, and so, there would be a lot of snacking back there. And the guy who ran it was really cool. But then there was like a lot of quick service, like fast food-esque stuff. And yeah, there was definitely a lot of problems, a lot of things that we ran into. And there was that case where, I don't think it was because of a health inspection or what came up. But I was like, alright, like, things in the kitchen aren't being kept the way they need to. We need to get it back the way it's supposed to be. Okay, so, well, we need to clean this, this deep fryer area, which had, like, not been cleaned in probably a year or whatever. Like, the top of the machine had been cleaned, but not, like, a proper clean of the area. And they moved the deep fryer so that they could clean underneath it. And there was, like, it's like a half-inch thick. Is this almost, like, whitish, barely slightly yellow film that had just collected down there from, like, all the grease that had boiled off and then collected underneath and just coagulated down there. That was definitely one of those ones I'm like, no. That's not my job, man. That is solidly not my job, man. Which, luckily, there was someone there that was their job, so it's like, hey, you know what? I'll help you move the machinery. I'll help you do all the stuff related to this. I am not getting down there in that grease. That is the kind of thing you get on your clothes and you burn your clothes because it is never coming out. And these clothes are not provided by the company. And the other person made a lot more money than I did. You want the big bucks? You gotta do that job. Yeah, that's nowhere near the worst I dealt with at that place, but that was definitely one of those things that I'm like, yep, I'm not doing it. I'm getting paid just a bit over minimum wage here. Nah, man. If you want me to do that job, we need to go into your office and start negotiating my raise. And believe me, I am going to be fighting hard on that one. That was the same place, and this was something that was totally not the company's fault at all. Not saying it was an insurance fraud, but if you look up the top signs of insurance fraud, they were all there. Yeah, no, it's definitely that with the bar. It was definitely one of those things. It's like, okay, this might genuinely just be like, you know, it was an old building, shoddy wiring. It might have just happened at that time, coincidentally, in a time that just happened to really work out for the owners. But also, you know, there was a lot of stuff. Like, the only thing that would have made it, like, look more suspicious if they had, like, just gotten a policy or just updated their policy right before it burned down. And they may have. I wasn't privy to the investigation. It was just the news thing that thing. You saw a YouTube series on this? You wondered, you just speed swapping between the hoe and the pickaxe was faster? I've done it both. My thing I find with the switching back and forth is I tend to find I miss the timing every once in a while on, like, the tools, and so I'll hit the ground twice with the pickaxe in a row. So I'm kind of, like, limiting the human error a little bit. Because it still does take all that. Every several years, they do a greasy fast food here. Basic demo of the building. Because it gets so nasty. Yeah, alright, what do you got? What do you got for me? Dear Pelican Town, tomorrow we're gathering at the beach for the Pelican Town Luau. The highlight of the event is to bring the communal potluck. Make sure you bring something good to contribute. The governor himself will be attending the event, so make sure you're on your best behavior. Come to the beach between 9 a.m. and 2 p.m. Why you gotta do this to you, man? Hey, this may not seem like it. That's a big find. Can we bring clay? No, because we can't get there. We're still fighting our absolute best to reach Pierre. For those who missed yesterday's run, the save got scuffed. We're using a different mod today. The mod I was using, unfortunately does not work with 1.6. Pencil me in for 5 years from now. Pretty much. But yeah, no, the worst one I dealt with was it was at that same job, but like where that was them like just not doing things right. This was just kind of an unfortunate thing that they had. This would be at the Saturn V gantry, for those who have been to the Kennedy Space Center before. It was at that place. They've got a quick service restaurant. For those who don't know that term, it's basically fast food. It's a fancy word for fast food. But what they had is they had the like spring-loaded things to give you your trays. So they're like where you put your trays and the trays sink down to the counter. Someone takes the tray off the top and it lifts up using the springs, and you kind of just keep doing that. But what happened was one of those broke. The springs broke or whatever, and it wasn't working. So they removed the thing that holds the trays while it was getting fixed. And the issue is, when you think about a kitchen like a fast food place, and you've got a smooth metal surface with a hole about the size of a tray in it, what does that look like to pretty much everyone? It looks like a trash can. If you don't take the time to look down into the hole to see there's no trash bag down there, it looks like a trash can. So understandably, you know, a bunch of the customers were coming in, they're eating their food and all that, they're getting ready to go about their day, and they would chuck their trash into where the trays were supposed to go because the shelf was gone. Now, that's not great on its own, but as an added thing is there's no cabinet on the front to open this, because normally when you look at those types of trash cans, you'll have the countertop, there'll be like an area you can open up, you can slide the trash bag out, pull that out, put the new one in, slide it in, and close it. It didn't have that, because it wasn't meant for that. You just put the trays in the top, and the trays come out the top. So all that garbage is down there. So what happens is the person comes in towards the end of the day, they're wrapping up shift, and they look down in that hole, and they see a whole bunch of food not in a bag piled down there like, you know, a good number of inches deep or so, like a lot of food down there, and it's been there all day. And that person took one look and said, nope. and put the tray, like the thing for holding the trays back in there, and put the trays on top of it, and walked out. Which is when it went from a bad problem to a horrific problem. Because now nobody knows that there's all that food waste down in this cabinet that's just an enclosed space that no one has a normal reason to go into. And so it got a good couple days to ripen up down there at, room temperatures, including dairy and everything. And so people noticed it started to stink. And so they pulled the trays out and they discovered the issue. And, pulled the tray thing out of there, pulled the whole cabinet away from there because you didn't want that near customers. And I was the unfortunate sucker who came in the next day after they, pulled this aside. And they're like, okay. And my boss is like, all right, I'm going to ask you for a really big favor. It is the only thing you have to do for the entire day. Literally, if you get it done in half an hour, you can just sit on your hands and do what you want. Because this is not something you should have to deal with. But it's something that none of us should have to deal with. If you're willing to do this, you could get taken care of. And I was very much the kind of person who I'd go above and beyond my job, yada yada. And, knowing what had happened, it's this wasn't their fault. This is just a situation they're stuck with. Some customers made a mistake, and one employee who we don't know who it was, discovered the thing and was like, hell no. And they would have been the guilty party there. I was like, alright, fine. Now, again, because it doesn't open up to get, the cabin or whatever, the way I had to empty it out, because it also had, a lip for the trays, so I couldn't just, flip it over and dump it out. Plus, it'd be hard to do that. The only way to go was to, put on your glove and reach on down in there, and because, and the reason they chose me is because I was tall. So, I'd have my head, pressed against the cabinet so I could reach the bottom, get a handful of the muck, toss it in a bag, or it wasn't a spoon, but a scoop, and just one scoop at a time, clean all this rancid food out of the back of this, and I'd put in about 10-15 minutes, and I'd have to... Yeah, no, the correct answer is you take the cabinet, you huck it in the dumpster. There was no cabinet. What are you talking about? But I'd do it for 10-15 minutes until I thought I was going to just absolutely be sick and not be able to do it anymore. And then I'd go outside and I'd sit at a park bench for a good, 15-20 minutes while my stomach settled. Go back in there for another round. Wasn't worth it. I don't blame my boss, or I think someone had to do it, but... Putting that extra effort into, especially that company, the company themselves did some pretty terrible things later on that they got in a lot of legal trouble for. They had a pretty strong union there, and the company, in their infinite wisdom to try and save money, decided that they just, they had officially on the paperwork that they offered health insurance and all that as one of your perks for working there. And they decided to get rid of that, but, go ahead and keep it on the paperwork. And just stop offering insurance without telling anybody, despite still taking the money for that health insurance. Needless to say, that became a real big legal mess with immediately followed with a strike going on at the same time where all the union people just were like, okay, hard stop till this is resolved. That was a whole thing. I was out of that company before that whole fell out. But it's what'd you think was gonna happen? It's one thing if you're like, hey, we're dropping the insurance and dealing with the fallout of something like that. At least you're being honest about that when that happens. But you were just going to say it's there and it's not? It's that's pushing, criminal levels of things going on. 9:20 in the morning, time to go to bed. Yep. Yeah, it's pretty much looking like almost every other day, money-wise, I am getting to get another tile. I'm still waiting that any day now, we're gonna get, or whatever, it's 5, 10, 15 bonus tiles from hitting our first milestone money-making wise, which I thought was 1,000. I'm pretty sure it's 1,000. Now, what I might not be remembering from it is, you know what? I can actually look, not at the stuff there, but I can actually look at the settings here. I'm not changing any of them. We can actually check, because we actually see here all the stuff. So there's a reward section. So we have all this stuff here where every one of these will give us some tiles. But there was one here for hitting milestones. Money thresholds. Yeah, no, it's money thresholds. 1K is the first one. It doesn't say, like, what counts. I'm guessing what's happening is I'm thinking about the initial 500 bucks we got, plus we got a couple $100 here and there for quests. Maybe those thresholds are purely on shipped goods, which would still mean we're probably pretty close. Sadly, it's only 5 tiles. So, like, could you have made a better choice at the beginning buying your tiles? It's supposed to be this grindy. It's supposed to be this grindy. Like, if we consider our alternatives. If we consider the alternative tiles that we have, is I wasted 1 tile on the mailbox because I didn't do that efficiently. And then I wasted maybe 7 tiles, I would guess. Reaching the water for planting the parsnip. But, like, even that would only get me, like, maybe to the other side of the screen, and I'd still have to go back. As far as basic, only shipping counts for profit. Yeah. But it's kind of one of those things that, like, this is one of those challenges that's grindy right at the beginning. But once we get to Pierre's, the grind is going to drop in a big way. Because then I'm not just sitting here digging clay and hoping the RNG blesses us. I'm going to have crops in the ground. We can put the crops in the ground. When I finish for the day, I can easily turn around and, Same way, I can easily turn around and try and get there. I'm checking to see if there's any bushes nearby of these. And with the crops in the ground, I can guarantee I'm getting the payout every N days. And then we can use that to, you know, kind of bootstrap up a little bit more each day. Now, I could turn around with this as well and have changed the settings to be, like, because we're on the default settings. I could have for stream turned them down. It's always one of those things that's always tricky with some of that stuff because, like, for example, with this being the Tileman Challenge, which is a known challenge for the game, if I go into the Tileman Challenge and go, yeah, but I turned down the cost to be, like, 1/5 of what it is, then people coming for the Tileman Challenge are like, but you're doing it baby mode and all that. It's kind of one of those things that ruins the fun of the challenge, just because you have to constantly dealing with people popping in and being like, oh, well, you made it easier, and it's like, yeah, I mean, by all means, I should play it how I want to play it. But it is one of those things that ends up being too disruptive, just mitigating that kind of thing. It's the same one of the reasons why with Project Zomboid and RimWorld and a lot of those, there's a lot of mods and stuff that you could do to adjust the game to make it easier. And even quality of life, you'll have when you're running quality of life mods that don't even objectively make the game easier at all. You'll have people poo-poo it, which, again, stuff like that with the quality of life, they can go punch rocks. But it's always a little different with the challenge. It's like when I did the one painful year in Project Zomboid. One of the rules is you're supposed to run pitch black nights. And I was like, that could be fine for people doing the challenge, but for streaming, a screen that is solid black is really not fun to watch. Like, I've mentioned a number of times over the years that while that challenge was going on, was some of the best growth I had in the Project Zomboid category, because all of the people who were regularly streaming Project Zomboid who were doing that challenge, because it was like the hot thing in that moment, just people were tuning out of their channels because, like, I can't see anything, it's not fun. And, you know, I was doing the challenge, but I turned off the pitch black night because I'm like, look, I'm creating content. That's the point here. It's not purely about the challenge. And then you'd also have people come in and poo-poo. It's like, oh, well, you're not really doing it. It's like, well, that's fine. But it's also those things that challenge, my normal gameplay was harder than it. Okay. Hey, kid. The throat's about to be dry as a desert bone. I'm really thirsty for a pale ale. You got one? Regular old beer won't do. I need a pale ale. Pam. Cool. Yeah, so people were saying Abigail shows up at the bus stop in fall. Oh, there you go. 3 back-to-back. Oh, and I got another tile. That's all we need, is we just need RNG to have it, so I cut like one line across here, and we just get nothing but clay the whole time. And as a reminder, every time I introduce myself to an NPC for the first time, we're going to get an extra tile for that. We'll get tile for completing anyone's quests we get going on. We get tiles for maxing out skills and friendships and all that. Building a coop, we get tiles. Building your first barn, we get tiles. Donating stuff to the museum, we get tiles. Apparently the community center also gives us a bunch of tiles, for doing stuff there. That's a lot of ways to get tiles that aren't related to that. So I'm actually kind of expecting this to be a real big grind until I get right about to the town square. Because I want to say a good, like, half of the people do walk through that town square at different times of the day. Like, Evelyn goes through there. I don't think Gus does. But Evelyn goes through there, Alex goes through there, Emily goes through there, Haley goes through there, Jody goes through there, Caroline goes through there. I don't think Shane goes through there. Gus does on Sundays? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I was thinking the square just west of that, but I mean, it's ambiguous. Yeah, like the whole area. But you get the idea. It's not... Harvey goes through there as well. So we got 2 more. 1 more. But yeah, so everyone ends up cutting through that, almost everyone cuts through that part of town. So it'll just be once I get there, I'm just gonna get like an extra tile here and there. So the thought is once I get to the square, the push... Well, I thought Shane goes to the eastern part of the, eastern area more. That he doesn't actually go through the square, he kind of goes up and along to the right of Pierre's. Or no, what? You might be right, he might cut through that square. I was trying to remember where Shane actually passed up, because he goes up to Joja. Alright, so bear with me, chat. I do hear that Tuma's gone home, so I'm going to run downstairs, quickly warm up some soup and all that, and I'll be right back up. So it'll be a couple minutes. Okay, so we definitely earned 1,000 so far. I must have gone the 5 tiles and already used them. The next breakpoint, I think, is 5,000, that we get, like, another chunk of them. But the idea is we just keep going. Once we get to the square, which is just going to take some work, we're going to get a bunch more tiles real fast, and as soon as we get to Pierre's, the run opens up. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and step away, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes. And thank you again for tuning in.
Okay, sorry about that taking longer than expected. Just lost track of things a little bit. Stream cards, does the restart change anything? Yes, we are using a completely different mod than we were yesterday. So the pro and con of the new mod, well, so first, the new mod has a lot more to it, a lot more fleshed out, a lot better implemented. But when it comes to the kind of the end results of that, the raw expense per tile goes up faster as far as just straight up cash. But as sort of a counter to that, doing stuff like introducing yourself to an NPC gives you an extra tile for the first time. When you like max out a friendship, you get like a couple of tiles. When you finish a mission, you get a couple tiles. So you get the idea. So I've got more opportunities to get tiles from progression stuff that isn't straight up cash, but also the cash itself takes longer to do stuff. So where we're going on this right now, for those who missed where we were at, is we are trying to push real fast to Pierre's. Because unfortunately, until we get to Pierre's, our money making is awful. We are getting clay. Now, the good news is, once I get to the square and I can start introducing myself to everyone who walks through the square, that's probably going to be my better way of making, like, getting tiles than actually going for this. Because we'll be able to go there, and each new person I talk to gives me a tile. We can use that to hopefully get to Pierre's a lot easier. We get to Pierre's in approximately 3 streams. Oh no, we'll be there way before that. Like, I've got a handful of tiles to get across here. Because keep in mind, I also get extra tiles once we earn a certain amount of money. Eventually, our parents will send us $500, which will give me a couple extra tiles. It is definitely grindy on the start. But the expectation of what will happen is as soon as I can get to Pierre's, I have the ability to start reliably growing crops. Which means no more of this crap. That means I can put some crops in the ground. And once we get those crops in the ground, we can, you know, fast forward a bit, harvest them. Then, you know, that money ultimately turns into more crops and more land. Alright, well, that's still another tile tomorrow. That's fine. But that's why we're holding on to the plant fiber and everything, is if I can get enough materials for a scarecrow, then I get $100 for finishing the quest, that's normal. And then also get a couple extra tiles for doing the scarecrow quest as well. The issue is getting the plant fiber when I can't reach the bushes. But we got the coal, which is the one thing that would be the RNG part of it. Alright. And people mentioned that Abigail comes out here in fall, which is an extra tile we can get potentially there. Yeah, no, the grind is real. Come on, keep giving me that. I also realized I actually already have another tile's worth of money. Yeah, so reaching the point now, if I hadn't gone for the water, I'd be right around the edge of the bus stop. I don't think I'd be clear to the other side, but it would be about 8 tiles closer. On the other hand, I also might have like broken even because I wouldn't have the money from the parsnip.
Yeah, no, it definitely would have been behind because the parsnip also gave me the 2 or 3 or whatever tiles for completing the objective, plus like 400 or 500 gold worth of sales. Come on, 2 more. So we've got 3 more we can do, so 1, 2, 3. That's fine. Yep, turning in at 9 in the morning. Long day. Just that farmer's life. Now keep watching. Oh, we got... Yeah, keep watching because we get a stone and all that to get in range of here. That'll be good. Okay, so 2 clay gets me another tile. But yeah, and so I actually enjoy slow burn challenges. Like, people have seen me do the 0 to hero with no loans or leases or any of that in Farm Sim, where you do a lot of, like, just cutting down trees or mowing grass at the beginning while you have just the bare minimum. Like, I mean, that's kind of the pro and the con of Farm Sim now, is they introduced fishing with their last major expansion, which is a really nice addition. But, like, the fishing is actually incredibly good money. Very, like, and it's just, you know, you kind of go up to the shore and do the catches real fast. And for catching trash and throwing it back, or, you know, throwing back the fish, you know, for, you know, quote-unquote conservation reasons, you know, because certainly catching a fish and throwing it back is good for the environment versus not catching it in the first place. But, you can make, it's like literally millions of dollars doing that. And so, in some ways it kind of sucks because it really changes the dynamic of that challenge. I think it's good overall because at least active gameplay versus, you know, you can have it where you're just like mowing the grass and then waiting and all that. But as far as the early game part of that challenge, the moment you start fishing, you can have that money locked in real fast. Okay, so 4 more tiles. 3, 2, 1. And we got no clay at all. Alright. They just need to have Harvey show up and do like a wellness check. Be like, are you okay? You moved in and nobody's seen you in half a year. Just made sure you hadn't died or something. That it wasn't some like accident on the farm and no one was here for you or anything. Hey, Alistair! Thanks so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that stuff. But welcome in, raiders. So, what do we got? Let's see. And thank you for the follow. What a stream. We heard you have cheese. You are correct. This is Havarti. I do, in fact, have cheese. So, you have heard correctly. How are you doing? I'm doing good. We are doing a sweaty try-hard Stardew Valley challenge. And trying to make it work. And very, very, very slowly making progress. It is a very gradual progress that is occurring right now. Alright, so that'll be enough for another tile. Streamer's Nice made progress doing the Alchemy Factory. Nice! Alchemy Factory was a lot of fun. No, I'm not dead. I'm fine. Now, excuse me, I need to dig more holes. Yep. So, for those who are just coming in, well, first of all, check out Alistair. Do we get a shout-out for Alistair? Can we get a shout-out for Alistair real fast? But check out Alistair, another fantastic content creator on the platform, doing some Alchemy Factory, which is a really fun factory automation game. So, think of, like, Factorio or Satisfactory, but, like, when I say, like, small, I don't mean as in complexity or lack of depth. I mean small as in you look down on it, you are towering over it. But yeah, so check out Alistair. Absolutely fantastic content. Go check him out. Doing some Alchemy Factory, among other things. Does variety. But for everyone popping in here, if you are wondering why on earth am I going back and forth on the road in front of the bus stop in Stardew Valley and simply hoeing up dirt again and again and again, and you're going, what is happening here? Why would you do this? We are doing a sweaty tryhard challenge called Tileman. And you've probably noticed there's a faint grid over everything. That faint grid is tiles I'm not allowed to walk on. I physically can't walk on them because I don't own them. This is like if Electronic Arts took over a Stardew Valley and every single tile is effectively an MTX, a microtransaction. So any tile of land that we want to walk on, we have to buy. So I'm trying to get to Pierre right now, because that'll be when I could stop digging. So I have 100 gold. This tile costs 100 gold. Bam. Tangible progress. I can now walk on that tile. It is a very slow burn challenge. The good thing about the mod I'm using for this one versus I started a separate run of this yesterday and then the mod had problems. But this mod, while the price of the tile goes up a bit faster than the other one, this one has one major advantage in that the other mod was purely cash as the only way to get tiles. This one, however, the first time we introduce ourselves to someone, that's one free tile. If we max a relationship with someone, that's, you know, a handful of more free tiles. If we finish a quest, like all these little quests that we get over here, we finish any of these, that's a couple more free tiles. You get the idea. So the raw costs of just spending money to go, it ramps up way faster, but there are other opportunities. I'm not sure which of these two I'd consider harder. Like, the other one, obviously, I had made more physical progress on the map. Like, the other mod we tried yesterday, I had gotten a lot more progress so far as reaching locations and all that by now, because the tiles were cheaper earlier on. Whereas this one, I haven't made nearly as much forward progress. But at the same time, both of them, the cost of tile is going to amount to being pretty detrimental. That's kind of part of the challenge. And this one does give me other options. Now, granted, none of those options repeat forever. I didn't see the board notices listed there. But it is possible that maybe a board notice will give me a tile or two. I don't know. But we'll figure all that out. Sounds like it's challenging either way. Yeah. Considering we're wrapping up summer pretty soon, and I haven't been able to reach Pierre yet. Now, granted, to that end, we're going to bed about 9 a.m. because I'm running out of endurance to do, or stamina to do anything else. So, following time is very hard. Money? I'm gathering data in correlation between soil alkalinity and crop fructose levels. Long story short, I need a fresh melon from your farm. If you brought me one, I'd be ever grateful. Demetrius. Alright, as long as you're looking to have it in like 3 years, I'm sure we can have this happen. Oh good, the annual trout derby has begun. I'll see you in a year or two, I guess. Okay, so 2 more clay will buy me another tile. And the name of our farm is MTX Farm. We do have a dog called Pets DLC. That said, Pets DLC for some reason vanished when I named it Pets DLC. I'm assuming I don't have a Pets DLC then. For the record, there is no Pets DLC for Stardew. You just are supposed to get a free pet. But for some reason, naming the pet Pets DLC has made it vanish from existence, so I'm not sure what to say about that. And then our character's favorite thing is money. Hence why we have a mild green complexion with green hair and a green shirt. I actually randomized this, by the way. The only thing I changed is I changed the hairstyle. Did you name it Pets DLC brackets? There was no brackets. It was just all caps Pets DLC. Makes sense that it vanished because there's no Pets DLC. Yeah, I'm assuming something like the word DLC might have, like, because it is a thing in Stardew historically that if you took something and you named it another item, it would become that other item. I don't know if that's still a phenomenon in the game, but that used to be a thing. And so I'm assuming DLC triggered something there. Like, not that it actually became something that, like, maybe there's, like, an empty thing in the game files that, had they added a DLC, would be involved or something like that. Let's see, you have to actually name it the proper internal ID value for that to happen? Yeah. It might just be the space in there. Man, I'd be surprised if after all these years that a space would cause a problem and it either hadn't been patched by now or whatever. So generally, the name equals item thing happens. Didn't have a apostrophe? No, it was literally just pets, P-E-T-S, space, DLC, but all caps. Is the pet listed in the animal tab? Nope. Nope. The pet fully does not exist. Yeah, no, if it was a space thing, I would imagine that would have been, like, reported so many times by now. That would have been resolved. He ran away from home? Something like that. But the event did occur. Yeah. No, we did the event, we did agree to it, and then we did name the dog. Because you named the dog during the event. So we named the dog during the event Pets DLC. I picked a dog. The floppy ear dog, to be specific. And for the record, we did actually repeat that problem. Because we were messing with a different mod yesterday to do this, and the other mod had an issue. And it also disappeared when I named the dog Pets DLC last time, which was also the floppy ear dog. So it does have the ability to be repeated. So I'm not sure if you can toss a debugger against it, because I don't remember the modding situation, how that works tech-wise with Stardew. Because it is C#, you know, I think it's still XNA. But, so it is repeatable for what it's worth. Alright. Man, I could verify that, like, pet doesn't even show up in the pet list. Let's see, Smappy autolog stuff. You'd be curious to look at the stack trace there. Yeah, no, I mean, that'd definitely be something worth going into. I don't think I want to go into that on stream. Because definitely, like, digging into, like, debugging kind of logs type of stuff is, utterly riveting content. I say as I'm digging clay. It is what it is, man. Has anyone else replicated? Not that I'm aware of. Like, we just noticed it here. I mean, if someone wants to, literally all you have to do is boot up the game. Like I said, I chose the floppy ear dog. You go, I can't remember what day it is, like day 5 or something like that, or day 7 or whatever, that Marnie shows up with the dog, or cat, I guess. And then we're just naming it Pets Space DLC, all capitalization, no special characters outside of the space. So it shouldn't be too hard of one to recreate. You just have to, like, advance time really quickly to when Marnie's gonna show up. Which, like I said, I can't remember what day it is the first year, but it's something like day 5 or 7 or 8 or something like that. It's pretty early. One, 2, 3, and we're done. Okay. And we're definitely not buying any more of the house. Well, that's... Oh no, you can get some of those digging up the ground. Mystery boxes can now be found. Alright. That's gonna potentially weirdly be helpful for us. And green rain. Saw the weather report last night. I'm not sure what will happen, but if anyone wants to take shelter in the saloon, I'll keep it open all day, Gus. I'd love to take shelter in the saloon, Gus. Can you give me a ride or something? I don't know. Okay, we'll start by... Well... That's still more stuff that, Except I think you have to get clipped. Oh, that's right. They work like geodes. Okay, and there's none that I could reach here. Oh. Well, I got 3 moss for what it's worth. That's not much. But it's also not nothing. What quest? Crop research. I was kind of hoping we get lucky and have a tree or two, like, along my path that I could at least knock it down to get that wood. Because plant fiber, we're halfway to the scarecrow, which would give me another 100 gold, and a potential, I think it's like 2 tiles for completing a mission. We've got the coal. I'd also need the wood though, and I can't remember. I think it's like what, 50 wood? Yeah, it's 50 wood. Which is honestly not that bad. That's going to be like 2 trees. But I need them where I can get the wood. I mean, we've been really hoping we'd get lucky and get like an acorn or a pine cone or whatever. And I was going to put it on that corner so I could chop down the tree. And it would fall over to the other tiles I've got unlocked so we could actually collect stuff. Alright. One thing that'll actually help is if I remember correctly, you can pull up like the snow yams and all that when we get to winter if we're still struggling. I don't imagine. I'm guessing what's probably going to happen here is we're probably going to get a little ways into fall when I finally do reach Pierre's. We'll get a little bit of time to get some crops out of the ground. And I gotta remember what our options are for winter. Yep, no, I'm aware. Yeah, so we've been hoping is that we get an acorn or something to put on this tile so I can cut it facing left. That way I can go over here, because they only fall left or right, but it's based on your position. And unfortunately, the few trees we've had have been like along this side where I can only knock them that way, along this side where I can knock them that way. You can see like all the wood we had over here because I couldn't get to it from any other angle. So we scraped together a little bit of wood hoping for like an acorn or whatever. No luck. I should have just kept shoving the tree in hopes of getting an acorn or whatever. But I wanted to see if we could get lucky. We did not. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Do you have Forging 1 already? I do not. I'm probably pretty close. Oh, I forgot you can't check normally. I would guess we're right on the cusp of Forging 1. Ah, there's no speed drops without Forging 1? I wasn't aware of that. I've 100%ed the game in the past, like all achievements and all that, but it's a game that these days I kind of play on and off, like, you know, as updates drop or a challenge catches my interest or whatever. Otherwise, I tend to play a lot of variety. Okay, so that'll be enough for a tile tomorrow. Yeah, like one, maybe two more tree cut downs should give me the Forging 1. And then we can at least reliably get the acorn on the corner. That does give me at least some ability to get wood. Not efficiently, but once we get to Pierre's, most of our efforts going to be just into expanding the farm to be able to reliably make money at a decent rate. And once I get the money coming in at a decent rate, then we can start pushing for Clint. So we can upgrade tools, get sprinklers, that kind of garbage. 1, 2, 3, and we're done. You didn't get starter seeds? Oh, I used the starter seeds. And then we sold them. Well, not the seeds. We sold the crops that we got from the seeds. And then now I need to get to Pierre's to get any more seeds. Or get really lucky and get like a bush that sticks out. I can get some of the seasonal seeds. But we've been deliberately not hoeing along the sides so that the crops can grow out towards us. Or the bushes can grow out towards us, so hopefully, you know, we'll get a bush here I can snag some from. Farmer. You farmer roll Storge. My knee's acting up again. You know what helps? Rubbing the darn thing with a hot pepper. Trouble is, my supplies run dry. If you've got one to spare, I'd be much obliged. George. George, I'm currently being held prisoner at my own farm by the outrageous costs that it is to move just the tiniest bit of space here. There's our tile open. Might be a couple years, George, that's okay. Yeah, especially since with the path we'd end up taking, well, it would go like right along George's house, because it'd be we'd go to Pierre's, and then from Pierre's to make our way over towards Clint. I think the answer would be to go down towards the beach, then right to the museum, then up to Clint. because that would also make it so later on, if I need the beach for anything, which eventually I certainly would, that would be a route that we could certainly make happen. But getting access to the museum means as I donate to the museum, I'd occasionally get a couple free tiles here and there. Not that we're going to be the best source of donations with not having access to lost space, but hey, every once in a while I'll get like a geode to pop a gem. That kind of thing. But yeah, this time, unlike last time, the fishing pool will be massive, but it's so far away. Yeah, so when I was messing with this yesterday, I went immediately for the fishing pole. And that was a different mod, so we made better time. But I do also want to avoid being in the situation where, you know, wake up, go to the beach, fish all day, do that. I'd rather lean on the farming side of things just to keep it a little less tedious to watch. Like, fishing is solid. Maybe the lightning will knock down a tree close by. That would be potentially nice, but probably not. I'm not going to sweat it too much. As we leave most of the farm in the situation it's in, eventually this will keep growing denser and denser, and we'll be able to get stuff in range that I can potentially grab. I just have so many quests piling up because I can't do any of them. Now, you do have some growth of plants during the season, but the big thing is the season transition. The game at the season change does do a whole, like, alright, let's go and, you know, put a bunch of stuff in your farm, that kind of thing. So the hope is we'll get a bunch of bushes to be able to get our 20 plant fiber, and a tree or two we can actually get at. Imagine starting in winter. Well, that's what I'm thinking. If I recall correctly, so I know it used to be in winter there was like basically nothing you could grow on your farm without the greenhouse. And I was under the impression that, like with not even 1.6, I think it was like 1.5, they did add a couple things you could do at your farm during the winter. I don't remember what they are, but I thought there was more stuff there. I do know they have a thing that during the winter, where I'm just going around and hoeing like this, I believe you can occasionally get the winter yams and all that, or winter carrots or whatever it was, which at least gives me another possibility of getting, you know, getting, like, crops or whatever. I could always grow the winter seeds. The winter, like, forageable seeds? Where you use forageables to make the season seeds, then you plant those and grow those? That's what you're talking about? Because the challenge there would be getting one of each of the things to craft those seeds. Especially considering I'm going in with the, I'm going to have foraging skill of, like, 1 or 2 by the time winter comes around. And I believe those need to be, you know, considerably higher. Alright, so somewhere on the property a tree exploded. Unfortunately, not near me. Yeah, because that was the... When I'm doing not this challenge, while you can... Like, some of the strategies were to, like, go into fishing super hard for early game money. I always preferred going with the foraging route, because it could be both... You know, like, there's an active aspect to it, where you do your round, you grab all your forageables, and then when you get enough of them, you could convert those into seeds and plant the seeds. And, like, while you're waiting for the seeds to grow, you can just go and do more Wait a second. Okay, that's not the cool illusion. I thought there was a bush behind the tree, like, on the path. which I was like, there shouldn't be one. Alright, 2 more clay buys me another tile. Come on, man. Trying to remember what happens that triggers your mom sending extra inheritance from grandpa. I thought that was based on sales. Maybe it is, and it's like $5,000 or something. Because that would give me a quick 5 tiles. I can't wait till we can actually reach... Well, okay. So, we do know Abigail comes out here during the fall. I think she chills, like, right here. So definitely be worth it for one of those days. If we can remember which day it is that Abigail actually does that during the fall. Even if it's late in the evening, it might be worth it to just stand around till she gets out there. To get the free tile from introducing ourselves to her. Alright. Oh, no, that's fine, Kugan. This is a game that... For a game like this, I'll probably use Drongo's backseating rules. Which are, 1, if you backseat, be right, or I'll make fun of you. I'm not literally going to do that, but that's kind of Drongo's rule. It's like, hey, if you're going to backseat, at least be right about what you're backseating with. And then, like, you know... Just generally, like, there's, with backseating, generally speaking, if it's a game I'm very familiar with, I'm okay with people being like, oh yeah, you know, this is a thing that can be done. Or, like, that's a thing that can be done. Or, yeah, I think that's on Tuesdays that they come out. Like, that's all cool. Now, if a person's like, you need to go there and do this, that's when you get to the not good backseating, when you're kind of telling me what to do. But, like, no one's crossed any lines here, but I'm just saying, yeah, like, if you look it up, that's totally fine with this. I won't be upset about that. This is a game, like I said, I've done every achievement in the game. I've done, like, the Ridgeside Village and Stardew Valley Expanded and all that stuff. So, yeah, I don't remember all the details, but... Dear old Storge, tonight, around 10 o'clock p.m., a rare, beautiful event will take place that you won't be allowed to see. The Moonlight Jellies will be passing Pelican Town for their long journey to the south for the winter. We're all gathering except for you at the beach to watch. You really shouldn't miss it, but you're going to. Won't see you tonight, Demetrius. That sucks to be you, nerd. Let's see, so the mail from your parents is gold earned base, you are correct, at 5k and 15k, but wasn't... What's different is based on your gender? Oh, weird. Yeah, because usually gender in the game doesn't really affect much. I want to say you can have the same outfits regardless of gender. Male players get it from their mom, female players get it from their dad. Yeah, that one, like, which parent sends it to you, sure. The fact that it's a different amount is, like, a weird thing. Huh. That's such a weird detail to be different. Because otherwise, like, generally, like I said, as far as I'm aware, for the most part, gender doesn't seem to be, like, at all meaningful between the two, like, in the game. As a female used to be for speedruns, because the cookies can be annoying to get, and it can appear in the remix bundle. Ah. Dad likes to give rocks, Mom likes to give sweets. That was something I was never aware of. Let's see, at 32,000, there's a mail from parents without item. At 120, there's another mail where the mail gets a pink cake. People gets like 30 stone. Thanks, Dad. Yeah, honestly, the gifts are very dad and mom-like. It's just funny that's based on your gender. Yeah, no, that's what it's like, just... I'd never heard that before. Hey, farmer, come join us for the fun. The farmer aggressively tilling. Yep. Alright, come on. Give me some bushes and trees I can reach. Literally none. The torment. Eventually. Okay, Abigail, when do you show up here? Because I'm assuming it'll be like a day of the week kind of thing. Because that's usually... Because basically there's a couple things that tie into when characters show up where. Weather will impact where they show up. Day of the week will impact what they when they show up. Obviously, time of day. And then season. There are a couple of things that... A couple of characters will have some changes based on, like, different events having occurred. Like, did you finish the community center yet? If so, then this. There's, like, one or two that change based on the year. Because, like, you know, year 2, Kent comes back. And some of the Vincent's routes change a little bit on his moving around to be with Vincent. Or no, not Vincent, Kent. And I do not mind if someone would let me know when Abigail's going to be at the bus stop. Because I don't want to stand out here and wait till like 10 p.m. at night only to realize it's the wrong day. Look it up? Well, thank you. Because that's one of the things that, other than looking it up, all I could do is stand here each day of the week until it happens. And that's cutting into valuable plowing time. One, 2, 3. Apparently 4. Okay, we'll drop this off in the meantime. I wonder. Yeah, I have to be tile closer. We'll give her a second to like 10 a.m. or whatever. So I want to say it was like late morning or early afternoon I remember being here. Only on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturdays. Not during rain. She arrives at 2:20 p.m. Also not on the 6th, 16th, 11th, or 25th. That is okay. A whole range of considerations. So it's Tuesday. So all that really means for our purposes is this Tuesday, after we finish, you know, plowing the dirt until our hands bleed, that we will stand around for a minute for Abigail to show up. Because by talking to her for the very first time, it will give us an extra tile. because you get one bonus tile the first time you introduce yourself to a character. Yeah, we only care for the first day. Like, obviously it'd be good to max out friendship because that gets me a couple of extra tiles. But the thought of maxing out my friendship with Abigail by simply dialoguing her like every other day. Yeah, no, exactly. Like dialoguing her every other day to get like the 1 or 2 points in relationship sounds like agony. I remember doing that the very first time I played Stardew, because it was down to like just getting like friendship stuff sorted. So it's just memorizing everyone's paths and talking to every single person that wasn't maxed out each day, and then giving them a gift as able. Definitely learn to not bother with that crap and instead just, you know, give them gifts on their birthday. And if you're trying to like make it go faster, you give them their 2 gifts. And then you promptly ignore their existence for that. Yeah, it was always a weird choice to have relationship decay. I don't think it's necessarily a bad mechanic because it's pretty easy to counter. But it's always just kind of one of those things of just being like, okay, but really, is forcing the person to be like, you know, you hadn't talked to Pierre in a while. You should really go do that. Otherwise, Pierre might stop liking you. It's pretty slow decay. It's effectively simulating essentially ghosting someone. Yeah, no, I get for the realism side of things. But as the player, it's like, if you're going just hard on like building up your farm and making like a vineyard and you're not like, you're done socializing for right now, it kind of sucks to go back and be like, wait a second, I lost some progress here. Alright, we'll drop off the clay real fast while we wait for Abigail. Because we want to catch her. Because I want to say she stops here, right along the fence, or like right along here somewhere. So we want to make sure we catch her while she's walking by, because if she gets to that spot, I have to wait for her to get, you know, to come back. So we want to catch her on the route out. It's going to take a couple of minutes for her to show up. The good news, I only have to do this once for Abigail. And once we've introduced ourselves, I'm not going to bother talking to her again and again. I might talk to her if it's convenient I have to be walking by. But it's nothing that would make a priority. I want to say officially, so far as our character... Yeah, we have officially game mechanic-wise, we know Marnie, Robin, and Lewis. She goes home at 5 p.m. Yeah, no, I'm not too worried about that. We'll catch her at this 2 whatever passing time. And that'll be fine. And that means we'll get 2 tiles. Well, we'll get 1 tile today and then another tile tomorrow. Because we'll get enough for buying another tile. As we just stare into the distance, just... We're definitely just like a troll just blocking the road. Gonna make her answer questions if she wants to go by. Because an entire day, I want to say it's something like 15 or 20 minutes if you like literally max out the day. Not counting pausing the day through dialogue or whatever. Because the days go relatively fast. Alright.
as the farmer just stares out into the middle distance, contemplating their existence. Where they moved in this town, that there's a tax for every single tile of earth you stand on. You gotta pay a tax. There you are. Target sighted. I try to help out in the shop most days. Business has been pretty bad since Joja Mart opened, though. Aw, yeah. Freebie tile. Boom. Thanks, Abigail. You've given me free progress. It just cost me like 4 minutes of standing around waiting. That means we can now quantify the exact value of a conversation with Abigail. That the exact value of a conversation with Abigail is 100 gold. But just the first time, apparently. Dear Rual Storge, I'd like to give my cows some special treat. They're such good girls and hungry, too. Could you bring me one bunch of amaranth? They love the stuff. Thanks, dear. Marnie. We do have a maple seed. That'll be perfect. Well, okay, I gotta remember, if I hit that with an axe, do I get the seed back? Because I want to move it one tile to the left if I can. Because from here, I'm not certain I can reliably make it fall to the left. But there I can 100% reliably do it. Even if it goes right, I can probably get close enough to collect it. We'll leave it alone. I don't want to accidentally, mess it up. And thank you for the 7 stream streak, Amazing Mousy. I do appreciate it. Do hope you've been enjoying the stream. The edge. It's getting closer. But you don't remember if the hoe or the axe get the seed back, and whether it works without forging one. Yeah, so I think we leave it alone, because I do think regardless whether it goes left or right, we'll probably be able to reach at least most of the drops, if not all of it. So I'd rather take the guarantee I'm going to get some than we whack it and we end up destroying the seed, and then that's that. Alright, so we need 2 more clay. You know what? I'm doing the back and forth way to avoid misclicks like that, but... it doesn't really make a difference which way you do this. Like, you could manipulate RNG in the past, but they've kind of patched that out in the same way. I'm also trying to remember if different tiles had different rates. Because this is one of those games that there's a lot of that kind of information that's wrong. That, people be like, oh yeah, it definitely changes the rates. And it ends up not being a thing, but there's also a lot of that information that is also true. So we did get an entire tile's worth of clay today, so that's good news. Alright.
And another tile is ours. And one more clay will be enough for another tile tomorrow. Okay. I'm just going on the idea that if I hit this tile, I'll get more clay than if I don't. I'm pretty sure that's not true. But just something to mix up the way I'm approaching it so I'm not just going back and forth all day. This you can imagine someone strolling up, and what this is effectively doing is you've got someone who is digging a hole, and then they're filling the hole in, and then they're digging the hole again, in the hopes of finding something. And you're just watching this madness happen. And then they get excited, of all things of pulling out of the hole, just a wad of clay. The only place that has a bigger clay rate is the mine. Yeah, and I remember if you go to the dirt in the mine, it has its own drop tables that are considerably different. Which I don't imagine it would make any sense at all to try and make it to the mine for purposes of clay. Considering that would be bankruptcy levels of money to get clay. And we're definitely, if we're still doing anything with clay and we're anywhere near the mine, this run has long since been quit. There's grindy, and then there's whatever the heck that would be. And that's just enough for another tile. Then celebrates by going to bed and doing it again tomorrow. Exactly. If anything, I hear that's kind of what it's like to be a farmer, is to do a bunch of work, and then go to bed and wake up, and then kind of do the same thing again until you finish, like, sowing your field or whatever, and then you get to the next process, and then you do, like, several days of just busting your butt doing that repeating process. You know, again, until the next one. The classic, you harvest during harvest receive and all that stuff. Alright. What does the grid show? Tiles I don't own. That I cannot walk on. Because we're doing a challenge called Tileman, that basically every tile I want to walk on, I have to spend money for the privilege to be on that tile in the anywhere. So you'll see I have just like a tiny little row of tiles I own right here in the middle, and then there's the grid all around that I have to buy. And we go to take our buy tool and I mouse over it, it's 100 gold per tile now, and the price does go up as we go along. So right now what we're trying to do, for those who have missed the lead up to here, is we've got access to our water, we've got access to our cell bin. We're trying to reach Pierre, because once I reach Pierre, I can buy seeds. And once I can buy seeds, I can reliably make money that doesn't involve me digging it for clay. Because the bulk of our money so far has been clay, with the occasional side thing like doing a mission objective, or other like little side thing that we can get money. That's because in Stardew, normally at the beginning, you can get the fishing pole right away from, like, day 2, you can get it from, like, Willy. So you have the choice of doing forageables, fishing, doing your farm stuff. You got, like, tons of options of how you want to make your money at the beginning. Clay, I guess. But with this challenge, because I can't reach Pierre's to get the seeds, I can't reach the beach to get the fishing pole, and the forageables are scattered around the map, so I can't reach any of them, really. My options are clay or clay. You got 1, 2, and we're done. If we can get a little bit more plant fiber and wood, we can build the scarecrow. That'll finish a quest that'll give me 2, I think it's like 2 free tiles plus 100 gold, so effectively 3 tiles. And then I'll also have the scarecrow for when we plant crops. Is there an alternative to clay? Oh, there is an alternative to clay? Well, I mean, I guess you could grow trees if you can get an acorn or whatever. Not sure what else I could be doing right now. Because if I can get an acorn or whatever, I could plant a tree, wait for it to grow, and then do that. Let's see. Super sleep for natural tree spread. Cut them down to get forage 1. Repeated planting, cut them down. It boils down to the same kind of time, though. Gotcha. Yeah, and that's also, like, doing lots and lots of sleep to, make your farm get taken over more and more. Which is kind of happening naturally as we're doing this. Because of how many days we're going through, just plants are spreading. Regardless, both of them are going to be a bit on the grindy side. But as soon as we get to the square, we can introduce ourselves. We'll get a, good probably half dozen to a dozen tiles relatively quickly catching people walking back and forth through the square. Alright, 3 more gets me another tile. We're down to 7 tiles to the edge. And you usually don't need to get all the way to the edge. Like you'll notice back on the left there's one set of tiles farther. So I'm probably looking at 5 to 6 tiles gets me to town. And then once we get to town, it'll take me a little bit to be able to reach NPCs, but the moment I start being able to reach any NPCs, okay, so 1, 2. But the moment we get, like, able to start reaching the NPCs, I should be able to push to be able to reach a couple more pretty quickly. The farm is so incredibly taken over. But that'll be good when it comes time to actually, because we're buying the tiles, the speed of which I'll be slowly spreading on the farm. It's going to be a slow clear anyways. Alright, so if we get 3 clay today, we get a new tile. 2 more to go. Okay. I'm rushing it, I'm missing it. That was the reason I was doing the long runs instead of switching back and forth. You probably noticed I messed up the whole thing a good couple of times there, so I waste stamina just not getting anything. Which are not really in any meaningful time crunch so far as like year 1 or 2 or anything like that. This is one of those challenges you really care about real time more than in-game time, because like you're not gonna say you're trying to like min-max each day and get every little bit out of every little hour. It's just easier to just advance the next day and just take on the next day right away. Alright, so it's one shy of getting another tile tomorrow, but that's okay. I'm also going to save what little sap we have for fertilizer to try and max what we get out of any crops I plant. Hello, it's blackberry season right now. The bushes are full of them. I want to pick some, but I lost my basket. Can you help? Hello, person I've never met before. No, I can't actually help you. And now I'll get to stare at the blackberries. Just slightly too far for us to reach. Alright. Okay, that means we get another tile tomorrow. That'll be good. Because we've identified it's 5 or 6 tiles. And then we reach town. And then when we reach town, like I said, it'll be a couple of tiles. I think Vincent goes pretty close to the far left by where that little park area is. So I think Vincent might be one that we can get at to relatively easy. The big challenge is without knowing their paths and all that on any given day. Kind of guessing which days it's going to be worth it for me to be like, all right, let's just camp out and introduce ourselves to people to get more space. And which days like, yeah, but no one's going to come by here this day, so let's just not worry about it. All right. Okay, so you've got enough energy for one more hit with the hoe. And now we're spent. Okay, that'll be another tile tomorrow. And also, every time we do that, we're getting a little bit closer to getting Mom to send me some money. And with any luck, we'll get this tree up here. Be able to use that to make some money. Dear old Storge, 1 year from today we're holding the Stardew Valley Fair in the town square. It's the biggest event of the year, drawing people from all across the country to humble our town. If you'd like, you can set up a grange display for the event. Just bring up to 9 items that best showcase your talents. You'll be judging the quality and diversity of your display. The fair starts at 9 a.m. You don't want to miss it. And you will. Mayor Lewis. Sweet pocket money from Mom. Absolutely. 9-hole clay. Whoa, 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 whoa. You think we're going to be able to spare that clay? 9-hole clay. 9-hole clay, I will have you know, is 1 and like 80% of another tile. Please, it's right here. You're right there. Come on. Just really reach. Okay. Hey, Infinity, how's it going? Okay, so 3 more clay gets me another tile. Yeah, I'm imagining by the time we get to the town square, who would we not be able to get there? We wouldn't be able to get, the wizard. The wizard doesn't go there. Lewis doesn't go, or sorry, Lewis does. Linus doesn't go there. Oh, does Clint go through there? He probably does. He probably goes to the fountain at some point a year I can't think of. But usually in the morning he's almost always at his blacksmithy. And in the evenings he tends to go to the bar. 1, 2, 3. And that's another tile worth of clay. The types of games can always make you feel nostalgia whenever there's a festival. You want to experience such wholesome events in real life. Yeah, there's a lot of those festivals are not as common thing. Any festival that you can get to by entering the town will have all but the wizard, but that will be a while yet. Yeah, but also I would need to be able to move around in there because almost all the NPCs, with like 1 or 2 exceptions, stay in one spot, and it'd have to be able to reach all of those. Yeah, and if we get to the saloon, we can catch a bunch there as well. Alright, 3 or 4 tiles. Do you have to buy the tiles in the festival? So unless the festival has its own special area, it would have the same unlocked tiles as the town. But that's me assuming that this mod works the same as the last mod, which isn't a safe assumption. Does you honestly struggle through the festival because you knew you're limited as to what you can manage to do? At least during the winter festival, that was the point when you stopped your last run. You couldn't cope with feeling like you're missing out on too much or not managing to do much to achieve as much as you could. Well, most of the festivals, you can take your time and you don't have to sweat about it. The winter festival is the only one that, because it's not, like, as a festival, it mechanically doesn't work like a festival, in the sense that while you're in a festival, time is paused in Stardew normally, the winter festival being the exception. And that could be kind of it can be kind of one of those things that's annoying. Usually the kind of thing with a lot of this is, I find Stardew Valley, if you're trying to do everything in a timely manner, you can make the game needlessly stressful to a point of potentially robbing it of fun, because you start really feeling like you have to min-max, you have to, like, maximize the use of your time, you know, make sure at the end of the day your stamina is basically spent and it's almost 2 in the morning. Like, you get into that kind of mindset, and if you enjoy that, great. But you can get to yourself where you kind of rob yourself of the fun of the game by kind of just putting too much pressure on you. That's interesting. So, 1, 2, and you're done. So usually it's kind of like, what am I working on right now? Okay, that's what I'm working on. Don't worry about trying to get all the things done. Just focus on what you're working on right now. And then, okay, now it's time to make the decision of what you're working on. What is the thing that you think is going to be the most time-limited one? So, like, okay, you're trying to grow all the crops. All right, well, that means I got to care about the seasons, so let's focus on trying to make sure I grow the crops for the season. Because, yeah, you can rob yourself of joy in this game by just putting too much on your own shoulders. And it's really easy to do that. And it's not even a Stardew thing. It's honestly a thing that like this whole genre has as kind of an issue. Is as they put more and more broad systems that you can kind of engage with, that's just things that split your attention more and more directions.
Thank you Zidian_ for subscribing for 49 months. 49 tiles worth of subs.
If only it were 40... There's your Twitch integration run. Every sub unlocks a tile. And thank you Zidian for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. That's 49 months you've been subbed to the channel. A heckin' long time, and I really do appreciate that continued support. It means a heck of a lot. Hope you enjoy your advertising free viewing as well as access to the emotes. Yeah, very true. You try your best not to min-max yourself or put pressure on that, but your fear of missing out just becomes too much, more to a competitive game like Stardew. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Tile locked Easter egg hunt is going to be crazy. Well, I think what's going to happen is a lot of those things like the Easter egg hunt, we're just not going to do. Like, it would cost me way too much to be able to even make that a possibility. That all my resources are better applied to other things. Stardew crowd control do sound fun. I mean, that's been a thing. I've not personally done it. Because a lot of those ones... You run to a situation where it's like, okay, if you let the things of crowd control have any real substance in a game like this, it can be very not fun. Like, if you can have it affect relationships, or you can have it affect the character that like knocks them out and all that kind of stuff, it can really rob the game of a lot of the enjoyment. It's really tricky with stuff like crowd control. Like the more invested you're going to be in the run of whatever you're doing, the worst crowd control having any real substance can be. And it's one of those things that, like, yeah, you want to... Part of the draw is that you do stuff and it does impact the game, certainly. That's not wrong. But there's also situations where if the impact is too severe, you can kind of rob the fun for everyone else by, like, just derailing things because the crowd control is just too powerful. You can do a lot with just speed buffs and all in the game. Yeah, that's fair. Well, that's kind of one of those things is like, it's always tricky to navigate like how much should crowd control impact things. Because like people talked about doing crowd control with Project Zomboid and like longer runs and all that. It's like you just don't do that because then someone could sink $100 to practically guarantee a kill of your character. And sure, you know, you make that $100, so like, from a financial side, that makes sense. But for people who are interested in seeing where the run goes, that one person has gone to unilaterally rob everyone else of that, and it's always a tricky. I don't do a lot of Twitch integration stuff. It's not never, but I usually do that as like a reward, unless it's Twitch integration that's like has no substance, like if we're doing a city builder, it just automatically names the citizens after chat. Like, that's kind of a nothing burger. I'll turn that on. But, like, if it's something like Rim Connect, where Rim Connect, you know, people can basically kill your colony if you're not careful about it, that'll do that, but it'll be like a one-off stream, because usually I have a really bad headache by the time I'm done with a Twitch integration stream of that thing, because the whole stream, there's just, like, no chill. Everything's at 11. And, honestly, it can be fun for, like, a one-off, but I do find a lot of people very quickly fatigue of that kind of content, too. But yeah, people being able to, like, buff and nerf the character, like, movement speed and all that kind of stuff with that kind of stuff, I can see that being, you know, a nice compromise where it does impact the game, but it's not like I've seen games in this genre that have crowd control for it, where it'll usually be like a really expensive thing, like you drop $100, but it just knocks out the character instantly. And you'll have one person sit there, they'll go to like Skull Cavern, they'll start their work, and they'll just knock the character out the moment they get going. And then, you know, they'll start the next day, they'll get like their 10-20 minutes, get the cave going, and then they'll knock out the character. And sure, from the side of making money and all that kind of stuff, they're making a lot of money doing that, but it sucks the joy out of everyone else's fun when they're like, they want to see them progress, and it's just instantly killing you the moment you do that. Your viewers don't like you. Bro gets lots of help when playing. Well, to be fair, when I do Twitch integration, a lot of times chat is very supportive. Like, to be clear, we usually have like one or two people sabotaging while everyone else is being like genuinely trying to do stuff helpful. But especially like with RimWorld, people can quote unquote hug you to death. Where they're doing all these things and giving you all this helpful stuff, and it's just exploding your wealth, and they're genuinely trying to be helpful. But it's like, you need to understand, you are killing me right now. You're giving me all these cool things, and our characters do not have the levels to fight where they can put this stuff to use. We're right here at the edge of the map. Yeah, like that's the first tile we can't. Right there at the edge. We've almost made it to town. And it'll be 4 pieces of clay to unlock the next tile. It's okay, I'll send 100 boom rats to help you out. Yeah, nowadays stuff like that is easy enough to handle. You take the boom rats, you like zone them to a spot, and you're like, this corner, that's the boom rats room. What do? Nothing. We just let the boom rats room sort itself out. We leave a door open in the direction of where I expect raids to come, and let these two things sort each other out. But yeah, no, the classic would be, you know, someone sending you like 100 fertilized chicken eggs or whatever. And then you just turn around and you can't even like slaughter the chickens fast as they're reproducing. You can get ahead of it. Nowadays, like the auto thing, but then the issue is all your, like, you have like dedicated staff who their only job is to slaughter the animals that chat is sending. So then you go into stuff like Rim Connect and go, okay, people are not allowed to send me chickens or ducks or, you know, fertilized eggs for these animals, or, and it becomes this whole thing of trying to figure out what thing is someone going to come up with next to try and troll so you can limit it, because there's definitely, like, you want people to be able to impact it, like that's it, but there's definitely some stuff that people can redeem that seems benign, but it's like, no, really, actually that's very bad. Versus like the tornado generator, like triggering a tornado, you're like, no, I could see that that'll kill a bunch of people, you know, that's either going to be off limits or it's going to be hugely expensive. Or have other type of limitation to it. Come on. I just went to town. We're so close. Just need 3 more clay, and that's our next tile. Alright. Because honestly, also, if we get to Pierre's, you can just practically hang on Pierre's for a couple of days and get a good, like, 60, 70, 80% of the town figured out. I want to say there's also a bonus for introducing yourself to everybody, like not just the regular quest where there's an additional bonus for getting extra tiles for completing it, because that's going to be one that's going to take effort, because you have a lot of people who are easy to catch, and you have a lot of people that they kind of only hang on 1 or 2 places. Would you please give me clay? Stares at Sebastian. Oh yeah, no, Sebastian's rough with that. Because Sebastian chills in his room for like 90% of the time. Once in a while, he'll go visit Sam. Once in a while, he goes and he stands by the water to smoke. And once in a while, he goes to like, goes up by the train, I believe also to smoke. He's got like one or, oh, and he goes to the bar as well. But it is one of those things that like, just on any given day, you're like, where's Sebastian? I'll just go check his room. Yup. Well, that was a bust of a day. Gonna get to year 2 and Grandpa's gonna be like, well, I didn't expect much, but, you know, I do feel a little let down. Dear all Storge, just want to remind you that the Stardew Valley Fair is happening tomorrow. Don't forget to bring your 9 items for the Grange display. Remember, the fair starts at 9 a.m. in the town square. See you there. Or not, Mayor Lewis. If you can't get into his room, well, too bad. Yeah, no, Sebastian is one of the worst ones for that. There was someone else I remember who was a real pain in the butt to meet up with. There was some that were really, really easy. Like, Emily's very, very easy to meet up with. She has, like, one part of her schedule where she'll stay in her room a little late into the morning. But that's, like, the worst she gets. Otherwise, she's almost always at the bar, because she works there and all that, and like, almost every afternoon, evening. So she's really easy to find. Haley also does the same thing where she chills in her room for a good while, but then usually she's either by like the ice cream stand or by the river or whatever. So she's fairly easy to reach as well. Alex is almost always out and about, with the only exception of when he's lifting weights in his room. So he's easy to do. Gus and Evelyn are also super easy to catch. Yeah, Leah does spend a lot of time in her house/room. But I do find that she does spend a lot of time just like standing out by the river and all that. They're never too much. Harvey was one I also had a lot of problem with. Harvey was another one that like, he'll be at the doctor's office. Yeah, Elliot, that's the other one. Elliot was another one that, you know, he goes, like, he'll have it, like, per certain time of the year, where he'll have certain hours he leaves his house to go to the beach, and then spends the entire rest of his time in his house. And there's, like, another part of the year that he'll visit the library. If you're thinking about yesterday's stream, the mod we were using yesterday had problems that we had to start over with a different mod. I did a bunch of research before stream and got a mod that actually is well implemented versus the one yesterday. Like, when I went to boot up the save, a bunch of stuff was just different. I was like, okay, cool. So we are using another mod that, it's harder in a lot of ways, in that the tiles are getting much more expensive much faster, but there is some silver lining just in that there are more ways than just money to get tiles, that as we do different progression things, I'm thinking that tile, that once we get there, we probably can path to the next area. That, like, every time we introduce ourselves to someone for the first time, that's 1 tile we get for free. Each time we do a little quest, that's 2 tiles we get for free. Put enough stuff in the museum, that's a couple tiles there. And you get the idea. So instead of it being just money, there's a couple other options. Now, I don't think many of those options are repeatable. Like, most of them, like, introduce yourself. Once you've done it, you've done it. But at least it gives us some things we could do. But overall, the tiles are just more expensive in this one. We gotta be got to be a bit more strategic. I've also kind of, from that last one, changing my approach. We're not going to be going to the beach right away for fishing because, my god, do I not want to stare at the fishing minigame as long as it would take to make any meaningful progress in this. We are going to be leaning hard in on the farming side of things. And so my intention is, as soon as we can get to Pierre, we buy all the seeds we can, we plant as much of the farm as we can, and we kind of just keep doing that cycle. And unlocking a bit more and a bit more of the farm to hopefully make a bunch of money. To give us the ability to unlock more of the farm. Once we get to a point with the farm that I'm like, okay, like I need, you know, sprinklers and all that to make this manageable. Like we get the farm to a size where that starts to become something I really need to be considering. At that point, we're going to push to Clint. And we're just gonna buy our ores. We're not gonna bother fussing around with the mine and all that. Well, there's the Stardew Valley Fair. I was probably within one tile of being able to actually go there and then stare at a distance at everyone else having fun and probably getting trapped in the tile and having to restart the day when I'm stuck in purgatory. Okay. Like, this mod also includes an undo button, so if I accidentally buy a tile, I can undo that purchase. So that's nice. The other mod, we bought a number of tiles by accident. Because that one, anything I go up to one of those tiles and I left click, I would buy it if I had the money. This one, there's a specific item here that is the tile tool, that the tile tool buys tiles. I'm getting a little scared because we're not super far from the next time the tile prices go up. And they're going to go up by a lot. But that's part of why I want to have the farm side sorted. Because then at least we can make the money. I do wonder, I'm trying to think if there would be a decent way to get the ore, like not even reliably, but at like any okay-ish rate that doesn't involve the mine or Clint himself. Because I know if you break rocks, you have a small chance of getting ore, and you have a small chance of getting geodes that give ore, but ultimately the geodes require you to have access to Clint. Okay, and this will be another tile tomorrow, so good chance tomorrow we get to access town. Now there is a very solid possibility we step onto town and then realize I can't actually walk back because we ran into that in the other mod. I'm hoping this one handles that better, so we don't get trapped. But then we might take a moment to kind of like check people's pathing to see like if we can catch anyone. That tree should be growing. Yeah, that tree should grow very soon. One more. So close. And I need 5 clay. I get 5 clay. Like we're down to like literally the end of what could possibly be for reaching town. And once we get to town, we could just start talking to anyone to just get like one tile after the other and push towards Pierre. And I cannot wait to be able to buy seeds. Alright. Then we'll just start growing stuff, make what money we can. There's a good chance when winter arrives, we might just be going for a long nap. We'll see. If I can forage up like the winter yams and all that on any reasonable level, that's at least an option, great. If I go through a day and we're just sitting there like just getting the clay kind of thing, like we've been doing during the winter, we might just sleep through winter, wait to spring, and start fresh in spring, and get the farm going, to just not be sitting here doing this forever. Alright, you're done. Okay, let's still 2 clay. 3 more is probably what we need to get to town. Rual Storge, I'd like to buy a pumpkin from you. My daughter and I want to carve a jack-o'-lantern for the upcoming Spirits Eve Festival. Carolina. That is a lovely thought. Real solid parenting thought there. Honestly, good on you. Definitely, you know, family get-together, carving pumpkins. Sounds like a really good family bonding kind of moment. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen. I would have needed to plant the pumpkins a while ago, and that didn't happen. And I also can't get to Pierre to buy the seeds anyways. So that's just gonna be what it is. Alright, 3 clay, come on. Let me go to town. Let me mix up the gameplay. Let me talk to people. Let me free. Just in the middle of winter, just be like, here's your pumpkin. I mean, not even winter, like, it'd be fall next year, like, beginning of the year. It's like, here's your pumpkin. And you're like, what? You didn't give me a deadline. You didn't set any expectations. You just said you wanted to buy a pumpkin, and I'm here with my pumpkin. Play Harvesting Simulator? Yep. Please, for the love of everything, give me clay. Thank you. I appreciate you humoring me on my complaints. Now, if you could follow it up with 2 more, that'd be great. Yeah, I complain to get more. I've noticed very much in these games, it does very genuinely seem like the moment I complain about something is the exact moment I get what I want. That until I am complaining about it, it's not happening. It's just reinforcing in me that the behavior that's appropriate is to just complain about everything, and you'll get everything you want in life. Sometimes more true than we care to admit. Well. Alright, 2 clay. 2 clay gets us our next tile. Come on. That goes to time around. Well, like I said, in my initial testing, I was pulling on average about 3 clay a day. You know, some days it'd be 2, some days it'd be 4, and you'd have the occasional outlier. But that's what I was finding per day. But we have had it kind of all over the place with this one, where we've had like multiple days where we got none, and then we get a bunch of days where we reliably got 3, 4, a couple days where we get 6, and you know, like 6 or 7 of them. All right, 1 more clay. But it's been... There we go. Alright, so tomorrow we get another tile. Ah, yes, the ever-faithful secret luck staff. Yeah, I did get the UI information mod. So you'll notice up here, we actually do have a little icon that says, "You're feeling lucky today." So basically it gives you the same kind of information you get from the television, where it doesn't give you like the actual stat. You can turn it on so it does. But it's just like, okay, you know, you're getting a little bit lucky today. It also will let you know when it's going to rain the next day without having to like wait through the whole broadcast. Because like the in-game, like using the television and all that, that's fine. Like it's a cool mechanic and all that. But it's definitely when you get tired of checking the TV every day for that kind of thing, depending on what you're doing. So being able to just glance and be like, oh yeah, today's a bad mining day, so let's just not go to the mine, or oh yeah, today's a good day to go do whatever. Do we get to see town? Do we get to go see town? Please. It's so lonely on the farm. I've not had human contact outside of one conversation with... Yes. No. You're going to trap me here. Ah, hello there, Rual Storge. You showed up at the perfect time. It's our new special orders board. Rob and I built it from scratch. Lewis? All you did was hold the nails. Ahem. Ignore her. Now, let me explain. You see, with MTX Farm back at business, the local economy is really picking up. Alright, Lewis. I'm gonna need you to slow down for a minute, because I gotta process a couple things here. Is MTX Farm really back in business? Because I would contest that claim. And second, if the local economy is back up because of MTX Farm, how badly did the local economy need clay? Specifically. Ah yes, this is the first visit to town cutscene. As a result, some local town folks have been asking me for a way to source local ingredients for their personal businesses and projects. So, Robin and I came up with the idea of our special orders board, where people can post bigger jobs than would make sense in the old billboard outside of Pierre's. You've probably never seen it since this is your first time in town. Yeah, for example, I plan on requesting some hardwood for a bed I want to make. I won't put you on the spot, but if you want to help me out with that, you can just accept the job from this board. Who knows, maybe if the bed turns out well, I'll start selling them in my shop. I look forward to helping. I thought so. I wouldn't expect anything less from you, Rual Storge. Again, I have only talked to you once, when we met at your farm, and I have never heard from you ever since then. Seriously, dude, you're a hermit. So, can you say you're on board? I wonder if you'll end up trapped in the cutscene. I'm expecting to be. Well, I'm sure you're busy, so I won't keep you away from your work any longer. As always, I appreciate your willingness to contribute. Take care, Rual Storge. Alright. If you're gonna dump me someplace, Okay. So we're not trapped. You can prevent the trapping by skipping. So we're not trapped, but the issue we have now is Pierre is right there. But I'm over here. I don't think realistically we're going to be able to intercept NPCs until around in this area, because I believe there's 1 or 2 NPCs who will cut through this area, but most of them it's this route that they'll take. So unfortunately, there's not a whole lot I could do right there right now. Just, oh, we're halfway there. So we're actually way more than halfway there, to be clear. Like, while that does look like a lot, the thing you gotta keep in mind is once I start getting out there a little ways, that's when I'm gonna be able to sit there and just, you know, just, talk to the NPCs that go by, and each NPC I can manage to intercept gives me an extra tile, and each extra tile makes it easier for me to intercept more NPCs. So we're gonna get something like 10 or so tiles just for managing to catch the NPCs. That said, I almost want to make a macro where I can just push a button and it goes 1 click, 2 click, 1 click, 2 click, because that's pretty much what I'm doing. Yeah, it's gonna be something like 5 or 6 tiles before I have any chance of catching anyone. How are we doing money-wise? So we're also getting relatively close to when our parents would theoretically throw 500 bucks at me. Which that'll be good, because that'll be an influx of an extra 5 tiles. Yeah, the big thing is reaching Pierre. We reach Pierre, then we got a source of money that we can just kind of work at. Okay, 1 more tile. We can also potentially get lucky. Oh, wait, I mean, it won't matter, we'll only get 40 bucks. We also could potentially get lucky, and if I can happen to catch a cinematic, I think you can get introductions through some of those cinematics, and they would count. So we see, like, the cinematic with Linus, for example. That one I think we have to have friendship with Linus, but, you know, for example, that could introduce me to Linus. This tree is going to be fully grown any day now. It'll be to cut that down, get all that. We'll clear out all this grass. As we stand out in the distance, looking at the,
He's the best little puppy in the whole world.
I don't know.
It's you.
I don't think that's true. Love.
Love.
Okay. But yeah, no, this is definitely way harder than the other one. Zero question about that. Alright, 2 more clay gets me another tile. It'd also be nice if I could just... You miss 8 gold tiles? Yeah. It's fine. Like I said, we're not going to be going for the fishing this time, where I'm just going to be slamming that out. We'll get to Pierre, we'll get the farming going, and then we'll be doing farming for a while. Alright, I just need 1 more play for another tile. We'll get our 5 extra tiles for Mom and Dad when they give us the money. And that should be enough to reach at least a couple of the NPCs. Then it'll be a matter of trying to figure out what days I should be standing out there waiting for the NPCs, what days, you know, it's not worth the time. We'll have to fix up the farm, then sell it off to afford the reach fishing. Yeah, well, that's the thing, is I'm kind of leaning as, like, this round, we're just not going to be worrying about fishing at any short term. Like, eventually we'll get it. But the beach isn't a necessary thing for scaling up the farm. So that'll be one of those things just kind of set off to the side. But until we reach Pierre, our money-making options are basically non-existent. So you're almost ready. Alright, does rain trigger cinematic? Yes. I can't speak for this mod, but if it works the same way the other one did, we'd have to buy tiles in the mine. So my intent this time, because last time we spent a lot of money in the mine, I was like, this isn't worth it. And we were going to pivot to bothering Clint. This time we're not going to bother with the mine at all. We're just going to pretend the mine isn't there. We're going to get ourselves making a bunch of money, and we will just go bother Clint when we need ore and all that. Because it'll be more cost-effective to bother Clint than it will be to go to the mine. Alright. So we got enough for opening another tile tomorrow. But if we can get more, that helps out. Because getting them helps out in 2 ways. One is we're getting the money to buy the tiles, and the 2 is because we're getting money that's counting towards our total, which helps me get bonus free tiles. And then on top of that, because there's milestones, and when you hit them, you get a couple free tiles. And on top of that, then Mom will send us money, which also gets us a bunch of tiles. So I'm kind of expecting that we're going to hit, you know, in not too long, a point where we suddenly get this injection of like 10 tiles all at once, which gives us enough to reach a bunch of the town folks, which gives us an injection of like another 10-ish tiles. And that, you know, we're gonna kind of get to this point where we're crawling into town and suddenly we just shoot up to Pierre's door, and then I'll probably have a couple more tiles I'll need to do once we reach Pierre's. But that's what I'm kind of expecting, is we're gonna get like a one-time bonus set of stuff. There you go. Alright, well, that's 3. And if we get the Scarecrow, that's 2 more, well, technically 3 more tiles, because it'll give us $100 as well. The problem is I just need the plant fiber. And we haven't been getting bushes growing anywhere nearby where we've got our cleared up space, and it's definitely not worth buying a tile to reach the fiber. Okay. Alright, I'll be slightly more efficient if I buy this tile. Because then I don't have to go down 2. We'll go over here, we'll cut down here, go across there, straight to Pierre's. That should give me where I can reach the entire walkway there. It'd also be nice if we had more of those worms. Or you can just straight up dig up the books and all that. It'd be nice if we dug up a book. Just to break things up a little. Okay, 2 more buys me another section of land. Doing a real bad job of this. Alright. In a couple of days, Haley will be out there. How goes the tile run? It's going slow, but slow and steady progress. It's consistently going. And we do foresee a increase in the speed of money happening in our near future, but there's still a little bit to go there. So Haley shows up out here during the winter, from what people were saying. Think about the saloon dumpster dive money. Well, that's gonna be the trick there. I don't think we're gonna get to the dumpsters or the trash cans very soon either, unfortunately. Because I think what we're gonna do is the moment I get to Pierre, at least enough I can buy the seeds, we're gonna go back over to the farm, and I'm gonna need to clear up some farm space, and just kind of lean in on the crops as best I can. Because again, that's at least reliable money where I know I'm always getting paid. Versus right now pulling up the clay, there's just some days that we don't make any money. Versus if we get the crops down in the ground, we get at least a little bit of money every couple of days to buy a bunch of tiles. And we can potentially escalate that a lot easier. Versus the clay doesn't scale. It stays linear. That we will make exactly one stamina bar's worth of clay, however the RNG lands. But with the crops, we can do stuff to increase the amount of goods we get out of it, the value, all that kind of stuff. You can grow it, not exponentially, but you can have it grow a lot. Alright, so tomorrow we get ourselves another tile. Alright. Doing a really bad job. Okay. Yeah, I'm also considering if we could start making some acorns and that happen, that then what we could do is along the front of my farm is I could plant a bunch of the trees there, and I should be able to get them to fall where I can recover all the materials. And if we can get that to where we're at least at like a net positive on acorns or pine cones or whatever, it again would not be a reliable source of money, but it would be a good source of material. Then there might be room to either take that material and craft it into something. And then maybe those crafted materials ultimately end up being worth a little extra income here and there. Alright, so get another tile tomorrow. Because we also get extra tiles for leveling up skills and all that as well. I think it's not the... Because we already leveled up farming once. And that didn't give me anything. But it might be at the thresholds of like 5 or 10. I know maxing them gives you a bump. Dear old Storge, notice a chill in the air? It could just be the approach of winter, or it could be the tingle of a dark specter here to help celebrate tomorrow's festival, the Spirit's Eve. Come to town at 10 p.m. if you'd like to participate. Mayor Lewis. Alright. We are going to run an experiment tomorrow in game. I can reach town now. We will try to go to town and one, see if we are able to move around during a festival. I don't think we will. But there is always the slightest chance that by attending the festival, I might be dropped, like, right next to someone and be able to score an extra tile or two. I'm expecting we'll walk into it and we'll be plunked right at the edge of it and that we won't be able to do anything. If we're unlucky and it plunks like right in the middle of the whole thing, then we'll probably just, well, in that case, if we got plunked right in the middle of it, we'd probably just have to reset the day because time doesn't pass during the festival, so I couldn't wait till we fall asleep. And I don't think we can use our tools during the festival, so I don't think we could fall asleep that way, which means we'd be just kind of stuck there forever. Alright. 2 more clay after that, and that buys me another block. One. Hey, this is the spot. I know it's just RNG and has nothing to do with this, but I'm going to pretend that this spot has a higher rate of giving clay. Even though it doesn't. But I'm going to pretend it does, because it makes me feel like I'm doing something actively to improve my odds of getting this done faster. And is that feeling in itself not worth it? If you take a placebo, and you know it's a placebo, but you still really want it to work, does that not help? The answer is no, but you know, maybe. Honestly, we're getting good RNG. Isn't there an actual algorithm you can use to figure out which tile will have clay? There used to be. They did get rid of that at one point. And there is a checkbox when you create a save to make it use the old RNG. But they did patch that, so it wasn't as abusable. Alright, but solid day. 7 clay. That is a tile and a half-ish. Alright. So, we're going to lose a little time today because I'm going to have to wait for the festival to start, and it's not till like way later in the day. I was kind of hoping that tree would have been grown so I could have cut it down, but that's okay. Yeah, so I won't be able to go in here till 10. Will it snowball eventually? Oh, the rate we get stuff? We will have the rate we get money massively increase. The cost per tile will also massively increase. So our ability to acquire tiles, there's going to be kind of a tug-of-war where sometimes it's faster, sometimes it's slower. But ultimately, as the run goes on, we will be capable of doing a lot more They have a lot more varied gameplay, a lot more options and all that. Okay. But the first step is we just got to get to Pierre. Once we can get to Pierre, we can buy seeds. That gives us options to make money with reliability and consistency. That will be a better rate of money making than what we're doing now. Both in game time and in, you know, human hours of this garbage. Yeah, so 2 more clay will also give me an additional tile, so I'll have 2 tiles queued up. But yeah, no, there used to be a whole pattern that if you gave yourself... I can't remember how big the area was. It's something like 9 or 12 tiles. You could just kind of do this pattern that you could reliably get the clay from the certain tiles and just know you're going to get the clay, and you can kind of farm it that way. I don't know what the pattern was, I never did. But also just they changed the RNG after a while. And 1 more there. Right. So let's drop the clay in here just in case it get trapped anyways. So, we have, unfortunately, time to kill. But so you never used it, you just knew that it was like an L shape that made it move around the beach or something, or somewhere you saw where to do it. Yeah, usually you're just choosing a large open space, which is why the beach was a popular choice. It's because you have like large areas. But yeah, I know it's something like you do a pattern and it'd be this spot that was good, so you do that spot and you'd repeat the pattern. And you'd work your way over. And then you'd either reset up here and you go that way, or you'd start clearing it out with your pickaxe and doing it again kind of thing. Realistically, with a lot of like the tricks and all that, you'd usually just do the pattern once or twice, like in the area where you could fit it, and then you go on and do other things because, you know, it wasn't worth it to reset the whole thing when you can work on something else. Yeah, so we're going to lose a bunch of time here just waiting. It is what it is. We have to wait till 10 p.m. for the event to happen. And there is a chance we'll get trapped with the event. I'll have to just restart the day, which would be a bummer. But that's the thing. I don't think with the... I don't think we have anything we can mess with time here. I didn't grab anything for that. Alright. Yeah, I didn't grab anything for that. So we're just gonna have to wait a minute. It's fine. Because that'll be... I'm trying to think of how long a Stardew Valley day is. If we click out of the window, it keeps going, right? I'm pretty sure it does. I don't think it pauses. No, I guess it does. Alright. But yeah, because it'll be one of those things, because the Stardew Valley day, I want to say is like 15 minutes or 18 minutes or something like that. So we're probably talking a good like 5-6 minute wait, you know, to get here. That is unfortunate. And then, like I said, if we run into the situation there, and I'm gonna not pull, I'm gonna, you know, pull up the map and start describing what we're doing. Oh, there's an option to suspend the game out of focus. Yeah, let's make sure that's turned off. Pause game when window is inactive. Bum. There we go. Because, yeah. Okay, yeah, stuff's still moving then. Cool. Because, yeah, the, good time for a pee break chat? Yeah, no, exactly. You know what? That's actually not wrong. What I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to mute my microphone. I've got my dinner here. I'm going to quickly knock that out while we're waiting, since I've been waiting on that anyways.
But yeah, because we got a couple more minutes till I'll be able to go over here. So it's a good stretch your leg break and all that stuff. Normally what you can do if you're doing like content creation or you're impatient, you can get mods that let you speed up time so you can like jump forward time and all that. Some of them get dodgy and all that, but I don't think to grab one. So I'm gonna eat this real fast, I'll be right back. Oh no, it's fine. Where exactly does she stand? I'll talk to Abigail while we wait. Wait, where did she go? Oh, did she stand farther up and I'm just not remembering it? I thought she stood like right here. Because I saw her run that way. But that's fine. You've already introduced herself to Abigail, so she won't... You chucked that pole? Nah, I wasn't really like chugging that much. But yeah. It was just soup. It wasn't like a soup that had like a lot of chunks. It was roasted red pepper. You're going to the festival on purpose for the purpose of trying to talk to people? No, I'm going to the festival mostly to see how it works with the festival. My anticipation with the festival is all the tiles will still be locked. At which point we'll go there, see that the tiles are locked. I might get lucky, and where I appear, I'll be able to talk to someone. Probably unlikely. I might also get stuck. If we get stuck, we just reload the day and we don't go to the festival. The festival is technically its own map. Yeah, no, but we looked at one of the festivals, the Easter egg festival with the other mod, and the tiles I unlocked on the town were still unlocked on the festival map, even though it was a separate thing. Now, the other one didn't seem to take any extra consideration on implementing anything, so my assumption is just the way they handle the mod that, yeah. Oh, then the mod applies it to all the town maps? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, is they just go across, like, all of the Starlit Town maps and just go, okay, you know, the same tile, like, the tile map for the unlocked tiles is the same between it. Do you have any scarecrows on your farm? No. No, don't keep... Abigail, it's so lonely out here. Just, please, I just want to talk for a minute. Please talk, Abigail. I haven't had human Oh. I haven't had human contact in, like... I mean, I was going to say 3 months because it's like 28 days when we're going by seasons and each month being roughly three months. You know, closer to 9 months. That, like, Abigail has been our only human contact twice now over the last 9 months. We'd be mildly, completely and utterly losing our minds by now. Generally speaking, people tend not to thrive that much in the complete absence of human contact for extended periods of time. We are a social species. Yeah, that's as I was mentioning, that's with the other mod. We haven't tested this mod. I want to see how this mod handles it. Because if it handles it where it's the same unlocks, then the festivals will be mostly useless to us. There's the possibility it's all unlocked, which I would not expect. And there's a possibility it's all locked. If it's all locked, then festivals are even more dead to us. But if we're lucky, and I get a hold of like 1 or 2 people by the edge of town, because I don't remember the position of everyone, then there's a very real possibility of, just, a very real possibility of being able to, like, get a couple of introductions done, get some free tiles, and then get out. Now, not this festival, but there's a good couple festivals where they have, like, a main event, and you usually appear near some of the people who are involved, that you could potentially go talk to the person and then trigger the main event. But my expectations are low. I expect to be not disappointed. I expect this to not be something we can take advantage of. But, it's a new mod. There's only one way to find out, and we're going to do that. We've only got a little bit longer to wait. One more minute. Because the festival starts at 10 p.m. because it's effectively Halloween. My guess is we get trapped. My guess is we appear, like, kind of near the block or whatever, and I can't get back out, then I have to reset the day. Which, like I said, all that means we don't wait for it, we just go through and dig the thing, get our clay and all that. And considering this is a 0 clay day, no, it was a 2 clay day, we already sold it. That wouldn't be that much of a loss. Now, if I can use my tools in town, I just swing my tool twice or 3 times or whatever, and as we pass out, and we'd lose a little money. It's not locked. But Auntie Marnie, I want to go into the maze. I'm not scared. Hi, Rual Storge. Have you had a productive fall? No, Marnie. No, I have not. I'm too scared. Remember, I'm pretty sure you can get to Pierre at almost all of these, but that's fine. Don't get too close to the cage. I have no idea how these skeletons are walking. It's creepy. Why are there no more pumpkin ale? One of my iridium-infused mazes would make quick work of these things. Well, winter's almost here. It's a great time to stockpile wood and stone. Let's see, this means that the fastest way to make money is to sleep non-stop and do the festival every year for the treasure. Hilarious. Yeah, we're not doing that, but I haven't seen Maru in hours. I hope she's alright. A lot of fun to cook with pumpkin. Such an interesting fruit. Well, hello, Rual Storge. It's chilly, isn't it? I'll come to any festival with free grub. You won't see me in the haunted maze, though. Good evening, Rual Storge. Who let you here? Have you ventured into the haunted maze? It's quite spooky. No, but really, who let you here? You're supposed to be trapped at your farm. I put all those taxes in the way for a reason. Vincent's upset I won't let him go into the haunted maze, but he's just a little boy. I get scared very easily. I'll leave the haunted maze to the younger people. Sorry, not full of blackberries. Do you like the jack-o'-lanterns I carved? Them myself. There was a question mark there for punctuation to, imply a pause, but I forgot to do it. Mom won't let me go into the maze. That's right. Try. What? Okay. But if all these introductions count, we get a whole lot of tiles. I think I've already been this way. No, wait. Oh, you found me! The truth is I got scared and I came here to hide. Don't tell anyone. Alright. So yeah, so it's looking like we're getting to Pierre's soon.
Alright, so that goes to Alex and all. We can go visit Penny. The vapor from this cauldron, it's making my head spin, but I can't seem to leave. I was going to leave the maze, but then I got high. There's something weird over there, but how do I get to it? I can't go on. Spiders. Oh, she's brewing the good stuff? Yep. That's odd. It's just a dead end up ahead. It's just a dead end. With a really well-labeled sign being like, yo, this is something to pay attention to, broski. This contract got me laughing. You received the golden pumpkin. Do you want to take the secret shortcut back? Not yet. Wasn't there... I just sworn there's a way to get up there. But at this point, with all the mods I did in the past... Alright, is there anyone we haven't talked to? Pierre I couldn't get to. Which does have a text box to him. I could have sworn there's like a way to get to Pierre at almost every festival. It's fine. The calendar still has a question mark because I've never interacted with it. Alright, so I did meet all of you. Yeah, I think we've got everyone. Alright. So, with that, it is time to return to Purgatory. I was really expecting us to get trapped there. And golden pumpkin. I do believe when you first got the golden pumpkin back in the day, its description wasn't the same, and people held on to it with the intent of it being used for something else. And then eventually they did go in and be like, no, like literally you can't see it because I'm partially covering a bit, but its description now is it's valuable but has no other purpose. That they did update its text to be like, no, really, you get the golden pumpkin to get money. That's its purpose. Like, don't go seeking out the other stuff. All right, $2,500. The Clegatory. Plus 5 bonus tiles for reaching 1,000 gold. Huh? I feel very comfortable that I have had more than Oh, do you mean 1,000 gold in the bank? Is what it was wanting me to go for? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 free tiles. 1, 2. That's weird, there's a little pocket here that I don't have to buy, but okay. I'm not seeing any other weird pockets. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, and we are out of money. Alright. Who do we think will cross our path here? We could chill by Harvey's door and see if we can't intercept people on their way in and out of the hospital, doctor's office, whatever it is. We can almost smell Pierre. This challenge is going to inspire Tom Nook. Just the next Animal Crossing, it's like, here's your island. And it's like, by the way, you can't, like, there's a little fence, like, right around the outside door, and there's just, like, a for sale sign. Oh, I heard a door pop. Heard a door pop. Somebody say hello. It's been so long. I need human contact. I need to not venture too far. Because I know Harvey's... Well, Harvey lives there. There's a good chance Harvey won't... Well, actually, no, I think Harvey in the afternoons goes to the river from here. And I believe Maru also will leave here eventually to go home. So that would be 2 people we could grab. There's also the possibility we have people up here, or who are going to go between these 2 spots. You know, someone like Haley or Alex. Because if I can manage to get at least 1 or 2 people talked to, that will be more efficient than me going for Clay. And then once it gets to the evening... Doesn't Penny take the kids to the park? Yeah, I don't remember when she does, though. Like, that's the key. Up. Hey. Oh, you're going to church, aren't you? No, you need medical. Oh. You're open today, right? I can't see your sign. It's out of reach. Camping the clinic. Jody! Jody? Which way you going? Where you going, Jody? Caroline are good friends. I tell her everything. Especially the stuff she's really uncomfortable about. Did those introductions... That's weird. I'm pretty sure we met Jody. I don't think we got the credit for the introductions at the festival. So this camping out strategy is not going to work, because it looks like it counted those as all being introduced. So we haven't met Evelyn, Pierre, Gus, or not Gus, George, the wizard Linus, or whatever. So we didn't check Jody, but let's see if we can't catch 1 more person. It could be that they're showing as I've met them, but like not counting that. Where's the quests? It's been a hot minute. Oh, it's right. It's its own menu over here. So introductions. It did count them. So I'm wondering if just with the mod... Oh, here's Haley. You're probably going to the park? I've never been to the forest. It's muddy. I could get a blister on my foot. That is the most positive first thing I've ever heard from you. Okay, so the people we met at the festival did not count for the tiles. They did count for the introductory quest. I'm gonna insult us, Haley. I'm struggling to make ends meet. I don't have enough patience. Have you considered getting injured or sick? A little botulism, maybe? We're so close. Yeah. So, meeting them at the festival did not unlock the titles. It did count towards the introductions quest, which is going to kind of make it harder for me, because I'm not going to remember who I've already introduced myself to on a lot of cases. Do you have to buy the tiles in the store, though? Oh, you better believe it. Evelyn! 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 No! 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 I know where you live. I've already introduced myself. What should I do tonight? I was thinking about dyeing my hair again. What do you think? How about bubblegum pink? You're always good for a laugh. Person I've interacted with twice. Yeah, I know where you live, and someday I will make it there. It's not today, Evelyn, don't worry. But someday. Come on. It's just 5 tiles. Pierre! Pierre, customer outside! Customer outside, Pierre. You like money. I like spending money. It's a match made in heaven. You just gotta walk outside your store with seeds for winter somehow, because that's not a thing right now. So, the timing of this is unfortunate, but, like, I still went there. Throw a coin, just like breadcrumb some coins on the way over. Sorry, mister, I'm not allowed to sell outside the store. Yeah, it's like, sorry, city ordinance. Commerce must be held, like, all commerce must occur in a place of commerce. The city square is not designated a place of commerce. Yeah, so we'll see people coming from this path. Oh, and also check out the ins. Oh, that's weird, it doesn't know what game you played last. I know you've been playing some Coral Island recently also. He may think you're a vampire. But yeah, so check out the ins. Playing some Coral Island recently, which is another slice of life sim game like Stardew Valley here. With all that said, does stream in German just as a heads up. Does understand English, but will be streaming in German. Jody! I already talked to you. You're worthless to me. Alex? Alex, forget your dog. Get your dog, Alex. You know what you want, Alex? You want to go to the hospital. You know, you've been working out, getting all that swole. I'm pretty sure they gotta have at least like a protein shake or maybe some steroids up there for you. You want to be pro, right? That's the cost of being pro. Alright, so the bar's opening. People are starting to head to the bar. You work on the mural now? Nice! Okay. So I'm pretty sure Maru's not in work today. Well, there's Harvey going back. We've already talked to Harvey. I'm not expecting we're going to see anyone else here today, unfortunately. We'll give it just a little... We'll give it to 7 in case Maru comes out. I don't think she will. But no one else is going to be going to the hospital. And we already had Caroline leave. And Abigail leave. And I don't think anyone else is going to be going in, because that'll be after hours. Yeah, so give it 7 to see if Maru leaves. But I'm guessing we're probably done with everyone we're going to meet here today. Yeah, we definitely want to try and just get the 5 tiles over here, get in the door. And then once that happens, well, there's Maru, so that's not happening. Yeah, okay, no one else is going to be coming by. Let's get ourselves a little bit of clay while we got some time. Then we're going to stalk people tomorrow. I mean, introduce ourselves to people tomorrow. No, that doesn't sound right. We're gonna stalk people. It's a shame there's not a spot anywhere near that path that I can till, so that while we're waiting on them going back and forth, we can kind of double up and just till a bunch of the grass, or till the ground while we wait. Like, I don't want to buy tiles to go off to the side to do it either, because I'm getting a little nervous that the tiles we're buying are fast approaching 100. When it hits 100, the price goes up. We definitely definitely want to make sure we can get our seeds by then. Because I certainly don't want to be, you know, getting more money just to buy per tile. Weirdly, if we're doing the farming, I could potentially get away. If we're doing the farming, I could potentially get away without talking to Clint at all. If I can get a source of ore that isn't Clint or the mine. Which would leave the quarry, which is not... The quarries might as well be on the moon. But I can't think of another way to get ore on any reliability whatsoever. Alright, we didn't get any clay. The meteor? The meteor would give me ore. That's pretty unlikely. The traveling cart? The traveling cart wouldn't be the worst thing to get access to. Dear old Storge, how are you doing, sweetie? I've missed you so much since you left. Hope your farming life is everything you hope for. Love, Ma. P.S. I sent you cookies. Thanks, Mom. Thank you for the cookies. There you go, Ma. Those cookies will help me more than you can imagine. Probably not in the way you imagined. Huh. Yeah, we're not catching Krobus. That's an interesting problem. Okay, well that's certainly a thing we have to deal with. All right, so we're gonna have to do a couple of laps here. So there's your yam. If I could get the other materials and the foraging we would need to put these to use, there'd be some stuff there. Okay, another quest. The mysterious figure. Alright, and now we'll grab the clay. Alright. So, I don't know the pathing of people during these seasons. Like I said, I think Emily goes up. So Emily goes up here at some point. I don't remember. I think that's spring season. Quite a few of the people will actually go to the doctor's office. Like, I know George goes to the doctor's office. Evelyn goes to the doctor's office. Harvey and Maru go there because, you know, Maru works there. I'm pretty sure Caroline and Jody go to the doctor's office. I don't think I've seen Pierre. Gus. No. Gus. Aww. Everyone has a yearly checkup. Oh, they go on like a specific day or something? I mean, it makes sense. We certainly don't want to camp out here for a whole year's worth of days. Yeah, so we just need to get a couple more tiles, because if we can get into Pierre's... Marnie. No, Marnie, come on. I thought you were going to the doctor for a moment. Instead, you deliberately avoid you. You can tell me days? Nah, it's okay. I'll probably end up finding all people long before that's a thing. Because if nothing else, I want to catch Maru here. We just need to get those last couple of tiles. 'Cause if I can get to Pierre's, almost everyone goes to Pierre's. There's a couple that instead go to Joja. But you can camp out Pierre's and get pretty close to everyone. There's a few who won't go through there. That's a bit creepy, knowing when everyone goes their yearly checkup. Man, we've established thing. There's 9 characters in Winter. Gus, buddy, pal. I'm be real, Gus. Your food's kind of crap. Hey, Soul Spire. Thanks so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. We're definitely not camping outside the hospital trying to catch people. I said what I said. Alex, Sam. Yeah. Sam. Hi. Cold, isn't it? Cold like the abyss I feel in my soul. But, check out Soul Spire. I missed, what were you playing? Sorry, I'm... Sam. Marnie. I love animals, Mr. All Storge. If you treat yours well, I'm sure you'll become good friends. Just started a new farming sim cattle country. Interesting. You liking it? It any good? Which way you going? Leah, no. Leah, cut left, Leah. Aww. Please, I need your free tile. Yeah, if you treat your dog well, the dog we can't find. Well, I mean, we named the dog Pets DLC, and then it vanished from existence. So my assumption is we just don't have the Pets DLC. You know, because it doesn't exist. Alright. Evelyn, you want to walk a little to the... Okay. Fair enough. We're so close. In two tiles, I can harass everyone as they go in and out of Pierre's. Because we're trying to get to Pierre's desk so we can buy seeds in the future. I wish Abby wouldn't spend so much time in her room. She probably wishes you wouldn't spend so much time worrying about her spending time in her room. Yeah, I'm not getting Red Snapper. But yeah, again, thank you, Soulspire. But yeah, so we're doing the Tileman challenge, so you'll notice that it's kind of hard to see because it's winter, but there's a grid here that I can't move off of this area. Basically, if I put my mouse here, you'll notice it says 100G. I have to buy every tile of the map one by one to be allowed to move around. And it's pretty rough. It's pretty rough indeed. That we have been wonderful, wonderful clay farmers as our only source of money, but this mod does give you tiles for other things. One of those is it gives you a tile for every person you introduce yourself to for the first time. And so we've got to the point where we finally reached town, and we're desperately trying to catch anyone we can to introduce ourselves to them so that we can get to Pierre's. If I can get into Pierre's, we should be able to get most of the rest of the townies and be able to access Pierre's desk. And once I can do that, I can buy I can buy seeds for growing crops that we can actually start heckin' farming. Because we grew the parsnips with the seeds they gave us at the beginning, and we have not been able to acquire a single seed since. It's been a rough time in the farm. Come on. Nah, I've already talked to you, Abigail. So I don't know if Maru works today. She might be leaving here. We're getting pretty close to the point where we're not going to see any more customers into Pierre's. And I already talked to Caroline. Well, yeah, I wasn't going to be able to click on her anyways because I already talked to her. They're blocking the door, so if Maru goes to step out, she'll run into me, which will give me a couple seconds to try and talk to her before she gets out of here. Otherwise, we're watching for anyone trying to go there, because I think they close at 5. There's Evelyn. You've already talked to Sam. You're going to the tavern. We get just a little after 5 to see if Maru leaves work. Because I don't know what days Maru works. Leah! I love the way everything looks like it's... Everything looks when it's covered in fresh snow. Thank you, Leah. Welcome to Pierre's. How can I help you? Come and get it, folks. Coupons for 50% off your purchase at JojaMart. Well, any takers? But I can't match those prices. I'd be selling at a loss. It must be so difficult for you to lose your loyal customers like that. But can you blame them? Joja Corporation clearly is the superior choice. Soon, the whole town will realize that. Excuse me? Well, I think it's because I snuck around the tile that I couldn't walk through, and it tried to put me on a tile that was non-walkable, is what I think happened. And so because of that, it shoved me to, like, just another tile it could find. So we're just going to go ahead and take a nap here. Just going to take a little bit of a nap here. This is what it must be like farming Planar and Stellaris, Mu 3, etc. When you get combined corporate government and authoritarian, and you have yourself a population that they're to pat for everything themselves. Yep. Oh, did it push you to 0-0? I have no idea. I wouldn't expect this to be 0-0. I'd expect 0 to be either like way up or way down. But regardless, it basically tried to push me onto a tile I couldn't be in, so that's where it threw me instead. Okay. Alright. Alright. We're going to go get some yams. Advertising. I keep finding cool stuff, but my backpack is full. Does that sound like you? Well, Pierre's got you covered. Stop by Pierre General Store today and check out your affordable size 24 backpack. See you soon. I have not met Linus yet. Rual Storge, you're lucky I found you last night. You were unconscious and someone was searching your pockets. I have no idea how much money they took. They ran away as soon as I approached. Be more careful. Rual Storge, I just wanted to let you know about a new item I'm carrying. It's called a wood chipper. You can use it to put people you don't like in there to hide their bodies. Oh, and you can also use it to break hardwood into several pieces of regular wood. I know wood can be hard to come by in the winter, so if your supply gets low, consider picking one up. Hey, I've got a challenge for you. Catch me a squid. You can fish them up in the ocean at night. They only show up in the winter, though. Really. Okay, so you won't be worrying about that, Willie. We'll sell our unit of clay. Alright, so the yams are definitely going to be worth it. So let's go and first of all, before anything else, let's dash over here. And this time, we're going to actually buy the tile outside Pierre's, so that we hopefully don't get stuck up in the side. Because what happened was, I think it tried to put me on this tile, but we don't own that tile. Alright. So Pierre's will open at 9. And we can go in there. Totally most ethical wood chipper using Farm Incorporated. Yep. So we're going to go ahead and work our way in there. So as soon as they open at 9, I can buy 5 more tiles inside of Pierre's. There's a good chance that I can catch some people going in and out of Pierre's real quick. But it seems like what I'm going to want to do from here is we'll want to go over to where we have that one road, and I'll just go up and down there until I'm out of stamina, just knocking all the yams and all that out of the ground. Pick up them all, sell them, you know, grab the next set, sell them, because I don't have the inventory space. We also don't want to sell the various materials I have on me, because it's going to be super hard to do those, you know, get those. And we're going to make sure we're on top of that. Alright. It's almost time for Pierre's to open. I'm actually wondering how hard it is going to be. Oh, we got Shane. Alright, so Shane's going to work. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that's Abigail. I'll catch you yet, Pierre. Don't you worry. My hair gets so frizzy in this dry weather. Excellent. And getting closer, Pierre. Best watch yourself. Oh, hey. That's interesting. I bought this tile and it opened up this whole little area here. Is there an area over here opened up? No. Because we noticed that a couple times. Like, I bought this tile and I got a little pocket here. That's probably that you bought the entrance, and now they made sure you wouldn't get glitched if you went inside. We also had, like, a little pocket over here that opened up that I hadn't anticipated. It's, like, about 9 tiles from one tile. I think that's another one of those ones that there's probably like a cinematic or something you could trigger there, so they just gave you the extra tile so you wouldn't get stuck. Alright. So, I don't think we're waiting on anyone for the doctors. Now it's just a matter of people going to the store. Is this considered a snow day? Jody! Jody! Penny's a sweet girl. She's been Vincent's teacher for a while now. He really loves her. Emily! Oh, hello, Rual Storge. Evelyn! Aren't you cold? You should wear a thicker jacket, my dear. Okay, we got the morning rush. Hey, if you need any materials or blueprints, my shop is the first place to be looking for. We're so close. We're so close. I can almost reach it. Pretty sure I already talked to you. My nephew Shane has been staying in my place for the last few months. He is a drunk. He is throwing away his life. You should definitely know romance him and try to fix him. That is a really poor life decision on your part. Be his friend, though. He could really use it. But, like, no, seriously. Do better. I don't know if it's kind of me as you meeting you yet, Mr. Mayor Lewis. I've got to start coming up with a plan for improving the town next year. I'm thinking gold. Yes! Victory is ours! Unfortunately, the big problem we have right now is there are no seeds for winter. But with that, we can now purchase seeds. So the immediate hunting for all that stuff is done. We are good. Obviously, we'll want to talk to more people as time comes along. So we've already met with Evelyn and those. George will go in there on Sunday, so we can catch George going in here on Sunday. Kent's not in town yet. Who haven't we caught yet? We've got him. Got him. We haven't met Jas, Sebastian, Shane, Clint, Demetrius, Gus, Elliot, Pam, Vincent, Penny. We also have not technically met Pierre yet. Can I reach Pierre through the counter? No. It's fine. Okay, so that'll work. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So what needs to happen now is we can apparently get a lot of yams and all that good stuff going on right now. And these actually seem to sell relatively well. Now, I don't know if it's one of those things if I keep mine in the same spot, if I can potentially get multiple yams or whatever out of the same spot. We're going to test that real fast, because if the answer's no, we'll do just one pass going back. You can. All right, never mind. So it looks like this is big digging money time. Can't see that hardly at all. Looks like 5. Alright. Because that'll get us foraging. It also gives us more money than we've been able to make before. We're going to want to put together some money, so when spring starts, we can get stuff going. The nice thing there is that actually counts for foraging, which means we're actually getting foraging XP finally, which means getting potentially tree roots and all stuff. Oh, did you start in winter? Nope. This is how long it's taken us to get to this point. Can we get a shout out for Ultrasaurus, by the way? Another fantastic content creator. Someone I highly recommend checking out. Plays a lot of simulation, all that good stuff, and definitely good times over there. Yeah, we did end up having to restart the stream. The other mod I was using ended up having an issue. Very unfortunately. Yeah, playing some Ground of Aces yesterday, which was an interesting game that you're sort of like running an airstrip tycoon-esque thing from like, I don't remember what it said, which World War or whatever. Yeah, it was a really interesting looking game. Okay. Let's go see here. We don't want to... Let's not bother with that, because there's only a couple people we haven't introduced ourselves to yet. Surprisingly, so far, winter has been probably the best month for us for making money. Like, we're going to be in good shape getting to spring. But yeah, now this is, this has been a very difficult version of this. So you'll notice the grid here. I have to buy all the tiles. The current price for the tiles is 100 gold, and it does go up over time. Like, as I buy more tiles, the price of a tile goes up. So we've had to do a lot of clay digging and all that. It is taking us an unfortunate amount of time to get enough tiles bought to reach Pierre's. That was the big thing we celebrated yesterday, was we finally, after almost a full year, have reached Pierre so I can buy more seeds. And so what we should be able to do is spend a bit of the winter making some money with all of the stuff here. Because we're pulling up all the yams, we have all the extra forageables we can get. But we do get bonus tiles that don't, like, because you can use money to get tiles, but also the very first time you introduce yourself to someone, you get a tile. Every single time we complete a quest, we get, like, 2 tiles. Certain milestones, like making enough money and all that, you get a couple extra tiles. You get the idea. That you can buy tiles, but there's also a couple other ways to get them. But the early game of this is definitely a whole lot of digging up clay. Now, granted, we are playing on the default settings. They do let you turn it down, like, if you're like, oh, hey, I want to make progress a little bit faster. How's our stamina? So we're at 7. And that's our stamina. So we can drop you off. But to be clear, where it's like we're really late in the game things, our days were basically wrapping up at like 9 o'clock most days. Is there a max earned for non-money tiles? Or can you all unlock them all with that money? There's a max. Because like you introduce yourself to everyone, and once you've done that, you can't introduce yourself to them again, so that's said and done. When you finish all your quests, that's said and done. The only one I don't know is, do the bulletin board quests count? Because if the bulletin board quests count, those would be repeatable. Don't do it to me, Lewis. Don't do this. Skip, skip, skip. Don't teleport me. Okay, we're fine. The last time we let that cinematic actually play, it dropped me outside the community center, which means I was trapped, so I just had to, like, keep hitting the ground until we passed out. Closed on Wednesdays. Well, that's fine. Okay, so we're basically out of stamina. So we go to bed. Because I don't think it would be worth it for me to eat the yam to get some stamina, to keep digging to eat the yam to get some stamina. I feel like we would ultimately lose money on that because I wouldn't get the things level. Wifey.
The soup and cheese was nummy.
Yep.
Oh, I'm heading to the teapot.
Okay, well, you sleep well.
You sleep well.
Never.
Remember to stay handsome.
I can't stay what I'm not. Oh, yeah, no, a lot of the bulletin board quests are going to be hard to do. It'll be just ones that happen to align. Okay, so we're at 1,000 something. Yeah, the reason I skipped that cinematic versus voicing it is if I let it play, we would have been trapped in the tile. And I just don't want to deal with that. We're at 1,000 something and change this time. Okay. So we're gonna burn our stamina. They'll take all this. And the reason I want to focus on this a little bit is that we can get the larger backpack from Pierre. I don't have to do these shenanigans of running back and forth and all that. Because we are deliberately holding on to the fiber, the wood, the coal. And the reason we're holding on to that is it's very difficult for me to get more of that because of how restrictive the tiles are. And if I finish making a scarecrow, then the scarecrow will complete the first farming quest, and that'll give me 2 free tiles plus an extra $100. And then plus I'll have the scarecrow for when we come to planting our stuff. Alright. Yes, this is way better during the winter. Honestly, like, if the game started this in the winter, this would have been good for us. Because we were living on almost the clay exclusively, and that was rough. Where now I'm managing to get all this, the yams and the winter carrots and all that kind of stuff, and this has actually been quite a bit better money, because I'm consistently getting, almost $1,000 a day. Okay, so you have one more hit. There's the winter roots. But I'll do this, and I'll make it a point to drop by Pierre's now it's open, and just see if we happen to catch like Gus or anyone else in there, get our free tiles. Because we're going to want to start opening that up. But I'm going to worry about that when we're at the point of being able to buy the seeds. Because then when we can buy the seeds, we'll like open up just enough tiles, put down the seeds, water those plants. That kind of thing. It's kind of a shame that if we could get a hold of... There's a flower that I think it's the 3 things you need for these... Well, I would have to have the higher foraging level, never mind. As I say, there's a flower that if you get a hold of that, we can make the foraging seeds. And that would be a way of just getting seeds on their own. I imagine there's probably some of the farms that if you're like to min-max this, like some of the farm tiles, instead of trying to rush over to Pierre's, you might be able to get away with just focusing on trying to get to like the certain parts of those farms, like the farm that gets the rocks, like getting over to the rocks and just mining those rocks each day. There's the one forestry farm that has like a couple pockets that forageables appear on, so just trying to get to the pocket of forageables to forage that each day. The fishing one wouldn't do any good because you have to get to the beach to get your fishing pole, and good luck. Alright, I don't want to wait here. I was curious if we're just going to see Gus go up there, but I'm pretty sure the tavern opens at noon or 2 or something like that. It's fine. Alright. So we got our money for today. I'd like to get the larger backpack. Yeah, so like 400, 500 bucks each day. So that's the equivalent of about 4 tiles. 4.5 tiles. And I'm just waiting to start spending the money on that till we're ready. We got the maple tree there. Okay. Wonder how much the luck helps out with stuff like this. The floor got very cold. It did. But reach Pierre's. The only reason I'm doing this is just so much better money. Because, I was gonna say we're gonna stop digging here and just rush to spring, but I'm now able to get several hundred, like $500 a day just doing this. And it's like, okay, hang on, that's actually good money. We'll at least get the backpack handled and a little bit of a nest egg to be able to buy a bunch of seeds when it comes time to spring. So I could hopefully get the farm kicked off in a decent way. And then we could switch that over real fast. All right. Get 2 more hits. 1, 2. And that's 6 winter root being sold. We're also leveling up our foraging, which will foraging, not foraging. Leveling up our foraging, which will give us the benefit of being able to get the seeds off the trees. So I can hopefully get a bunch of seeds and start planting trees along the edges here so I can get wood and all that. You have to buy your tiles inside your house too? Yes, you do. I've got a nice little path through my house. They gave you something like 10 free tiles at the beginning just so you can get to like the parsnip seeds and out the door. Alright. Actually. Oh, I can't. I was gonna say, it's like, actually, can I hit those and, go with them? Welcome to Pierre's Heated Shop. Man knows how to market. Give him that much. Alright, Gus. I keep waiting to see you duck out of here at, like, 10. It's fine. I don't fuss over it too much. And potentially check Sunday, because we haven't caught George yet. That'd be another tile for us. So we can hoard some of those tiles until spring. Alright. Are you going to try to tile to a garbage can? Not in the immediate future, I don't think. Like, once we start making our push towards Clint, we'll be within like a tile or 2 of garbage cans a couple of times along the way that I'll definitely want to. I've got an unusual request. Could you keep this a secret? I want to deliver an amethyst to Emily. It's her favorite stone. Tell her it's from me, Clint. Clint? There's like 0 chance of that happening, man. Alright. So what I want to check is there's a couple places here I might be able to get close enough. Oh, that's not the right tool. Yeah. I was kind of... Yeah, it's a weird one where it gave us a little pocket there for some reason. I was curious there if I would be able to have a spot here in town that I could just, you know, plow away at so that
like watching for people we haven't met, that kind of thing, or waiting for Pierre to open up whatever, that I might be able to score some more materials that way while I wait. Alright, so we managed to take these and sell these to Pierre directly. That should give me the money for the bigger backpack. With the bigger backpack, I won't need to do any of this nonsense of running back and forth. Alright. And then we might just start pushing towards spring and not just sitting here doing this. Even though this is good money, I definitely don't want to keep plowing for the rest of my life. Because then what we could do is, instead of like doing it this way, I could just make it a point we work on our crops, and if I have a bunch of extra stamina, I'll just, you know, plow up the tiles going to the right and then leave it there. I'm not going to plow and then clean up, then plow, then clean up. I'll just let it reset. And we'll use, like, the advancing of time to be the bottleneck, not me standing here just spamming buttons. Alright. So we should be able to go over here. Sell the snow yams. Buy the bag. You got the large backpack. Your inventory space has been increased by 24 to 24. Nice. Oh, I heard a door. Is that you, Gus? You shopping today? No? Well. Alright. Okay, so what we'll do is, instead of just grinding this, I'll do a pass when we plow going out to check on stuff in town, maybe. But we're going to probably mostly just advance time now. Alright, so what I'm going to do here is all these materials I don't want to sell, move those down. These can all just sit here for right now. That's fine. We're going to kind of rush through winter a little bit to get to spring, so we can start doing some heckin' farming. Hello there, Rual Storge. So, your first year in Stardew Valley is almost over, huh? If you keep buying seeds from me, you'll be twice as productive next year. And I have some exciting news. I'll be selling new seed varieties in my shop next year. I should have one new variety per season. Well, that's all I wanted to say. Have a good one. You know, I wouldn't even bother trying my competitor's seeds. Pierre's seeds are the highest quality seeds you'll find anywhere. That's a promise. Okay. Dear All Storge, tomorrow Dear All Storge, tomorrow we're all gathering in front of Marnie's house at the Festival of the Ice. It's a celebration of winter. There'll be snowmen, ice sculptures, and ice fishing competition. Arrive between 9 a.m. and 2 p.m. if you'd like to participate. You're not going to make it. Mayor Lewis. Yep, we're not going to be able to make it to that because I don't have access to the forest and it's not in my budget. We're just going to pick up the stuff on the way here and then go to sleep. We make some slow money this way. Just to get us to where I can plant things again. Just because I'm kind of
kind of tired of just hoeing dirt for clay. But that'll be fine. Because even then, with getting just a couple of those, I'm still making about the money I was making from the clay. I do see you got more maple seeds coming in. Because normally in Stardew Valley, when you hit the winter, this would be the time of year that a lot of people go really hard on getting to the bottom of the mine, or if they're not working at that, they might do a lot of fishing or stuff like that. Work on their various products, like upgrading their tools. It's a good time for that because there's a lot of time you just don't, like, you don't need your watering can for the most of the winter, that kind of thing. So this is a good time of year to just, like, get a bunch of things caught up. Now, unfortunately, we don't have access to Clint. I don't have access to metal. I can't get to the mine. We haven't gone to the beach. So all those things I just mentioned, none of them are available. So I could sit here and just go back and forth and probably make some pretty solid money just digging up all the yams and winter things and all that. But I'd like to actually make work on the farm happen. So I'm kind of splitting the difference that we do just a little bit here each day. To, you know, keep some money coming in while the digging's rich. Then get ourselves to spring. Use this money to try and get our crops going and all that. Now, if we're lucky, what I'll be able to do is early in the spring season, we can pick up some of the crops that are the kind that you plant them and you get to reharvest them again and again and again. Because you can go a couple strategies when you're doing like your farm. You can do the one thing where you get like the one crop that's going to produce one unit of a good, and then just, you know, as big as you can go with it. And that's one strategy. And it does usually, when you're getting to artisan goods, that tends to be the thing that pays out the best once you're at artisan goods. Before that, honestly, without applying the multipliers from being artisan goods, you're usually better served either getting a crop that reproduces where the individual instances of the crop don't get you nearly as much, like corn and the peppers, but, you know, you just keep getting more and more, so you have one initial investment and then you just keep getting your payout the whole season. Or you go the other route where you just grab something that grows quickly, sells relatively cheap, but you can just, you know, keep iterating through it again and again. And a lot of times, if you're not talking artisan goods, the cheap but fast growing tends to be the area where a lot of your good money happens. So, like, honestly, doing something like parsnip where you chuck it in the ground, you get just a bit more money. But they only take a couple days to grow, so you can just easily scale very rapidly. Tends to be your best for the early invest. The only time the regrowing thing makes sense is if you do it early season. Like, if you're going to do corn, you want to do corn as early as possible in the, I think it was summer. That way you have, like, corn growing the entire summer and producing constantly through the entire summer. So you pay, like, 140 per plant, but that 140 you're getting as many harvests as possible out of it. Okay. Even still, we're getting pretty close to 100 a day just doing this. Let's see. Rual Storge. I am researching the forgotten art of divination. I require an item known as a void essence. Bring it to me and you shall be rewarded. M. Robidus Wizard. How many pages of quests do I have? I'm at like 3 pages of quests now. because I haven't been able to do any of them. And here's hoping when we hit spring, I'll be able to get the rest of the stuff I need for the scarecrow. Because I really need to get that knocked out before, like, when I go to do the crops, or we're just going to be donating crops to the crows. Which we probably should be able to. I'm getting a decent amount of money set aside. And start working on that. Okay. Kinda hoping we'll get our first level in foraging soon. I was actually expecting to already have it. But that's okay. It is interesting that the festival didn't count for introducing ourselves to people. For the mod. Like, it still counts for the quest. Okay. So it is Sunday. So one thing we are going to do is we're going to stop and catch George on the way in. Starting tomorrow, the traveling merchant fleet will dock at Pelican Town for the yearly night market. The market starts at 5 p.m. and will be in port for the next 3 days. Please visit the beach after 5 p.m. to join the festivities. There's free coffee. Alright, so we're going to quickly go through here, collect our stuff. And we're going to catch George going into Pierre's for church. I don't remember who else goes. But that'll give us a free tile. We might as well grab it. Because that shouldn't be hard. And then the question is going to be kind of like, who else are we missing? When can I catch him? Because we need to catch Guts. Yeah, so let's see here. We check in who we've got. It'll be all the people towards the bottom. We haven't caught any of them yet at all. We can catch George and get introduced to George. We haven't met Pierre, Alex, Evelyn, Penny, Vincent, Pam, Elliot, Gus, Demetrius, Clint, or Shane Sebastian. It's basically from Jas down. I believe we haven't got a chance to talk to them yet. But I don't think Jas ever goes into Pierre's. George will go in today for church. And I know Gus goes in at some point during the week to do his shopping for the tavern. I'm not sure how we're going to go and catch the wizard, because I'm sure as heck not buying my way all the way over to his tower. Alright. Just got a little bit longer. Then we'll be able to make our move so far as that, because I believe George will come out at about 9, maybe 10 o'clock to go to church. I definitely want to catch him on his way in and not have to wait till he goes out. We'll still walk in just in case there's someone already in there. You run to that in a couple places in Stardew where people shouldn't be able to reach someplace and yet they're already there. Alright. So if we don't see George by 11, we back out and just consider it
you know, not a thing we worry about. There's Alex. And everywhere Alex has been going is not in this direction. I don't think Alex ever goes into Pierre's either. I know Alex during, I think it's either spring or, I think it's spring, will go to the fountain to the left, I believe. So we might be able to catch Alex going that route at some point. Let's see, so the objective is to purchase every single title, then do the quests and all that. I wouldn't say you ever purchase all the tiles in the map, because it'd be too cost prohibitive. But generally, the thing would be, like, accomplishing whatever your goal is. We're going to primarily focus on just opening up the farm and having a successful farm, because that's going to be prohibitive enough. But doing an actual, like, playthrough where you complete the game could certainly be a goal. Aren't you cold? They don't make sweaters like they used to. Alright, so we met with George. So that gave me one free tile. We're going to save that tile, though, until we're ready to start doing that. I know there's a bunch of you who show up for church. Yeah, it was Jody, Gus. I thought there was like 4 or 5 of them. Trying to think of who else shows up. If just a minute more, if we see more people, we'll talk to them. If not, we'll just head back, wrap up the day. It does seem like a good day to try and catch people. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and say there. Hey, Krista. Krista, how's it going? Oh, that was an extra tile we got. That saves me $100. I'm doing pretty good. We'll go ahead and advance the day. We're just trying to get through winter real fast, because in this particular case with our limitations, I don't have the ability to get to the mine or the beach or any of that. So a lot of your normal things I do during the winter are kind of unavailable to us because of the challenge right now. So we're just grabbing some quick and easy forageables and all that. Then heading on to the heading on to spring. I should have everything I need now to farm when we get to spring. We can start working and all that. All right. It'll be 13 more days and then spring is done. Or sorry, winter's done. And it'll be like almost like we started the game. Wasn't familiar with this mod? Yeah, no, it's a challenge I've been familiar with for a while. I hadn't messed with the mods until yesterday. But it's a challenge that I believe originates from old school RuneScape, which from my understanding, I guess the challenge even over there in old school RuneScape came from someplace else. But the idea being that you have a run that the limitation is you don't have access to like any of the map, and that you have to do stuff to gain access to the map tile by tile. My understanding with the old school RuneScape one was based upon leveling or XP. Yep, yeah, no, exactly. The creator of this mod did cite being like, hey, you know, I got the idea from the old RuneScape mod. Because it's a clever challenge. It's a grindy challenge. Because you kind of have to be like, I have access to very little. What can I do with how little I've got to help me expand my operation? So I do think what's going to end up needing to happen long-term for us to make money is I'll get my little bit of a farm set up, and when we can, we'll probably want to lean into some artisan goods, just for the fact that, like, yeah, it's the skyblock of Stardew. Exactly, it's that kind of thing. Or for, like, Factorio, it's the one where you start with, like, the little chunk of land and have to expand that. Rual Storge, sorry to bother you again, but I need another favor. I got a new hammer and I want to try it on a variety of metals. Can you smelt an iron bar and bring it to me? Thanks, Clint.
But like Factorio has a mod where you start with like this tiny little thing, and it makes it so you can produce ground from just like pulling up detritus and making iron from like all the detritus. And it's the exact same concept though, as you start with like next to no C block. That's right. You start with basically nothing, and you slowly build out your map by using all these automation processes. It's a mod, Infinity. There's a Tileman mod for old school RuneScape. Like I said, my understanding is the RuneScape mod, you don't buy the tiles with cash. Like, so far as, like, we're having to spend our in-game currency, it's that it's experience-based. I could be wrong in that, because I heard that secondhand. Remind you of those Minecraft one-chunk challenge, where it gets bigger with XP? Yeah, all the same idea. The idea being you're extremely limited on space, and trying to be strategic. Dear All Storge, I would like to give you some information about an upcoming event, the Feast of the West Winter Star. It's a time for the community to come together and think back to the good fortunes we've had this year. A favorite tradition is the Secret Gift Exchange, where someone in town is randomly assigned to someone else. On the day of the festival, everyone brings a gift for their secret friend and surprises them with something special. This year, your secret friend is Evelyn. Don't tell anyone. The feast will take place on the 25th from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the town square. See you then, Mayor Lewis. Evelyn, I hope you're not picky, because if I bring a gift, I'm going to be fairly limited on my options. Most likely, it'll be a snow yam I dug up that morning. And if you wanted nicer, you should really talk to the mayor about who he pairs you off with for Secret Santa stuff. At least it'll be fresh. It'll definitely be fresh. Straight from the dirt. And we can talk about how much fiber it has. Yeah, it's a snow yam. It's a root crop. Okay. And that is a bumpkus day. Yeah, so we're sitting on 3,000, so we should be in pretty good shape when spring comes along. You're hooked in? Gotcha. Yeah, also one of the primary ways you made money during the winter. Yeah, no, I made the comment that, like, we actually were making really solid money doing this, because we've been picking up clay before. Now, if we could get around to get one of the, I forget, was it a crocus? Is the purple flower you get during the winter? That with that, I would have been able to make the foraging seeds if I had the high enough foraging skill. It actually seems like I'm not getting foraging XP by doing it this way. I think we have to go to cutting down trees. Unfortunately, I can't get to enough trees to make it worthwhile. Okay. So we're definitely going to the Winter Festival, because the Winter Festival, someone's going to give me something. And I like things. What are you doing? We're playing Stardew Valley. We're doing what's called the Tileman Challenge. That basically, any part of the map I want to walk onto, I have to buy access to, tile by tile. Rual Storge, how are you doing? I hope the winter hasn't been too hard on you. Anyway, I'm writing you to ask for some hardwood. I need about 10 pieces. if you've got it. If not, no worries. Take care, Robin. Alright. You mostly crop them honestly, but you think you remove the option of that as well. So, the thing you can do is if you get it was the winter root, the crocus, and the snow yam, I believe, and you have a high enough level in foraging, you could craft those together to make what's called winter seeds. And then you could use the winter seeds and plant those, and they would then grow into, you know, randomly the snow yam, the winter root, and the crocus. And then the idea is you can kind of just get those, turn them into seeds, grow a bunch of those, turn those into seeds, grow a bunch more, and you get like that exponential growth thing. And then once you get like your last harvest for the season, you cash out. That used to be my preferred way of making my money, is to do the forageable stuff. So you get your like 4 forageables in spring, craft the seeds, take all those seeds and just start like the exponential growth. Till like the watering became problematic. Because you're just burning all of your energy just watering your crops, so you couldn't really do anything else. Yep, no, exactly. The seeds and things there. But as I said, do you think there was an oversight to remove those? Yeah, I mean, unless something changed, I believe you still get the seeds. I think they made the seeds not worth quite as much, but it's still worth doing. Oh, the sellable wild seeds? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I could be wrong. I was under the impression that the seeds are still there, it's just their value got nerfed. Because, as you said, it used to be like, you would grow the things, you'd turn them into seeds, and the seeds were like 4 or 5 times as valuable as the crops could have been to make the seeds. Yeah, like, even getting like the iridium quality ones, quite often, you were better off selling the seeds. I'd say it's quite relaxing to watch the challenge. I hope you're having fun too. Yeah, no, I am. Like, I'm trying to get ourselves to spring, you know, relatively quickly, so we can kind of move on to the next step. That way we're not just stuck with, like, only one way of making money. Because then we can wake up, you know, water the crops, harvest the crops, sell the crops, you know, get a little bit more land, get a bit more seed, so you have, like, that slow growth as we start expanding the farm. Eventually the cost of the tiles will start really exploding. Not exploding, but they'll go up to a point that we'll want to get money other ways. Dear old Storge, tomorrow is the Festival of the Winter Star. Did you get your gift for your secret friend Evelyn? The feast starts at 9 a.m. in the town square. See you then, Mayor Lewis. But yeah, so like we'll start being able to reliably get money, but the tiles will gradually get more and more expensive. And there'll hit a point that things we can do to get ourselves free tiles will start being worth being kind of wasteful to make it happen. Like, there will be a point that building the coop to get the 5 free tiles for it makes sense, even if we go to just immediately delete the coop, because the 5,000, like the couple thousand to build the coop, would be less expensive than the tiles themselves. Just think of all the areas you need to be open just to get the minimal access to everything. Yep. Yep. But I think the first step is just to get ourselves in a situation on the farm that the farm is lucrative. Like, just don't even worry about the other stuff. Like, get the farm to start being lucrative, and then the next move after that would be like, okay, you know, I'm probably going to need to get to Clint so I can upgrade my tools. Because the good news is, if I'm making my money almost exclusively from the farm, sure, the rain pail does help more, but I don't technically need Clint to make sprinklers. Do you have to buy tiles in the mine? That'd be crazy. Yes. which is why we're not going to be bothering with the mine. That genuinely, when it comes to dealing with that, I'm better off when it comes to the mine, just going to Clint to buy the ore. And then when it comes time to do the mine itself, to just take all of the stone I can, and just build stairs. So we gotta wait till the festival to start. We're gonna give Evelyn her yam. I don't, she'll be like, oh, well, at least you tried, dear. He's like, I don't want to say I'm disappointed. You try and put a lot of thought into this, but it's not really my thing. Just the thought of, like, Christmas comes around and you just open this Christmas gift and it's just a yam. It's just a yam in a box. You're like, oh, okay, thanks, I guess. I guess I'm eating yam soon. Alright, like 30 more seconds and we go there. Evelyn was okay with the snow yam? It did seem like she wouldn't hate it. It's tradition, it's a Christmas yam. I have no idea how buying tiles under threat from mine monsters would look like. Or imagine you start on a monster spawning farm plot with this mod. Yeah, no, that was one of the things of like, okay, I actually don't like the You're gonna call the cops if you get a yam for holidays. Obviously kidding. Yeah, no, it's like, I like the idea of the monster tile and the farms, but it's one of those things that I find I get tired of extremely quickly. Yeah, we noticed that with the last festival. That seems like the festivals, they don't have the tiles there. Welcome to the Feast of the Winter Star. Today is a time to be thankful for this year's good fortune. Forget your worries and relax for a day. I'm still upset I didn't win the ice fishing competition. What a beautiful tree. Do you want to hear the legend of the Winter Star? No. Suit yourself. Hey, good afternoon. I'd join, but I don't think I'd be welcome. New journal entry. Oh, I can't see any of it from here because we're in the middle of this. Spending time with family is tiring sometimes. Hi, Rual Storge. You're welcome to join our family table if you need company. Hi, Rual Storge. I'll probably get another tool set this year. That means make a better Christmas list. Can we open presents now? Never. I'm thankful for my guitar and my skateboard. Oh, my family, I guess. Oh, cold? Yeah, you started on the monster farm once and you stopped after 2 or 3 weeks. It was just getting enervating with a little interesting adding. Yeah, and that's the thing, you want to just like have a little bit of it, but after like weeks and weeks of you hear the bat saying like, come on, it's another bat. Oh, hello. Give Evelyn her secret gift. Yam. Oh, so it's you? Ah, a snow yam. Thanks. Hey, Rual Storge, I'm your secret gift giver this year. Here, open it.
Just casually dropping a Nautilus shell on us? Okay.
It's not too much, but I hope you like it. It's not a good time of year for a diet. A feast for a stupid star? I hope there's a new camera under the spirit tree. Rual, Storge, what are you hoping to find in this tree? Spiced mead. Ooh, that sounds nice. Make sure to give me a taste. No, Emily. No, Emily, I will not be giving you a taste of my spiced mead. I'm thankful there's no medical emergencies this year. Also, just tell me about an artisan candy canes. I think he had too much cinnamon nog. It's a fine art making candy canes. You've really got to search far and wide for the best ingredients. They aren't easy to come by these days. I could not care less, Gus. Well, hello, Rual Storge. It's chilly, isn't it? All these happy families, but for me, just another lonely year. I met some people who believe in spirits and magic, but me? I've never seen anything that couldn't be explained by science. Oh, I've had too much nog. Nothing like a piping hot feast for the cold winter's day, huh? Yep. My sales figures have been phenomenal lately, thanks to the Feast of the Winter Star. I didn't know there's more dialogue for him, but one's enough right now. You have a whole bunch of expensive stuff that is way outside my budget, Pierre. Have you tried setting your prices for poor? Because that's about my budget. Well, I had a dialogue with you, and I got my Nautilus shell. I was just here for the gifts. Alright, so I gotta make the decision. So, the Nautilus shell I could give to Gus. Or Gunter, but we're not gonna be able to get there for an extremely long time. And that means it's gonna take up my inventory for literally like another season. So, I am going to cash out on it, which is not a good use for a Nautilus shell. And I'm sure someone who's had to go out of their way to try and get a Nautilus shell is very upset by me doing that. Give a gift for someone. How to win friends. Alright. Dear old Storge, I want to make fish stew, but I need an albacore. I know they're almost out of season. Sorry about the short notice. Could you catch me one? Gus. I cannot. I was going to say I could certainly try, but I don't want to mislead you. I am definitely not even trying. Okay. So I need to gift something to someone. Alright. It is gift giving time. Oh, Clint, you are so lucky I cannot reach your home today. You need tuna to power your latest invention. It's the only thing that'll work. Maru. I have a lot of questions, Maru. Most of them have to do with tuna, your invention, and why it is the only thing that can power it. Alright, I'm gonna be real. It's not most of it, it's literally the entire list of questions. Is what... I mean, how do you even power a machine with a tuna? Let alone in such a way that literally that's your only option. Because I assume if a tuna worked, just about any fish would work. Or if not, any fish would work. Any fish roughly in that same, like, size category would work. So I'm basically waiting for Pierre's to open because I need to gift someone something. And whoever's the first person we run into, I'm just going to throw a winter root at him. Let's see. In Factorio, the Spidertrons are controlled by fish. It's one of the ingredients. Yep. But that's just broadly fish. And it's actually probably its artificial intelligence. Shane. Oh. You're lucky, Shane. Because I still need to introduce myself to you for the free tile. I was also going to throw a root at you where you're going to be like, the hell, man? That's fine. I'll sell the yam while I'm standing here. Okay. So, there's Alex. I just need anyone to come by here. I'm not going to be very picky. Someone's getting a winter root thrown at them. Because we could finish that quest and get it off our list. Ideally, I'd want to give it to Haley or Clint, because they deserve it. But I'm willing to settle to giving it to literally anyone. Come on. Someone go outside. Preferably anywhere near the top of the town square or Pierre specifically. Oh, Abigail. It is looking like it's gonna be you, friend. Just Abigail being like, I appreciate this. I also don't understand. Oh, come on, Abigail. Walks up to the counter and just stops moving. I thought she was on her way out. Jody! Jody. Do you want a winter root? Well, I guess I could always compost this. And just like that, $100. Okay, so we don't get the free tiles from those random quests. I forget which... I mean, it must have been certain quests. It's fine. It still gets a thing off my list so I can ignore it forever. Which is the precise amount of the amount I want to be dealing with it. Okay. And 2 more days until we get to do some actual farming in our farm sim. Hey, Westo, how's it going? Okay, so the plan is, when spring happens, we will clear out a little bit of space, and then we're going to go and buy a bunch of seeds from Pierre. We're going to be leaning towards stuff that is going to get me instant gratification rather than long-term. And the reason for that is we're going to need that to unlock tiles. And so while I could, go for like the cauliflower that grows and it takes on like 10 or 12 or 14 days or whatever it is, and the payout's much better, there's definitely a cost to being like, if I can unlock a tile now, that I have an opportunity benefit there, that the raw price of the good doesn't really demonstrate. Going quite well. Had a very nice visit with your parents today. Nice. Glad to hear that. We started fresh because the other mod had issues. I loaded up the game and things weren't right, so I was like, okay, well. And luckily I checked it way before stream, because I wanted to make sure things were right, and just, I loaded things up and it's like, okay, something's not right here. And then it gave me time to do a bunch of testing and research and all that. So I was able to find a mod that is far, far better situation. Way more fleshed out, way more functionality that does the same thing. This one is way more brutal than the other one, though. We're at the end of year 1, and I got to Pierre. And I've got about enough for about not quite 50 more tiles. Probably not because of price increase. Hello there. My name's Kent. I just got back last night from overseas. My wife told me you're the new farmer I moved while I was gone. Well, just wanted to introduce myself. I'll see you around. Okay. Notice, the price in raw materials at Robin's shop and Clint's shop has increased. Goody! Price hikes! And after a year of neglect, the farm, not looking the greatest. Okay, so the hoe destroys the seeds. I had to destroy that seed because it's going to grow in the path and block me in. Alright, so this will be a tricky one on how we're dealing with this. Because I can plant the seeds along here. And we'll get that started. Okay, I assume you're also going to destroy it? Yep, that's fine. I figured that was the case, but I also wanted to test. Alright. And for those who don't know, Treacle, absolutely fantastic content creator, someone I highly recommend checking out. Plays a whole range of games, so definitely someone to check out if you like this stuff here. Plays like RimWorld, Hytale, a whole bunch of goodies. So if any of that catches your interest, definitely good times over there. Alright, so we should have the store open today, so we don't need to dig up all this stuff. Actually, probably can dig up. This dog mod has the benefit of, no, you don't own that square noise. It does have that noise, but the thing that really helps with this one, you need a herring for a calzone. Gus. Gus. I've been trying to meet you, friend. But yeah, no, in this one, you've got this item here to buy your tiles. So you're only buying your tiles while you use the item. So it doesn't go as I'm trying to, like, interact with the tile because I don't have the money. Alright, so if we do the bean starters, that gives us continued crops, but it does block the tile, which does kind of suck. can you throw away that item? Yes, but there is a thing in the game settings where you can get it back. Like, you can kind of restore it if you accidentally get rid of it. Alright, so, considerations time. So one thing I can do is I can get some fast-growing crops that pay decently well. I believe the garlic is the one that, if I'm trying to grow something and immediately get my value out of it, it'll then give me more money on the other side. So as far as, like, grow and then have something in 4 days, the garlic will work well. If I want something I get, like, I plant it once and I keep getting produce from it, we get the bean starters. And then make the rows of beans up and down the rows. And so I'd get a little bit of beans constantly. I think for our purpose, and then the potatoes are interesting because you plant them and they do take like 6 days, but you get multiple amounts of potatoes. I think the garlic might be our best. So as far as money goes, with the turnaround time, the kale also is good money, if I recall correctly. Because I want something I can grow fast and very rapidly just get money moving. So I'm leaning towards the garlic, because it's 4 days, and then the parsnip is also 4 days, but the garlic pays more. This one I would need to wait 10 days and to keep producing after that. Which is definitely an argument to be made there. But it only produces for the spring. And usually it's like 4 or 6 days between harvests. I think it's the potatoes or the garlic is what I'm going to be juggling between. Alright. Yeah, because usually these will pay more than those. Yeah, let's just... Yeah, I just don't remember, like, the payouts of the difference. Like, so the garlic I want to say is the new one we get. Let's go ahead and grab these. And we'll start with 40. Gus, I need you to move. Gus. Buddy. Buddy, you've been staring at that sugar too long, man. You need to move, Gus. You've been staring at the... Gus, you've been looking at that bag of sugar for half an hour. 40 minutes now in game. Like, you've genuinely been staring at a bag of sugar for fast approaching a full hour of your life. If you're having that much indecision, you just grab one. You stop going back and forth with consideration. You just take one. Alright, Gus. Yeah, I know a lot about people living here. Cool. I just wanted you for your bonus tile. He's reading the ingredients on a bag of sugar. It just says sugar on it. Alright. And the reason I grabbed 40 instead of just spending as much as we can is we're going to be doing a juggle between planting stuff and all that. Alright, so it's time to start spending more money. And we can chop this tree down. Plus, even if it does have like a little bit of a rotation between the days, and I deliberately skipped a couple rows, and that was intentional. The idea being is I don't actually need to be able to get into the rows that have my plants. I can just kind of reach into them kind of thing. So we do it this way. I could save myself a bunch of tiles. Probably am gonna need every other row, as much as I'm trying to save it. It costs more than I want to. Because I'll need that for the sprinklers anyways. Okay, that's our... Ho-ho! The price just jumped up to 1,000. Yeah, I was going for like every third row so that I could skip here, but it's fine. This'll work. So you can go here. Yep, so we just had the next price increase, and it is a doozy. Tiles are now 1,000 gold a tile. Which, granted, they don't go up again in price until I buy well over 1,000 tiles. Just the cross being held up, just being like ward them away. Okay, so let's go here. Drop you off. Let's see if I can get back to town and get 3 more garlic. So we're gonna have a little bit of a horrifically slow growth going on here. Let's go here. 1, 2, 3. I'd really like to get more happening, but I don't think we have the space for it. We're making decisions. Not good decisions, but decisions. Because there's not a real benefit right now for me not utilizing the space I've got. Because I don't have the levels for sprinklers or anything else like that. So it's going to be doing that stuff. Put you down. Okay. And that's it. We are spent for the day. Can you plant on paths? I believe I can plant there. I don't believe I can plant out on the bus path. I believe that resets, or like the people trample it or whatever. I don't remember what the rules are. I know you can leave a lot of stuff randomly strewn about town. It's just if anyone crosses over it, like if you put a chest down and a person walks across it, if it blocks their path, they'll knock the chest out of the way, like it'll get messed with. Dear all Storge, I am now selling higher quality fertilizers as well as new crop selections. See you soon. Oh, that does remind me, craft. Okay.
The 1.6 generally made it so NPCs would not destroy stuff. Just stopped and walked through it. That's good. Because it used to be a thing that, like, if you left stuff in the way, the NPCs would just demolish things. Which was kind of fair, if you're just leaving random boxes all through town or whatever. Where so you kind of also to be like, you know you don't have the rights to that property, right? Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna put all this land to use. And that'll just be what it is. Yeah, that's a big part of why, like, the free tiles you get from introducing yourself are so big. So let's also check, who do we still need to introduce ourselves to? Kent, Jas, Jody, Linus, Willie. Well, we did introduce ourselves to George. We haven't introduced ourselves to Alex. Because that's the thing, it's not the same criteria for introduce yourself, and we haven't introduced ourselves to Shane yet. Like, we've introduced them for what qualifies for the quest, but for the mod, I have to actually talk to them outside festivals. Okay, and that's us broke. And I still need 9 more... Yeah, I just need 9 more plant fiber. We get 9 more plant fiber. Then we can put down to Scarecrow. That'll get another quest done. And then plus, right now we're not rocking a Scarecrow, so... The burbs are going to enjoy the stay here. There's nothing I can do here. Alright, it looks like there's grass sneaking up on the edge. If we don't keep that pushed back, it will ultimately mess with my stuff here. Is there anything I care about digging up anymore? Because I go here and I get clay maybe. I think that's literally all I can get. I don't really feel like I want to put the effort into that. Yeah, that's all. That's just going to give me clay. And we don't get XP for that either. So we're just going to go with, we're heckin' farmers now. You know what we do? We heckin' farm. So we get rain tomorrow. So it's worth min-maxing? Oh yeah, no, very genuinely, like if it wasn't for like streaming and all that, probably what I would have done if I was just playing on my own is I would have spent every single day in the winter just doing my best to get as much yams and all that as I could. I probably would have experimented with the idea that if I eat a snow yam or a winter root, do I get enough stamina to most of the time get another snow root or whatever? Because if I do, then it's worth just
you know, keep hoeing until I run out of stamina, eat a harvestable, you know, and then keep going until like the day's done. But on stream, like, that would be super tedious to watch after a while. And also, low-key, I wanted to stop hoeing. Me just, you know, fast-forwarding time. Yep. Alright, and that's this day done. Alright, and a bunch of our garlic will finish growing today. So unfortunately, there's nothing really for me to do. We're just gonna do a quick little inspection. You're staying back, right? Stay back. Okay. How long are seasons? 28 days a season. Yeah, no, I got the grass on the other side, because I got to keep up with that, because the grass will ultimately destroy stuff. Alright, so you've gained a level. Did you start a year 2 or something? Nope. We have been at this for about 7 hours, and we got to year 2 because pretty much the gameplay has been wake up, dig a lot of dirt till we get a bunch of clay, sell the clay, buy a tile, go to bed, repeat the process until we got to year 2 and we had enough money to actually finally reach well, we got 2 pierres during the winter. That's how rough this has been getting off the ground, is it took us all the way to winter to finally be able to get to Pierre to buy seeds. But now that we've got that, yeah, we were a literal dirt farmer for like 75%, no, actually like more like 80% of the first year. Alright, so we got 48 garlic to try selling. Now, the garlic was about 40 per seed. My hope here is that we will get at least 1.5 to 2 times the cost of the seed, or more. Because that would be enough for some pretty exponential growth. That still makes more sense than moisture farming in a desert planet with 2 suns. You are not wrong. Yeah, that was one of the ones that got me, was like, in the Star Wars lore, it's like moisture farming. It pulls the moisture out of the air and collects it for water for, you know, people surviving. Like, I'm sorry, I don't care how frugal you are in your water consumption and like how much recycling and all that you do. If you're a desert planet with 2 suns, your humidity is effectively 0. You're not getting a cup of water out of that a day, let alone any meaningful amount. And even if we're being considerate that you're really on it to trying to save every last drop of water through like recycling and all that, you're still gonna sweat and have it evaporate. Okay. So, 1 garlic is about 60. That's 2,600. Alright. And I said 48 if I'm not mistaken, so let's grab 48. We'll go for 55 and see if we can't make that work. Dude actually make some good points about this. Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing. Like, Tatooine, it's like rolling desert and craggy desert where you would have effectively 0 water stored anywhere. But, I mean, that's science fantasy compared to, like, reality. Okay, so I've got... I'd set those aside with the intent of putting sprinklers there someday. But it's as well as once you're like, you know what? That is a future problem that is well out of reach right now. That is not something I need to be worrying about at this time. But yeah, so it does seem like whatever money I put into these, I'm getting 1.5 back or more. And the or more comes into if it happens to roll like silver quality or higher, then you know I get an extra bump on my pay. But that does mean if I put about we put about $2,000 into this, I make about $3,000 back. That I should have enough for at least another tile per harvest. And as we increase that, it starts being like I can get more and more tiles per rotation. Because it's going to be an exceedingly long time before that price goes up again. Like, when that price goes up again, that's when we're in the thousands of tiles unlocked. Okay, realistically, I could get 4 garlic here. 5, 6, 7, 8. I might be able to make 10 more garlic fit there. And that'll kind of be pushing the limits of what could feasibly fit there. For those who missed why we're choosing garlic, it's because it's got a very short grow time. So it could very, very rapidly turn things around. I'd be able to buy almost 10 more, so we don't want to do that. It's got a very, very fast turnaround, so even if it's not purely the most profitable, I hope things are going well on MTX Farm. I'd hate to see it all dried up. Oh, Lewis. You missed the last year, Lewis. I was digging a hole and then filling it in, and then digging the hole in the exact same spot and just filling it in, and just repeating that until I got lucky and got something worth value. Just, how are things going at MTX Farm? Your character starts, like, just openly crying. Just cannot keep it in anymore. Has been keeping that all, keeping that all in for just too long. Let's see. You de-windowed to play some games. When you come back, you've made it to Pierre. And it's spring and the tiles got 1k. Oh dear. Yep. Alright. So we have a mayonnaise machine. We're slightly better at farming. And we got the crap sprinkler that no one should ever make. It makes a plus sign that's 1 tile on all sides. It's really garbage. It's a really terrible sprinkler. Dear, it's been so long since we've heard from you. Dear, things, let's see, things are the same as ever back home. I miss you so much. Love, Mom. P.S. Found an envelope with some of money Grandpa left. For you. Thanks, Ed. Hi. Me sell hats. Okay, Poke? Come to old house. Poke. Bring coins. Hat Mouse. Well, Storge, I'm craving a fresh apricot. I haven't been able to find one in the store, so I'm asking you. I'll pay well for it, Emily. Oh, Emily, you will not be getting that apricot. Probably ever. And we gained another level in farming. Alright. Especially since you can't walk through sprinklers. So you can't put them in the oh yeah, and that's the whole thing. It's with like the plus. You end up having to just compromise so much space to try and make it work. So you're just better off not bothering. Alright. When you open up the cave, do you always go mushrooms? No. I've done both. I think overall, just broadly speaking, if your only goal is the community center completion, RNG-wise, the fruit bats can kind of help you finish faster if you just happen to get the fruit you need. Whereas the mushrooms, almost all the mushrooms are just easier to get a hold of. But if you're talking just raw, you want to make the most money, I do believe the mushrooms are technically better money-wise. So let's see. Implant on the path? So diagonals are kind of hard to do with the hoe, but I could definitely get at least the one more down here. I can try for that real fast. There we go. Yeah, it looks like you can get them if it face down. Okay, so 1, 2, so we've got 11, 12, 13, 14. Uh, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 more garlic. And I think that'll be like literally our capacity there. Until I get more money to buy more tiles. I've already forgotten the number. It's either 22 or 24. 23. Alright. Are the mushrooms technically better, I think, yeah. But you like to do the bats as a chance of getting a fruit for the community center faster, because the tree saplings cost a lot, and they're the best plant in the greenhouse, and you can't move them, and yeah. Yep, no, entirely correct. Like, that's the thing, if I'm worried about community center things, it is technically for community center stuff better to get the bats. But if you're talking like just your long-term making money, I believe the mushrooms do win. Especially now that the dehydrator exists as just another thing to get a little extra money. Alright, we gain ourselves another level. Okay, so we got the bee house. If you top down a fruit tree, you get a sapling now. It's the same star as the fruit tree was. Oh, that's nice. Dear Storge, I'd like to apologize for joking about your grandpa's old cottage when we first met. It's really nice little house. However, you might need more space someday. That's where I can help. If you bring me some raw materials, and pay a fee, I can expand your house. The first expansion I can offer includes a kitchen. With a kitchen, you'll be able to cook any recipes you've learned. Anyway, I hope you're starting to feel at home in Stardew Valley. Your local carpenter, Robin. Alright. And you see the grass is growing over here again, so I'll need to deal with that. It's a shame we can't get plant fiber of any kind from the grass. Because I already know I'm going to be fighting it. How do you get fiber? Bushes. I don't actually see a bush right here. Those are more trees. There's like little shrub bushes that you chop up, and sometimes they give you a fiber. In what year do you expect to reach the fisherman hut? I don't know, because that's not a priority for me yet. The plan is I'm going to be focusing on the farming a lot more than the fishing. So, like, right now my priorities are, 1, continue to scale the farm. So that way I can make money relatively well. Once we start getting to the point where I'm making relatively okay money from the farm, or I just cannot stand the watering anymore, then we start pushing towards Clint. That way I can start working on being able to, at a minimum, buy the ore to build the sprinklers. Let's see, can you make a farm out of those 3 tiles next to the mailbox in a chest? The 3 tiles... No, so those ones I can't hit. I can get to that tile. So it is one more spot I can get to. But those are not diggable, that's not diggable. This one surprises me that's not diggable. But it does look like I can get one more seed and plunk down one more seed there. Alright. I went shopping last night and picked up a fresh garlic on sale for only 60 gold. That's actually kind of surprising, because I believe I'm selling them to Pierre for 60 gold. Pierre, I'm not going to tell you how to run your business, but I think you need a bigger margin than 0. I'm gonna be honest. When you look up the market value, the whole decision you gotta make is you gotta base the price you buy and sell around the market value, but not at the market value. If you're going to be selling it for 60, you got to be buying it for less than 60 enough that you can cover your expenses. Pierre does it for the love of the game. Like, Pierre's like, nah, I'm set for life, man. I'm just here to, like, have the practice of business. I don't actually want to do business. So, like, genuinely, I'm a charitable organization in the sense that I'm literally working on getting a place where everyone can kind of come together to get their supplies very easily. You know, I don't want to lose money on it, of course. But, like, you know, I'll offer to them at cost. Meanwhile, my character's over here like, nah, man, I need every penny we can bleed out of this thing. The local walk-on ground tax really rough to my whole situation. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Huh. Vote no on walk-on ground tax. It'd probably have some like really dumb name like Fair Access to Grounds Act. Except they'd do something to give it a really fun acronym too. Okay. And thank you for that follow. Welcome to the stream. And thank you, Deep Gift, for the 7 stream streak. Catch the last 7 streams without missing a single one. Really do appreciate it. I will say, this is both way more lucrative and way less tedious than farming clay. Hey, Lightsaber Dude, how's it going? The question, Lightsaber Dude, is what color Kyber crystal? Like, you doing red, you doing blue, you doing green, going to be a little more exotic with the yellow or the purple, or just really want to be out there and do something like seafoam or periwinkle. Why am I up here now? I don't have anything to plant there. I'm just like instinctively walking there. You alternate between orange and cyan depending if you're feeling Sith or Jedi. Nice. Good answer. You wanted to have a walk? I guess. Just, you get into the habit of doing a pattern in the game, and then you do the pattern and you stop and you go like, wait, why was I doing this pattern now? Like, I had a reason before. But like, why am I here? Yeah, I see the offending grass. Eh. And tomorrow's payday. I did enjoy the conversation. You monster crow. I did enjoy the conversation that we had like a while back where we were just going over like just silly colors of lightsabers so far as... Wait. I was about to say, don't you destroy multiple crops? I've never seen you hop before. So we were just going over like colors of lightsabers like seafoam, periwinkle, a crew. Lavender. Mauve. Yeah, mauve came up. And you know whoever had like, one of the ones like mauve, it would be a thing in canon that, there'd be like Corellisec or whatever would be like, all right, so the person who's holding a lightsaber, what color lightsaber was it? And it'd be like mauve, and you're like, mauve? And the person would be utterly insufferable, or it'd be like red, and you'd have like the Sith there, and the Sith would be utterly insufferable. It's like, no, it is a mauve lightsaber, not a common red one. What do you take me for? One of those discount Sith? Mocha? You're actually in a lightsaber dueling club. We choreograph battles. Oh, that's cool. I did not do anything that neat. I just did one of the things where we got the custom-made ones and that kind of stuff, which You know, it was probably more than we should have spent, but now I have a custom-made lightsaber. Did you just Sith actually us? Yep. Yeah, a Sith count. Actually. I still like the memes that go around, like just Obi-Wan doing like the whole like only Sith deal in absolutes, and you're like, Obi, buddy, pal, broski, that's an absolute. You self-reporting here, friend? You have a cerulean or a vermilion lightsaber. There we go. I really should have paid attention to how many garlic that was. I'm gonna guess that was 60. Nina seats for tomorrow. You just want more Obi-Wan there, hello there memes? Type exclamation mark hello. It was 64? Gotcha. Yeah, it's got a cooldown so it doesn't get spammed too hard. I'm assuming that played through everything because every once in a while the bot settings get changed. Because Windows and Firebot and all that do stuff. Yep, now that's what we have where it just goes, hello there. You know how that made you smile like a happy toddler? Hey. I am very much the Star Wars nerd. Read all the books. Okay, so we're going to need a bunch more, but that's okay. I very much read all the books like Extended Universe when I was, you know, in middle school and high school and late elementary school and all that. Was among the very salty when the Extended Universe became Legends. Did I miss a spot? Yes, it did. Right there. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Let's get 24 seeds. So much good lore lost because when we lost book canon? Yeah. I still stand by that Jason Solo was probably... Oh, was it more than 26? Yeah, the one the Crow ate, that's right. We'll get 30. We'll play it safe, we'll get 30. Because having a seed sit in our inventory for an extra couple days is not that big a deal. Versus just not having enough seeds would be a lot worse. Yeah, no, I definitely liked Jason Solo. As far as like the people falling to the dark side, I felt his fall was both kind of the most authentic and believable in a lot of ways. And I also feel like it was really good as far as storytelling and all that. Because it was one you could kind of see, you know, a well-meaning, decent person kind of falling into that. It was a very different fall compared to what we had before. Like, it was the intellectual, like, you know, digging deeper when set on a bad path to begin with kind of fall. That he got set up and then just kind of cut loose. Where the outcome was kind of not set in stone or whatever, but like the gears were already turning. Okay. Alright, so we got those all planted, they're all watered, these all be ready for harvest tomorrow. I can buy a single additional tile of land. If I buy this, I get 2 more places to plant, and we get a tree to cut down. So, this tile is now mine. I'm not sure which way the tree is going to fall with the up and down thing. I think it's going to fall left, unfortunately. Yep. All right. Okay, farming 4. We get the preserves jar. We got foraging 1, where we can make spring seeds now. That ain't happening. What is the recipe for the preserves jar? A lot of stone that I do not have and a lot of coal. Yep, that's not happening. Not for a while. Screw you, crow. When I get my plant fiber, crow, oh boy, I will do something that just makes you go away and doesn't really actually hurt you in any way. But you will just not be here to annoy me, I guess. There's not a whole lot more to that, I guess. But tremble in fear. Alright, so we can't sell to Pierre today because Pierre doesn't open on Wednesdays. It's also weird having these roads that I can't walk through. Where my crops are. It's almost like doing the trellis plants as if I did all the bean sprouts here anyways. Is selling through the chest generating the same amount of gold? It will. If you sell to Pierre directly or you sell through the box, both of them ultimately give you the same thing. Because the idea of what's happening behind the scenes is at the end of the day, Lewis pops by, goes and grabs the stuff out of the box there, and then basically sells it to Pierre on your behalf. But game mechanics wise, it's kind of like the only difference is you can sell to Pierre immediately to get paid versus selling via the chest. You have to wait till that evening to get paid. But when Pierre's not open on Wednesdays, you don't get the choice of selling to Pierre. Okay. Did the other one fail? Basically the mod had an issue. So the tiles I unlocked, there were tiles I hadn't unlocked that became unlocked. There's tiles I had unlocked that didn't become unlocked, or that weren't unlocked, and a bunch of garbage like that. And I think it was just that mod I had been using may not have been updated for the version we're on. Not looking to have all the Not looking at... Well, I mean, we're expanding little by little. So it's gonna get all kind of out of whack. Plus, there's gonna be the ones that the crows destroy, and those are gonna get out of sync. And honestly, I don't think it's bad to have it where we get, like, a bit of money constantly versus one big cash out every 4 or 5 days. The one the one garlic that is just on a completely different schedule than the others, it's fine. Okay. Alright, just working our way along. So the goal here is we just want to have it make us as much money as possible. I figured it's gonna run out right then. I need to trim down there to keep that grass from destroying our crops. Yeah, I have to go down this road because I don't own that tile. It's always about the money. Fact. Canonically, we did make our character's favorite thing, money. We clearly in this world, we're coming from a culture that values money very heavily, considering we're effectively paying a tax for every single tile of land we get access to. Like, every single square, even if we can't do anything with it other than just walk, we have to pay for it. So very, very clearly we are in a ridiculously focused on money society. It's always about money. Yeah, one of the big things we'll want to do here is if I can actually get the materials for like the preserves jar or whatever, that does give us an option for a little bit more money, because then we can just take one of the garlic occasionally and set it aside, start preserving it, because usually with all the artisan goods, for the most part, it's effectively just a multiplier, that you take the material, you put it in there, you get your artisan good out, and the artisan good's worth like 1.5 whatever it was before, or whatever the amount is. As a very rich one, shop owner selling without margin. All the people except you have all the have all the tails. Everyone else is doing way better than we are. Dear all Storge, tomorrow we're holding the Egg Festival in the town square. You should arrive between 9 a.m. and 2 p.m. if you'd like to attend. You won't want to miss the annual egg hunt. Mayor Lewis. I think in my headcanon, Mayor Lewis is going to start referring to himself as Mayor Louise, even though his name is not spelled at all like you would have for Louise. Kind of like from, was it I Love You, Colonel Sanders, a finger-licking good dating simulator? Ashley. Where the whole time, every time I saw her, I was like, how the hell am I supposed to pronounce this name? And this is a no crops day. Or I should say, no seeds day. Tomorrow I won't be able to buy seeds. I have a lot of these that'll be coming up due. I think this is the batch where we have about 60-something seeds that come up at the same time. So want to do a run over. I'll grab like this. I'll just go ahead and grab like 64 seeds or whatever. Because I could buy another tile and plant 2 more. But tomorrow if we harvest it all and I can't buy the seeds because town's closed for the festival, that won't do me any good. So it'd be better that I buy like 64, 65 seeds and then not miss out on a whole extra day of crops growing, if possible. Alright. Okay, so I can't quite afford to get all of them, because the harvest we had for the other one was for like just where we had like 11 or 12 harvested at a day. But that's okay. There's nothing more for us to do here. Go to bed. So now tomorrow with the Easter egg hunt, I think the only thing of value we can get from it is that you suck, Crow. Someday, Crow, I'll have enough plant fiber to put a stop to your menace. Okay. Before I miss it, well, the problem is, if you missed it, we're doing a challenge run called Tileman. So you notice I'm only walking along a very narrow strip through my field, and that there's a little thing right above my character that says tiles bought 102, next tile cost 1,000 gold. So all that wonderful field you see just to my left, with all those rich trees and fiber and grass and stuff that my character looks at from the middle distance longingly, just this empty pit in their heart, desperately wanting what is just inches away. Unfortunately, each inch costs about 1,000 bucks. So I actually can't get the plant fiber. That's the reason we're going to bed, is I'm getting done what I can. And then my only other thing I could do to be productive is to just walk back and forth and just like walk back and forth and dig up the dirt for clay. Wasn't a cap? That was the other mod. That mod broke. This mod does not have... I mean, it does... I think it does have a cap, but is substantially higher. But the other mod didn't have any way to get free tiles ever. This one does have ways. So like introducing myself to a character for the first time gave me one free tile. Trying to get a back room deal. Ha, ha, ha. I admire your gumption. Get the hell on the other side of the line. Yeah, so it's not worth it for me to buy the strawberry seeds now. If I got them for like next year, that'd be good, but I don't want to tie up that capital. Some of those eggs were laid just this morning. See? They're still warm. I didn't really need to know that, but okay. I mean, I don't have a problem with it, but... Do you think I'm too old for the egg hunt? Yes. You sound like my mom. Don't tell anyone I tried. It's something different this year. Duck eggs in the custard. Eggs are fine, but I'd advise against eating 30 per day. Here, Storge. Did you get a taste of my carp roe pie? What? It is an egg festival, isn't it? Screw you, Demetrius. It feels great to be outside again after that long, cold winter, doesn't it? This year, I sewed little pants and hats on some of the eggs. They look adorable. Oh, I still need to get my photo taken with the bunny stand. Does my hair look okay? The punch isn't as good as last year. It's missing something. Oh yeah! I forgot! The first year the punch is spiked. And so Leah's like, this punch is amazing. And this time she's like, huh, it's not as good as last year. Hopefully Vincent was able to find an egg this year. It would be good for him to feel like he's a contender. I'm gonna try my best to win this year. I'm gonna live inside the big egg. It always seems a little antsy during big gatherings like this. Think you'll win the egg hunt this year? It might be a little boring, but these festivals are a good chance to connect with our neighbors. Evelyn made eggs and leeks for breakfast, so I'm all in a good mood. Hey Azrael, how's it going? Do you have hens in your farm? No. Spring would be a great time to start raising chickens, don't you think? Screw you, Evelyn, I don't tell you how to do your job. And also, go check out Azrael, fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of simulation games, doing some Euro Truck Simulator too, like achievement hunting, but also does like farm sim and construction sim and a whole bunch of other stuff. So if you like sim games, you can find him over there. On rainy days, you'll find catfish in these water. They're very challenging to catch, but well worth the effort. If you know what I'm saying. I'm not a big fan of eggs, to tell you the truth. Be careful you don't accidentally take a raven's egg. They'll hold a grudge for you for the rest of their days. Cool. Hey, if you're gonna feed me eggs, you need to put some hot sauce, kid. Agreed. Oh no. It's mostly salad this year. You know what? I kinda miss winter. It's simpler in a way. Wonder what would happen to my arms and legs if I ate 30 eggs a day. They'd probably fall off because I'd die. Cholesterol poison, am I right? My nose. Oh, it is. They do depict Ken as having PTSD. Granted, probably not with eggs. Yeah, that's dramatic. Yep. Oh, did you check out the new Star Trek? I know you talked about it. Alex really likes his eggs, bless him. Yeah, it says like, Alex, bro, I'm glad you want your protein, but you're gonna need to find another source than just eggs. Eggs are fine, but like, if you're gonna go ahead and break out the Beauty and the Beast, Gaston diet, just know in real life, you die. You just die. Her cosplay is really amazing. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I think it was on Blue Sky. I think I saw a picture of it. I think you had posted it there. I think that's where it was posted. Yeah, no, I didn't get a chance to respond because of that with other people running around. Hey, Penny, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Penny Meowie as well? It's always lovely to watch them Stardew. Yeah, we're doing a sweaty challenge, Penny. A really, really sweaty challenge. It's been a lot of fun. But for those who don't know Penny, absolutely fantastic content creator, also plays a lot of really excellent games, lots of variety and all that stuff. I know I was watching you play something that I don't remember what was. That was not the game I saw you playing yesterday. Deep Dish Dungeon. Alright, what did I... There was a game I was unfamiliar with that I saw you, I think it was yesterday you were playing? Is it that or the day before? I was doing a little lurky lurk because I was super tired. I woke up after like an hour of sleep yesterday, so after stream I was not socializing much. I was spent. Hens lay the eggs, but roosters play an important part too. They protect the hens and prevent them from fighting with each other. Oh yeah, yeah, it was a fishing game, but it was like I was watching and there's like stingray bouncing out of the water everywhere. Yeah, Umagari. That was the one. Umagari. Because there's like stingrays like bouncing out, and I was like, I have no idea what's going on. The fishing game was really good, very twisted but great. Yeah, it was like, this is a wild fishing game. It was very Japanese. Excellent. That means happier hens and better eggs. Do you think everyone's ready for the egg hunt? Yes. Because I need to crush some children's hopes and dreams. It's time for the highlight of today's festivals, the annual spring egg hunt. Calm down now, kids. You're gonna need all that energy if you hope to find the most eggs. Take home the exclusive prize. It's technically a horror, but it's not a scary kind. It's what the heck is going on. I much prefer that over the going proper. I am like not seeing the eggs like I usually do. Now's everyone ready? Fight! Let the egg hunt begin. Oh, that was an egg. There we go. Get out of the way, Alex. I will stab you. I'm missing a bunch of them and I know it. I am not being efficient in my pathing. Not feeling great about this one. New. Got it. I don't feel great. I don't think we got that one. I was being wildly inefficient in my pathing. Wow, look at all these eggs. Now, if only you could get these kids to pick up litter this efficiently, we'd have the cleanest town on this side of Gem Sea. We all litter and make the children pick it up as punishment. It's a great economic strategy. And now the winner for this year's egg hunt is... Rual Storge. I mean, I actually didn't expect... That was... We played with the Ridgeside Village and Stardew Valley Expanded mod. And in that one, they count Vincent and Jas together. And they kicked my butt because they got like 18 eggs or something like that. Here's your prize. Enjoy. Well, that's it for this year's Eggs Festival. Thanks for coming, everyone. Yeah, that's where, there's a clip of me doing that where it's like, give me my hat. And it's like, Jasmine's like, well, that's the reason I was like, wait, what? It's not that I lost. That part was fine. It was the fact that the two of them were together. I'm like, wait, what is this crap? You each have to, you know, compete independently. Like, I get to crush the children one by one, not collectively as a group. You don't get to unite together. Alright. Ooh, good. Rainy day. I mean, actually... Hi, Rual Storge. I've got some good news for you. A few days ago, I made a breakthrough in my research in the local environment. I'll spare you the technical details I'm sure you wouldn't understand. Like, it goes beyond the concept of dirt and plant. So it's definitely outside your scope. You may have noticed the empty cave over there that you have by the cliffs. No, because you've never been more than, like, to the west of your front porch? Well, I have a way to turn into something useful for both of us. I'd like to set up the cave to attract a local species. That way, I can observe them in a more controlled environment. And by them, I mean you. I'm actually going to be doing experiments on you, watching you pick mushrooms, and just, you know, observing your behavior. And how we can harvest you, I mean them, and whatever products they produce. In either set up the cave to attract mushrooms or fruit bats. The bats will sometimes leave fruit for you to collect. Mushrooms. Alright. I'll go set it up for you right now. It shouldn't take any time at all. Thanks for letting me do this. Alright, so... grab all the garlic we can. Alright. So, I have no idea how many seeds we have, because sure, I've only got like the 22 down here, but we didn't get through all those. I'm going to guess we're at like 40 something, so I'm going to grab 50 just to be sure. And then I should have enough money to buy maybe an extra tile or two for more farmland. Which is going to be necessary. Oh, while we're waiting, because the Pierre's isn't open for a little while, is there any of the grass that needs to be knocked back? Yeah, there is. That's going to honestly be like kind of the roughest part. Is just getting access to more of this place so I can do anything. But yeah, for those who didn't see what this challenge is, we are doing the Tileman challenge. So you'll notice there's this grid everywhere. Except for this little thin path I'm walking on. That's because I'm not allowed to walk on that grid. So if I like try and go down, you'll notice I can't go over here. Now to get that, I could use this item, and for 1,000 gold, I can get access to one more tile of land. It didn't start at 1,000 gold. I think it started at 10 gold. But after you buy land, it gradually just goes up and up and up and up in price. And so, as you can see, it's the whole thing. Now the good news is it won't go up in price for a very long time. I believe when I hit 1,000 tiles purchased is the next time the price goes up. And you get the idea. And it'll just keep getting more and more expensive as time goes on. And that's the tiered setting. You can also do it on a different setting called the classic, which is it starts at 5 gold per tile, but every single tile goes up 5 gold. Getting to Clint is going to cost a fortune. You better believe it. There is a reason why we have been focused entirely on trying to get the farm to make more money. As opposed to worrying about, you know, oh, all these other things, like getting to the fishing and all that. The fishing pool is really good money. Like, you can get a couple $1,000 a day out of the fishing. The issue with the fishing is it only scales up so far. It's got a ceiling. That once you hit, like, 10 fishing and you get your stuff that maxes all that out, that's kind of it. You can't get more money out of it. There's stuff you can do with traps if you really want to get technical with it. But broadly speaking, there's a cap. Whereas the cap for farming is when you've, like, unlocked the entirety of your farm. And, you know, later on you'll add, like, Ginger Island and all that. Okay, so I've got 4. So I can go 1, 2... Alright, we can do more. Like if I buy 4 more garlic seeds, I can buy 2 more chunks of land, and we can get that much more. So it's going to give me a total of 8 more garlic per cycle. And that's where things will start picking up is as we, you know, continue to expand the farm. That'll get to be more and more. We're probably not going to push too much past the point. Like, if I start getting to the point where I can't really water it all without running myself out of stamina, there's no point in me going past that immediately. But it might be worth it at that point for me to clear out 1 tile out and around the farm that's not my growing area, just so I can go there, knock the plants back, hopefully catch some plant fiber. How are we doing? So we're at 11 plant fiber, which is all I'm missing is 9 plant fiber to get a scarecrow. So 1, 2. Okay, and we could drop off the moss. And there's a whole lot of nothing else for me to do today, so we move on. So we've expanded that row over there on the left. We'll kind of start getting a feel for what our limit is on how much we can handle with the watering. And then, like I said, we'll start working our way around to clear up the area around it as best we can. Greetings, Rual Storge. It's my pleasure to inform you that your farm will be featured in next week's up-and-coming column, the Star Valley Tribune. Congratulations. We're impressed by your quick progress. It only took you over a year to put a crop in the ground. Dear Rual Storge, I'd like to surprise my husband with a gift. He's a big fan of leeks. Could you bring me one? Granny Evelyn. I'm gonna be honest with you, Granny. The answer is probably no. It's gonna probably be no there, Granny. It's definitely gonna be a no. Because unless it happens to appear directly on the path in front of me where I have, or like directly along the path where I can grab it from what I've already cleared, you're gonna give me maybe $100 to $200 for that. Whereas it'll cost me $1,000 per tile to deviate from that main path. Alright, we can go down here. Yeah, so it kind of looks like we're getting to the point where, it's right at the diagonal there. How do the mines work? I believe it's going to work the exact same as the other mod, where we have to buy every single tile. Keep in mind, one misconception a lot of people have, the mines on this part of the map are not randomly generated. So you can just like clear the tiles and go through them, and the tiles you buy will stay cleared. Now granted, this mod could work differently. We had to start our run over yesterday, or today, because the other mod is working, ended up having an issue that when I loaded it up, the tiles I unlocked were not the same. So I had tiles I had not unlocked that became unlocked, and I had tiles that I had definitely unlocked that were locked. So we ended up switching mods to one that I did a lot more research on before stream. That seems to be way, way more fleshed out. Yeah, we kind of did that switch. But yeah, when we go to the mines, if it works like the other mod did, we will have to unlock every tile, which does mean ultimately the way I'm dealing with the mines is we're just not. I will be buying my ore from Clint because it'll be infinitely less expensive than trying to get ore in the mines. As far as like needing to complete the mines kind of thing, what I'll end up doing is I will end up just buying, or not buying, I'll just end up making a bunch of ladders and just shooting to the bottom, because that'll be far more reasonable to deal with. So there's the garlic seed to replace the one we got rid of. Okay. And who have we missed talking to? We did talk to Evelyn, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so we haven't talked to Kent, Linus, Jas, Willie, Pierre, Alex, or Penny, I believe. And the reason I'm mentioning that is this mod, one of the big differences is this mod, the tiles get way more expensive way faster than the other one. But also, as you complete certain progression things like maxing out your skill in something, or maxing out a friendship, or introducing yourself to someone for the first time, these kind of things, they will give you a couple of free tiles here and there. They do have, like, where they'll give you, like, 25 tiles or whatever for, like, getting through, like, the ship everything achievement and all that. And it's like, you know what's not happening? That. there is zero chance we are getting through the ship everything achievement. Because keep in mind, Stardew Valley is getting an update, from my understanding, this coming week. Well, I don't buy seeds today, and I don't have anything to sell, so I guess we're just going back to bed. Alright, long day. Was awake for 40 minutes. Good hustle. Okay, and we'll grab all these. And we leveled up farming again. That's not surprising with how much we're pulling up here. And we're watering all these because I'm gonna go to town. No, I'm not. Alright, I don't need to water all those tiles. It's Wednesday. Let's see. You appreciate the streamers doing these kind of challenges? Just so you don't have to. I think you go insane for trying to play this mod, but it's fun to watch. Yeah, I tend to like a lot of really slow burn challenges. Like I've played plenty of like Farming Simulator over the years, which that's like, you know, more realistic simulating like actual farmers, or like, you know, you hook up your tractor and your trailers and you do all that kind of garbage. But I like to do what's known as the 0 to Hero challenge in there, or Survivor Man is a specific slice of 0 to Hero. And that's kind of the same thing, where that one you give yourself the bare minimum of what the game requires to be able to make literally any money at all. And then starting with $0, not allowing stuff like loans or leases or anything else to like bootstrap with. And you just, you know, if you gave yourself a chainsaw, you just start cutting down trees and carrying the chunks of lumber over to the lumber yard until you can afford something that you can like load up the logs and slowly building up for nothing. I like these kind of slow burn challenges. I do know they're not everyone's cup of tea. Or like for Project Zomboid, I will do, I'll do 16 times population, which is where you and the zombies kind of slam into each other and then just keep grinding away. So you have to wonder, how does this start off? Do you start with enough tiles to reach a shipping box? Yes, so you get 10 tiles for free, which is about enough to like get out to your front step or whatever, to like get around there, grab your seeds, get out to the front step, maybe a tile or two after that. But you also start with 500 gold in Stardew Valley, and that's enough to buy the tiles and get over there, because the tiles start at about 10 bucks per tile, and then they just keep building up in price as you unlock more. Okay, so we got the quality sprinkler. You like to play only fishing. That was a fun bit, but you missed some of that stuff. 16 times where a single outhouse contains the entire population of a small town. Yeah, so it's like, people be like, why don't you just go to this place and get weapons? You're like, you don't understand. Just going to that place and getting weapons is a month-long protracted battle. You don't just walk over to the gun store and get your guns. You campaign. You go out on a sortie. Oh yeah, no, the rain is always nice. Alright, well, while we wait for Pier to open, and clean up. Make sure no grass is growing in here anywhere. Alright. So I've got all that sorted. I have no concept of how many seeds I need. You could never... This is coming from someone who systematically cleared all of the Crossroads Mall. Oh, yeah. No, it's, So, for those who don't know, I used to hold a world record in Project Zomboid for the highest kill count run ever streamed. Like, and that was when the record was 135,121 on 16 times pop. Which that was, for that record, we had cleared the, I believe we cleared Rosewood, the prison. We had cleared the military base. March Ridge. And I can't remember if we did Ekron or not. I don't think we did, or Lake Fallas. But we did go and, we were pushing Muldrow, which is when I died in that run. You saw someone mention the mines. You second that? How the F does that work with random floors? The floors aren't random. The mine here, the floors aren't random. The Skull Cavern mines are random, but the mines here aren't random. So I can't tell you how Skull Cavern works, but here, like, if it's the way the other mod was, we just do the unlock for normal. So people mentioned, like, 98 or 102, so we're gonna go for 100 and something. Yeah, I'll start with 110 and see where that puts us. Because it's looking like every harvest I'm getting 2 or 3 more tiles. And that should accelerate up until the next threshold, which is 1,000 tiles. Because as I have more land, I'm getting that much more each round of sales and all that. We did get access to the sprinkler. What is the sprinkler's recipe? 1 gold, 1 iron, and refined quartz. Harvesting is how you unlock tiles. Yeah, so the way I'm getting more tiles is it's money. It's $1,000 per tile right now. It started at 10, but as you unlock tiles, the price goes up. And so what we're doing is we're using the harvesting as our main money source. So with us doing the harvest, each time I'm doing a harvest, I'm making a bit over 1,000 profit. And so as I get more space, my profit will be higher per go. Yeah, so it was 98, to be clear, because I got 110, and I got 12 left. So it was 98 was how many tiles we had. So I can go, there's a tile, there's a tile, there's a tile. So we got 3 more tiles. You're at Mom's, you cook turkey wings? They're massive brown onion gravy. That sounds delicious. Okay, we got a stone there. Alright, we put down what we could, and that's what we got for this in-game day. You might be thinking random infested floor. You think that can happen? Ooh, random infested floor in the regular mines. I definitely know that's a thing in the Skull Cavern. Shouldn't the rows of crops be too wide from the path? Too wide from the path? Oh, you're saying to save me from buying these ones? I had to clear the trees and crap out of here. That there was trees and rocks in there, so I had to be able to get to them. Are you saying so we could go like this way and this way? Yeah, that'd probably be more efficient. I'm going to be putting sprinklers and all that in here. I'm not too fussed with that, but we are working our way down. I could definitely get more efficient with that, but part of that was as we were working around earlier. Dear Rual Storge, I saw an article about you in the local paper. It sounds like the country life is a good fit for you. I'm so proud of you. Take care, sweetie. Love, Mom. Our family is so incredibly supportive. You don't need to buy the tiles in-house? I do. If you noticed in the house, I own just like a straight path from my bed to the door, and then like 2 tiles just above the door so I could reach the parsnip seeds that they have on the ground at the beginning of the game. But yeah, no, if I did 1 row and then had 2 rows I didn't buy. Yeah, so infested floor, I'm imagining, because they have the festival, like all the festivals, all the tiles are just unlocked, you can just run around and that's fine. I'm imagining the infested floors, they probably just make it so they're all unlocked and all that stuff. Yeah, no, it's a fun mod. Keep in mind, this is a very grindy mod. Just full disclosure, it is a very grindy mod. Now you can go into the different settings. We're on the tiered settings. So basically the price goes up after, so like, you know, for my first 10 tiles were relatively cheap, and then the next ones, they went up to prices when I go from like 11 to 100, and then after 100 they went up more. That's one way of going. There's what's called Classic, which is your first tile is 5 gold, and every tile is 5 more gold than the previous tile. So the first tile's 5 gold, second one's 10, third one's 15. You get the idea. And it does build up really quickly. And you can adjust the values. You like grinding mods? Makes it take longer? Yeah, no, absolutely. Okay, if you're down with like grinding mods, cool. Then yeah, you're in good company kind of thing. Alright. There's not much reason for me to go to town. I don't have more things there. Yeah, I don't want to make the stone or wood fences. It'd be worth doing eventually, so I could try and frame this out so I could keep this grass from trying to intrude. Like, eventually I could clear over here. When I get an axe to take that stump out, we could make a path down here and make all this into, growable area or whatever. But for the moment, it's not a thing I can do. Yeah, so 1 unit of garlic is 66 bucks, and we buy them for 40. So we're actually making about, I would say probably around, for each seed of garlic we're getting, we're making a profit. Sorry. I thought it was going to overflow, and then the bottle almost got away from me. Luckily, neither actually went to crisis. Just for whatever reason, that one poured and was extra fizzy. But, so for each one of those, we're getting almost, like, 170% the revenue of my initial investment, which means I'm making a profit of, you know, about an extra 75% over my initial cost. So my profit per, so like, spending, no, actually it's 40, yeah, so I'm spending 40, and I'm making a profit of about 22. No. Yeah, 22? No, that... I've already forgotten. 26, yes. That's the thing, like, I was forgetting what I sold it for, and I was like, wait, was it what I sold it for? One day I'll have the plant fiber to make a scarecrow, and it'll be a glorious day. The good news is I'm only losing about like 1 crop maybe every 2 or 3 full harvests to the crows. So that's really not that much as far as quantity. So while they do cut into my profit a little bit, it's not that bad. Kind of basically every crop I lose to a crow is effectively negating 2 crops of the next harvest so far as the money situation. If we can ever get lucky enough to get an acorn or anything like that, I'll start planting them up here so I can cut those trees down and use them as a way of getting a trickle amount of wood and sap and all that kind of stuff. Okay. We also get bonus tiles when we max out skills. So, and I want to say it's a decent amount too. It's like 10 or 15 or something like that. So where our farming is very quickly going up, there's a good chance we will get a pretty good boost here. Okay. Yeah, and this is the UI mod I have where I can check the billboard and it will show like birthdays and weather. So it's all the stuff you can just get that information in game anyways. And I'm not doing that because Tileman. I'm doing that because I just don't like going to the TV and checking it. I guess technically I could have turned it off so I could get to the TV, but that would just send me back 2 tiles. Notice, Pierre here, I really, really want to play sashimi. I'll pay top dollar to whoever can bring me some. Pierre. Pierre's like, I need the raw fish. I need it. I need it in my mouth holes. I need it now. Well, and back to sleep because there's nothing for me to harvest or anything like that. The folks in the valley, why is the new guy not showing up to try to greet us? Rual's stuck in his farmland because Joja have the rights to every tile or something. Oh yeah, no, he genuinely didn't make it till to town until winter of year 1. Like, very genuinely, that's how long it took it for us to be able to reach town so I could buy seeds. Yeah, I've had sashimi. Sashimi's good. Alright, we leveled up farming again. It's going to be leveling up farming almost every single harvest. Which is also going to be good, because as we level up farming, we can increase the value of our crops. And added bonus, we will have a higher percentage of them will be of higher quality and all that. Yeah, it's Monday. So I'm going to get 1 more harvest of garlic. And then that'll be it for this season. Then I gotta decide on our crops next season. So, most likely the best approach for me so far as making the most progress for like unlocking tiles and all that is gonna be pretty much exactly what I'm doing of get fast turnaround crops that, you know, we make a really good profit margin on. Maybe not the best, but like we put the money in, we get the money back really rapidly. So even though they're not the most profitable, their fast turnaround, because then we get the opportunity benefit of being able to acquire more tiles during the season. Whereas the alternatives, I could grow something like melon. I actually don't even know what the crops for the summer that'd be, though. Let's pretend it's radish. It probably isn't, but let's pretend it's radish. The other option is to go for the one that takes all season to grow, but you get that one big bang at the end, and that tends to be very profitable to do it that way, especially when you get artisan goods. A couple problems with that is, one, I don't have a scarecrow, which means each time a crow goes through and destroys the crops, the loss is far more significant, because that's my one go of that tile for the season. And then even adding on top of that, a lot higher percentage of the crops will get destroyed before I ultimately get the money back out of it. So we'd have 83, 93, and it'd be 94 because one was destroyed by a crow. And then the last option is to go for something like corn, where it takes a little bit of time to grow up at the beginning of the season, and then it just keeps producing all season long. That does have the same problem where the crows will destroy it, and it ends up costing me. But also, you do have the benefit of you just keep kind of going. We have 94. I'm gonna have 3 more tiles, so 94. Yeah, no, we bought a little bit extra. And we're gonna go see how that goes, because should be able to unlock 3 tiles. And it should be enough to cover the 3 extra tiles. Yeah, no, corn also goes to the fall. Now, downside of corn is it's 140 per seed. So if I plant the corn and a crow destroys it before I get any harvest out of it, that's a pretty decent punch. So I'm kind of feeling like if I don't get the scarecrow sorted, I might not want to go the route of something like corn or the peppers. And instead I might want to go for, again, like the fast turnaround crops like we've been doing with this garlic. Where we can kind of just plant it, get a fast payout. If we lose some to the crows, it's not that big a deal. Versus an investment that's supposed to take like the better part of the whole season. Alright, so 1, 2. Let me go over here. 3. All right. I'm glad that doesn't destroy crops. I've done that many times. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll go and grab 7. Okay. Hey, Lunatic, how's it going? So I'll go here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Actually, for that, Matt, well, if the other one has more than 2 days on it, then we won't be able to get another harvest out of the last one. But then we'll get our big cash out. We don't immediately spend it. We get to summer. When's 1.7 coming out? I believe it's this coming week. I've been hearing a lot of that. I haven't looked it up myself, but I believe it's sometime in like the next week or so. But a lot of that, like that's like hearing rumbling to the grapevine and all that stuff. So I don't know what the reality is there. What are you doing for the summer? That's what we got to figure out. And I don't remember the crops off the top of my head that well. From Google search, is SMAPI the one you mod Stardew Valley with? Yes. Which that's just one of those things is you just like run the installation thing, and then you go into Steam where the game is, you choose properties, and it just has you thing where you put like the directory of where the game is, and then %command %, and that just lets it kind of grab that. All right, so we got the loom and all that, so farming 7. For this mod, it'd be nice to start with a seed maker, and getting like 5 mix seeds. You mine a lot? Yeah, we're doing a challenge run that I'm not going to get anywhere near the mine anytime soon. Dear all Storge, tomorrow we're getting together for the flower dance, and you're not invited, you nerd. If you can find a partner, you might even want to participate in the dance, if you could get there, which you can't. There's a little clearing beyond the forest, well outside of anywhere you could possibly reach, where we hold the dance. Arrive at 9 a.m. and 2 p.m. if you're interested, but I know you won't make it. Mayor Lewis. Nerd. Mayor Lewis is really toxic, by the way. Really just a jerk, honestly. Part of the other reason I'm thinking about the fast turnaround crops for the summer is while I have the plans of the sprinkler, I don't have the ability to actually make the sprinklers because I can't get to where I can get ore yet. And realistically, the way I'm approaching the ore and all that is we are just going to Clint's, and we are going to acquire the ore through just buying it. Which is gonna hurt, because it's something like for copper, it was something, I did the math the other day, it was something like 2,000 something bucks to get 5 ingots worth of copper ore. And that's not counting the coal and all that. Do you have to buy the tiles every floor of the mine? Yes, every floor of the mine. And again, we haven't tested with this mod, but that's the way the other mod worked. So I assume they will work the same. Because this mod is effectively taking the idea from the other mod and being like, okay, but what if someone like fleshed it out and like really kind of, you know, fully baked it? Because the other one was just kind of a cool, like, they put together the challenge and all that, and it was functional and that was fine. And then this one's like, all right, but what if instead of just kind of the quick and dirty, the challenge works, what if we added a bunch of other stuff to make it more, you know, directly work with Stardew and have a bunch of reasons? Like, 'cause the other one, it was just you make money. That's just the entire progression is you just make a bunch of cash. This one incentivizes a lot of other things too, instead of exclusively the cash. So at least gives you a little bit of options on other ways you can go ahead and score some extra tiles too. Where the other one, it definitely felt like, are you doing something that's unrelated to cash? You're wasting your time. You're missing out on prime cash making time. I saw that pine cone drop. You jerk. There's your garlic. And we go to bed. Because I don't have enough money to open up tiles, so I can't do anything else with the rest of the land. Yeah, so a gold quality garlic when we get one, that is worth almost 2.5 the amount. So literally it's like 1 gold shy of getting 2.5 the initial investment. So profit, we're getting 1.5. The initial investment is like just profit. Okay, yeah, so getting an extra seed wouldn't have helped because if I planted that today, I wouldn't get to harvest the garlic on the other side. Because it'd become harvestable on the 1st of summer, which the crop would be dead by then. So you kind of hope they have a bathroom in this game and more colors to choose from. Oh, like just add a bathroom to your house? Okay, I wouldn't want it to be required or anything, but I could definitely see it as a thing to add. Would be nice to throw his box of the communal. Yeah, we're probably not going to get the mayor's shorts anytime soon, if ever. Because that requires us to go all the way to Marnie's. And while to a certain extent it might be worth eventually getting the animals for a couple of different reasons, that'd definitely be a way later thing. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Weirdly enough, one of the things we have is if we build our first coop, or like first coop and first barn each individually, each one of those we build, you have them for like, they'll give me 5 tiles each. So there could be a point where, for cost effectiveness, it would be worth it for me to build a coop even if I had no intention of ever having anything in it, to unlock the tiles due to their price, to then just get rid of the barn or the coop and just chuck it into the bin kind of thing. Yep, there's the flower dance. Yeah, I know the luau and the Grange display, you can both use the mayor's shorts to cause mischief. And people love doing that. For me, if we get to the point of reaching the beach for the luau, I'm going to really want to use that to boost friendships, which means not doing the shorts. Because it's very difficult for me to reach people and do their mission or quests or whatever. So that's one of the few times I can cash in a whole lot of friendship all at once. So we're gonna end up needing that for that purpose. So memes and all that, cool and whatever, but in this case I kind of do need it. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm gonna do that, and I'll be back in just a moment. Thank you again for tuning in. Alright, and we are back. Yeah, that was, I can't remember how the whole thing started with Tomb with that. We had, like, frozen yogurt in the fridge, and we had some strawberries. And it's like, alright, well, we need to use these for something. It's like, oh, we can make a smoothie. It's like, we don't have milk or whatever. We'll figure it out. And she was like, if I made something, would you eat it? It's like, okay. Because, you know, I trust Tomb and all that. And so she just used, like, almond milk with it. Which, you know, I'm not the biggest fan of almond milk. But you didn't notice it at all. Between, like, strawberry and all that, it just seemed like, it was just like frozen yogurt. Like, someone had, like, birthday cake frozen yogurt and then chucked a couple of fresh strawberries on it, kind of thing is what it tastes like. But it was just, like, randomly just during stream. She's like, hey, if I make you something, will you eat it? It's like, okay. Like, we've certainly cooked for each other and all that, but it was just like, it was an odd way for her to do that. It wasn't, she was not trying to just, like, meme for stream or anything like that. It was fun. But yeah, no, it was just straight up solid. It basically, the texture was frozen yogurt. And not like soft served frozen yogurt, but like proper frozen yogurt. Yeah, you said you're not an awesome almond milk person, but strawberries would make it, you know, awesome. Yeah, and that's the whole thing. It's like, for me, I don't really care for, like, the very vanilla-ish ofness. Like, I like vanilla, but, like, you know, just liquid vanilla is not really kind of my thing. Which is what I kind of associate almond milk with, as being just very, very vanilla tasting. But with the strawberries and all that, you didn't even hardly notice it. It was just completely overpowered. Alright, so tomorrow we get to harvest all of this. And then that'll be all of that sorted. And then we basically just kind of advanced one more day. And we'll see what our situation is for going into summer. Like, what crop are we going to be using for summer to try and make money happen? Oh, I have one last crop up there that's just a little farther behind. Forgot about that. So water that tile. Is there a reason not to use the most profitable stuff? So, there's kind of some considerations. One thing to keep in mind is I don't have access to a scarecrow yet, because I can't get the plant fiber on any reliability, so I'm only about halfway to building my scarecrow. So if I do something like melons, for example, where I don't get my payout for a very long time, while it's the most profitable, I don't know if melon specifically is the most profitable, but while it's the most profitable, like, to do the long-term one, every one of those crops I lose all of that time. That'll very much cut into the profit margins of it. And then the other thing we can run into is there's kind of the weighing of, there's the most profitable, like, per crop, but there's certainly an opportunity benefit of, if I can go, and it's like, for example, I got the 8,000 here. Let's say if I grew melon over the entire season, that, let's pretend I would have made 20,000 worth of garlic, but the melon is 30,000. I don't know what the actual numbers are. I can use that 20,000 to unlock more tiles, to plant more crops, to grow my farm while it's going through, so each cycle I'm getting a few more crops to plant, versus the melon, I only get that at the very end. So, say like I could plant 10 crops to start with. So I get like my 10 garlic or my 10 melon. And let's say the melon is, you know, just one of those things that I'm going to get twice as much as the garlic. But each iteration of the garlic, I get 4 more tiles, or 2 more tiles, whatever. By the end of the season, while technically the melon would have been more profitable from those initial plants, because I can do rotations where I'm getting extra crops in there, I get a lot more opportunity and benefit. Capitalization. Yeah, so it's one of those things like, and you could do the math and figure out it's like, oh, the melon's still better in the end. I actually don't know where they would land, like between comparing them all, because I'm not gonna sit there and do the math. But it does kind of twist where your normal considerations in Stardew of going like, okay, that, and also like with the maximum profit, you have to consider with or without artisan goods, because there's a lot of those things like the melon and the star fruit and the ancient fruit that for them to really shine and get their maximum value out of it, you do kind of have to take the time to artisan them up, because that artisan multiplier just does that much more when your initial value is higher. Whereas for crap like blueberries and that, you taking the time to do the artisan goods is just not worth the time. Yeah, that's basically where we're at. Well, I mean, but even with that, I could have gotten, when I got my first round of garlic, I could have gone and instead of gotten, I don't know what the most profitable crops for each season, because that's the thing. I never really cared about meta-ing any of that stuff. Money is just not that big a deal in the game normally. Granted, with this challenge, money is very much a big deal. Alright, so I'm not unlocking any new tiles right now. We got enough money, we could unlock 9. But we're not going to do that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go in here and I'm going to rehoe the tiles that get unhoed. But then we're going to go ahead and do that. And that way, hopefully I'll save myself a little stamina on the season change day. But I can't get to the mine, I can't fish because I haven't gotten to the beach. It's too late to grow anything for this season. So we're basically just riding these last 2 days out. And just going down here and cleaning up what we can. Alright. And then tomorrow it's time to get ourselves whatever our next crop is going to be. And rest all fine. Surprisingly, like, it untilled almost every bit. So one big pain point we're going to have this is I'm not going to have the stamina to do all of this. So it's going to be like, we're going to have our first wave of plants planted this day, the second wave will happen for the next day. Now one good thing we got going for us is just the fact that because we've gained a bunch of levels in farming, since the last season changed, we can get quite a bit farther. You can just plant them but not water them? What am I... I think I already had hoed those or something. Alright.
And we'll sell the clay because I don't need it for anything. Alright. You could just plant them. It's also possible I could go and buy something to eat. Need to hide the tree options? We might have something like that. Or at least make it so trees disappear easier. Because I don't honestly remember. Da-da-da-da-da-da, and... yeah, that's not gonna happen. That's fine. Yeah, like, or just have the radius that you can see behind things be way larger. Alright. So, we got our melons. The melons take a very long time to grow. They're a very high profit item, but because they take 12 days, they're going to be very vulnerable to the crows. We do have the tomato seeds. They take 11 days to grow, but they do repeat harvest. They're also going to be vulnerable to the crows. The blueberries also have the same kind of idea as the tomatoes, but a longer setup. Peppers grow very quickly, and then produce very regularly after that. They've got a lot of opportunity there. Wheat grows really fast. It's not a high value. Radish are one of the things that grow really fast. Hops are another one. The sunflowers are an interesting one in that you can scale them very easily. And they grow summer and fall. I honestly don't know which way is the way to go. Because the big thing is I don't have, and I don't expect to immediately have, scarecrows. So the very expensive seeds that pay out are going to potentially be a liability where I lose a lot of that money. But at the same time, like for the sunflowers, because you plant them and you get a bunch of seeds back. So basically, the faster it grows, the less I have to worry about the crows, because yeah, they're going to get some, but I'm going to keep turning them around quickly. But also, generally, the less they pay. $9K, do the math to mix it? Yeah, so my thought is the leaning is either one, go on the extreme here with the sunflowers. We would get 3 harvests in a season, I believe. And they give you more seeds that you can then use to plant stuff. I don't think I want to go to the cabbage. See, like, my only concern is those longer grow times that realistically I'll probably lose something like 4 of the seeds to the crows by the time the harvest happens. Because with the garlic, a crow was getting it about every other harvest. Well, no, that would mean I only get like 1 lost. Yeah, they only sell for 80 base. Right, and that depends on the scale up. Man, that 14 days. Yeah, because if it's 14 days, if we lose about one seed or one plant every harvest that we were getting with the garlic, and those are 4 days, that would imply I'm going to be losing 3 to 4 crops per getting that set up. The radish, they don't pay very well. The peppers have a very fast grow time, and they have a bunch going on there. Blueberries make a lot over time. They do. The catch is the lack of the scarecrow means I am sacrificing about a plant every 4 days. Would be about what I would guess with the current size. About every 4 days, a crow's going to kill one of my plants, which means it's going to get destroyed. I'm going to lose about 3 of the plants before I get any output. And then about each time I get an output, I'll be losing another plant. That's the only part of the calculation that I'm considering. And also, if I have to wait half the season before I get any money, that's half the season that I get kind of nothing. I could see the blueberries being one worth considering. Yeah, I'm leaning between... So the peppers seem like a good one. The corn wouldn't be so bad, because there's the 2 season sides of it. But it's just the fact that they're just going to get torn up. I think the peppers are where I'm going to go.
I think that's the play for right now. $20 corn. I'm probably not going to mix. Like, in reality, I probably should be. I should probably have, like, a decent number of blueberries, a decent number of corn, a decent number of peppers or whatever, to kind of hedge your bets kind of thing. But with, like, the random targeting of the plants, I could just get unlucky and it just ends up targeting the corn each time and we just lose it. Let's get to watering. Are there no crows? No, we have crows. That's literally what I've been talking about, is we're going to be... The reason why we're hesitating to get the more expensive seeds is while ultimately they are more profitable, that's not considering the crows randomly destroying the crops, because you need a scarecrow to prevent the crows, and that requires plant fiber. And while there is plant fiber all over the place over here, I need to unlock the tiles to reach it. And I have 11 plant fiber and I need 20 to make a scarecrow. I didn't check. I wonder if there's anything at Pierre's I could eat for a little bit of energy. Alright. I thought the shop sells fiber? Does the shop? If the shop sells fiber, we're doing that right now. Because I usually don't pay attention to the shops on which ones sell like wood or stone or fiber. Like I know Clint sells ore, and I believe the wood and stone is Robin. The question is, was the fiber Pierre or was it Robin? Well, there's... Yeah, no, it doesn't look like they sell fiber. They sell grass starter, but that's not fiber. That's for hay. So we can buy the sugar for $100 to give me a little boost in energy. Probably not the best use. So you're 20 for $132 each. You're 25 for 100. This is the life we live. With a multiplayer, you can lay down in a bed to get energy by hopping in and clicking no on the pop-up. You wonder if the same solo? No, in solo, if you touch the bed, you go to sleep. In solo, if you go to the bed, you go straight to sleep. I think if you stand in bed... Actually, no, I think I see what you're saying. We can try that here in a minute. I forgot, like, the canceling side of it. I thought that was a multiplayer-only thing, but we're down to find out. Gotcha, Kanoan. Like I said, I'm not someone who tends to sit down and, like, min-max do the math and all that. Because usually with these games, you just don't have to put that level of effort into figuring it out. Usually doesn't matter that much. But I got the peppers. It's fine. You just looked up a calculator? Yeah, no, exactly. One of the catches with a lot of that is going to be also the consideration of the crows, but to be fair, with what we're dealing with, the crows would fudge the numbers in favor of the radishes and the other ones because they have a faster turnaround. So I don't have to wait as long for them to start being, start giving me the money. Alright, so let's test this resting in bed real quick. Well, actually, let's not test that yet. I got enough to buy 3 more tiles. So the question is, I keep going down or do I go to the left? To the left, I'm going to have to unlock like 3 tiles to get anything worthwhile. Let's go left. That'll probably be the one that's better. So 1, 2, 3. Okay. But yeah, I want to go left and then down. We're going to start getting the pattern that I'll get more efficient from. Alright, well, we got what we could out of here. We'll sell the moss. And let's test this. Go in here. Say no, and then wait. Yep, nope, sadly it doesn't look like it's a single-player thing. Alright, that's fair. Because if they did allow that, it would make the bathhouse utterly useless. Even if the bathhouse was considerably faster, the time it takes to get to the bathhouse... You'd have to justify that time, which would be a hard thing if you could do that, the bed. Alright. But what we can do here is, since we've kind of established that these aren't going to be the most lucrative, we already have them, we're going to use them, but as they're destroyed, we can go for, I believe you said it was the flowers that were the big ones? Isn't it worth expanding more towards the fence? The only reason I'm not is because of the tree stump there. And also if I can get to the bat cave. If we can get to the bat cave, then we have the mushrooms in there, which will be an extra, like, little trickle of profit every day. Honestly, we want to go both ways. Where's the bat cave? It is a good little ways to the left. The bat cave, if you went right here, if we go all the way to this edge, it'd be probably about 5-10 tiles farther left than that is. So it's unfortunately a ways out there. So it's not a thing I'm getting anytime soon. Or I should say bat cave. It can be bat or mushrooms. I have it configured for mushrooms because the mushrooms are generally more profitable than the fruit. But it's going to take an age to get there. It's probably not worth me prioritizing that.
Alright, that's starting to hit kind of... We're not going to be too much farther before we hit what our limit is for, like, watering in a day. Now, downside is we gotta wait a couple of days before we get any peppers at all. And if the rate we were having plants lost to crows stays true, we should lose a plant to the crows before the first harvest. Alright. Another thing I definitely want to do is as we unlock more tiles, I really do need to get like a fence or a wall or something along the edges here. And the entire reason for that is to just keep the grass back, especially with how dense these trees are. I can't see where we're actually in danger of losing crops to the grass overtaking it. At the same time, that's giving up grow space I really do need for making money. And it also just is kind of one of those things that, you know, making the fence, I don't have the materials for that either. Both stone and wood and metal are all hard to come by for us. Not worth bear to swing every day. That's pretty much what it is just going to the edges of the field and just swinging the scythe a couple of times, and if I hear it hit bushes, I swing more until I don't hear bushes anymore. And that kind of thing. But once we get to the point where, I would say once our endurance is going down to like 20% or so, just watering, that's kind of our cutoff so far as the amount of plants I have. And then we start pushing towards Clint. That way we can start working on getting either the sprinkler upgrade. I mean, we'll probably get the sprinklers is what I'll do. Because if we get the sprinklers, then that's just one of those things we plunk down a sprinkler and just let that handle it. Because we're getting down to about 30-ish% of our endurance. So get that spot. Get that spot. There we go. You. Okay. How do the mines work in it? The mines in this area are not randomly generated, so you have to unlock every tile. I do not know how the skull caverns work. But you do have to unlock each and every tile in the mines. Which means for getting ore, the way we're doing that is we're just going to buy it from Clint. Because it'll be infinitely cheaper than dealing with the mines. And when it comes to time when we actually need to progress the mines, I'm just literally going to bring all the stone I can and just make stairs. To basically unlock as few tiles as absolutely necessary. Alright, 2 more days, we get our first payout. Next tile is 1k already? Yep. It'll stay that way until we unlock 1,000 tiles.
At which point, then it will be 10,000 per tile. It's one of those reasons you unlock with intent. If the tile isn't going to be directly beneficial for you for making money, you leave it the heck alone. Which is why, like, with the mine, where you have the RNG of, like, you know, which stone is going to give you the stairs, that kind of thing. You definitely don't want to be down there spending literal mansions amount of money trying to look for the staircase on each floor. Or ladder, sorry. Alright. We got all handled here. Back to bed we go. And the good news is tomorrow is a storm day. Don't need to do crap. Alright, we got our first victim. So that's exactly in line with the rate we were expecting the crops to be messed with. It's about every 4 days-ish. We end up having a crow show up. Okay, we can run over here and deal with this. Alright, let's go visit town. Just see there's a cinematic for going here in the morning during rain or whatever. We definitely want to deal with the worms. Lost book and a purple blouse. You found a lost book. The library's collection has been expanded. A stunning purple blouse. Sure. Yeah, nothing yet for us to deal with here, really. So I guess we just go home. We're going to sell some clothes. And then go to bed, and then it's harvest day. Okay, so we cannot sell that. A slightly less popular farming classic. In the garbage. Straight up in the trash. Ooh, green rain. Fisherman wanted. I need a good pufferfish specimen. I'm conducting an experiment on toxic created by a pufferfish. 1,000 gold, Demetrius. I would love to, Demetrius. I can't, but I would love to. Probably in 5 years. Must have missed watering that, maybe? And it withered? Another reason why I like the sprinklers, you just can't accidentally overlook crops being watered or not. Okay. So, if we can get... Oh, right. Let's check the edges. Lost 2 crops, not bad. Yeah, we'll see what this actually gets me per round. I even heard it drop stuff. It's too far away. Okay, so here's hoping we got a bunch of bushes along here. Are you kidding me? Boo, game. So, like, the whole thing with the green rain is it makes a ton of bushes and all that kind of stuff. Which can be a great source of crafting materials, or like the, like you can get fiddle fern from these. You can get, you can get fiddle fern, you can get a bunch of plant fiber, and just literally none showed up along the path. So, boo, game. Oh, lightning strike hit the crop. Right. Did you reach 9 or 10? For growing crops, or for farming? I believe we're at 8, or 9, sorry. Yeah, sorry, 8. You can't sell stuff you just farmed to buy new tiles for them? Can't you sell the stuff you just farmed to buy a few tiles for them? Yes. Like, what I'm probably going to do is when we go in here... Okay, so that's a good payout. Alright, so people are saying that the Sprangle, I think they said, was the better one. By doing the quick calculator thing. Poppy. Poppy's how many days? 7 days. Okay. We'll grab 20 poppies. We're still going to plant the one we do have. But what I can do is use the other 4,000 to buy 4 more tiles. And those 4 tiles we can use to like grab whatever bushes and all that kind of stuff is. And we'll plant the last pepper and we'll start planting the poppies. I also just realized. There's the last pepper plant. So, 1, 2. Three, 4. Okay. So we got acorns and stuff. So acorn. Cool. So I should be able to make that work. All right. Okay, so I can't see at all what I'm doing over there, and that is fine by me. Alright, so the rest of that's all fine. What is this alien tech called fishing? I know, right? That's the thing. I was actually saying, it's like, you know, in all honesty, probably the more correct thing for me to do there. Is there an empty spot? If you mean over here on the right, that spot has a less grown plant. That was one that a crow got, so I had to replant it. Alright, so we got the keg, which would be nice. Hey, level 1 fishing. I don't own a fishing pole yet. That's weird, because I could potentially get my fishing enough to get the crab pots without ever fishing if the RNG were so kind. Okay. That's not going to be enough to unlock another tile, so there's no reason to mess with any of that. So we go back to sleep. Oh, are you going to catch up the one plant there that had fallen behind? Thank you, little fairy. You saved me about 3 days grow time on that thing. Alright. Oh, I forgot. It covers like a whole area. I mean, I'm okay with that. Like, the downside is that means they're all like out of whack, so it's a little hard to tell what's going to be ready when, but that's also okay. Having them kind of like on a rotation where some of them are getting ripe at different times does give me like the trickle income. Where I'm constantly making a little bit of money. Let's start at the bottom. This was a restart, but it is also year 2. Because this mod is significantly harder than the other one we did, which does mean it has the consequence of it is taking me a lot longer to progress. But we finally started properly ramping things up. It's watering the same thing like 3 times in a row. Okay. Yeah, so we're getting pretty close to the time that we start pushing for Clint. Because otherwise we're going to kind of hit the cap of what I can handle watering. And we definitely sooner or later want to not be doing this all by hand. Now, normally the big reason you don't want to do it by hand is simply because you'd rather spend your time working on other things. Yeah, no, the last one we were hovering at about 16 gold per tile. And I think we had just crept to 32 gold per tile on the other one. So yeah, it was significantly easier in that regard. This one, it does have the benefit of there are other ways to get tiles. When we max out a skill, I'll get like 5, 10, 15 tiles. When we introduced ourselves to everyone the first time, each time we introduced ourselves to someone, it gave us a tile. If we max out friendship with anyone, I think it's like 5, 10, or 15 tiles. you get the idea. There's just lots of different sources of tiles. Now, it's still going to be objectively way harder than the other one, but that is something of a consideration. It is funny looking at the stats where it's like, okay, when you get all the golden walnuts, you get 25 tiles. You're like, okay, yeah, 25 tiles, especially at that point in the game, would be tremendous. But also, getting all the golden walnuts is certainly going to cost you way more than 25 tiles. So what I'm thinking is I think we finish that row I'm working on now to be aligned with the other ones, then we start making our move to Clint. Let's see, we're trying for a regular community as well as JoJo or everything. Right now, we're just trying to do anything. Like, very genuinely what's probably going to happen with this run is we're going to make a lot of progress, but then the update's going to drop. And then when the update drops, because this mod will almost certainly be broken by the update, that'll probably be the end of it. If we can get to that point where we can make the move towards going after Joja or whatever, Joja's probably the better choice for the style of run this is. Okay. But like I said, what we'll most likely do is, we'll most likely take this, and as soon as we get this row down to this height here, then we make our move on Clint. So plant you. Drop off the clay and the moss. So what happened yesterday is we were using a different mod, and when I went to load it up today, basically the save was scuffed. That the blocks I had unlocked didn't stay unlocked, and other blocks that I hadn't unlocked became unlocked, so it was just kind of those things that it seemed like it was the same amount were relatively unlocked, but it didn't seem like it was in the same thing. So, like, I don't know if, like, the masks or the layers that they use to figure things out got, like, shuffled around and applied the wrong places. Alright, that said though, chat, we are getting about that time that I need to start wrapping up, because normally I wrap up stream about 30 minutes ago, but I was just kind of enjoying sending it all and stuff, so I'm having a good one. As a reminder, tomorrow's stream, we're going to be checking out Spacecraft for a sponsored segment and everything else. That is a game that is sort of a survival crafter builder, very No Man's Sky-esque, but a little bit more down-to-earth and a little less arcadey. We're going to probably be doing that collaboratively with Ultrasource and other people and all that stuff. So it should be a lot of fun. The day after that, or once we finish like the sponsored stuff or whatever, or before the sponsored stuff, we'll figure it out when we get there. I do plan on continuing this run. I think this is what I want to do until the Stardew update drops, barring any other like sponsored stuff that comes up, or, you know, if we get a cold drop of something interesting or whatever. But with that said, if you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop that follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. If you're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream will be ending abruptly for you because I do not have a host ready, but thank you so much for tuning in over there. And with that said over here, yeah, you definitely made what seems like good progress today. Definitely a fun challenge to watch. Yeah, no, definitely. So, like, objectively,